Chapter 399. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was wondering if he should chase after him, his divine sense suddenly detected that Banner Master Gao, who had already run out of the village, suddenly turned around and hid behind a huge pile of firewood by the side of the road. Not long after, two burly men on two horses galloped past the road. As they walked, they said, "Banner Master Gao's martial arts are indeed extraordinary. He disappeared in such a short time. He's even faster than a horse. Oh, and he's even bringing someone with him. AI, who knows how long it'll take for us brothers to reach such a level of cultivation." In the dark night, the sound of the horses' hooves was quite loud and traveled quite a distance. When the two horses were far away, Banner Master Gao finally came out from behind the pile of firewood. Looking at the dark night, he turned around and actually headed back to the village. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw this, he was very surprised. Soon after, he understood that this Banner Master Gao really had some skills. Seeing that Banner Master Gao had returned to the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua quickly floated up to the wall and carefully bent down to observe his every move. He saw that Banner Master Gao had the little girl under his arm and didn't let go. He only went into the house to tidy up and put away some things. This time he left the house without even closing the door and floated back into the house. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, "This guy is really cautious. But with his movements, I still have to chase after him." Thinking this, he wasn't in a hurry. With his divine sense monitoring him, he guessed that Banner Master Gao wouldn't be able to escape. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense while heading toward the village entrance. He wanted to call out to Huan Huan, but after just 2 steps, a smile appeared on his face again. Of course, Banner Master Gao couldn't continue running after reaching the north side of the village. Instead, he went downstairs to another clean courtyard and entered it. "A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows." This popular phrase instantly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Zhang Xiaohua came to the entrance of the village and pulled Huan Huan to sit on the pile of firewood at the entrance of the village. She used her spiritual perception to observe for a long time and did not see any movement from Banner Master Gao. Presumably, he would be resting here tonight. This was exactly what Zhang Xiaohua wanted. He also went into the pile of firewood and closed his eyes to cultivate. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua woke up. Before she even opened her eyes, she heard the clamor of people and horses outside. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and saw that the small village had already been surrounded by many armed soldiers. The small courtyard where Bannerman Gao had appeared earlier had already been discovered. Many soldiers were searching inside. Moreover, there were small groups of soldiers knocking on each door as if they were searching each house. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua inwardly cursed. With such a commotion, Banner Master Gao must have already fled. When she turned her divine sense to the courtyard where Banner Master Gao had been last night, she found that he was still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. How could this guy be so calm? After carefully observing the movements of the soldiers, Zhang Xiaohua nodded inwardly. Indeed, Zhang Xiaohua had always despised the government. She thought that the government was full of worms and incompetent people who didn't need to be taken seriously. However, with her divine sense, she saw that there were many skilled soldiers among the soldiers surrounding the entrance of the village. Moreover, there were a few people with white hair and dressed in official robes. They were carefully looking at the ground and muttering something. Then, as if they had reached a consensus, they walked towards another person on a horse. The person on the horse seemed to be an official. After hearing their suggestion, he frowned and shouted something loudly. Thus, the soldiers who were searching the houses immediately stopped disturbing the villagers and gathered at the entrance of the village. When the soldiers were in formation, the official waved his hand and the entire group of soldiers headed west of the village. Wasn't that the direction the two of them had ridden to last night? However, before the official left, he looked around the entrance of the village as if he was looking for something. It was only when everyone had left that he patted his horse's butt and chased after them. After a while, this small village with an unknown name quieted down again. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's admiration for this Banner Master Gao surged like a torrential river. This guy was really smart. Last night he had fainted a shot and then slept soundly in his room. Just like that, he had shaken off the pursuing soldiers. This was similar to the trick Zhang Xiaohua had played in the small town in front of Tanhe City. However, looking at his mentality and maturity, Zhang Xiaohua could only hope to catch up. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand that sometimes, Things in this world couldn't be completely solved by force. She also immediately became more wary of this Banner Master Gao who didn't seem very powerful. Sure enough, less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea after the soldiers had left, Bannerman Gao woke up. He walked out of the door and listened carefully before returning to the courtyard. He found a shabby carriage and pulled out a small donkey from the backyard. He put the donkey on the carriage and then returned to the house. Nobody knew where he found the girl, but he carried her out and casually placed her in the carriage. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was watching with great interest and secretly pondering and seriously studying, a man dressed in martial arts clothes suddenly appeared at the entrance of the village where the military official had been standing. He was even pulling a handsome red horse with him. As he walked, he looked around in a flamboyant manner as if he was very strange. That man was still mumbling, "What's going on? I just had diarrhea and all these people are gone? Cousin too, why didn't he tell me when he left? Where did they all go?" Zhang Xiaohua carefully identified the person and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was an old friend. He hadn't seen him for a long time, and Zhang Xiaohua had a special affinity with him. Wasn't this Yu Dei, the eldest young master of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, who had studied together with Zhang Xiaohu in the martial arts training center? Speaking of the great young master Zhang Xiaohua, he indeed had an affinity with Zhang Xiaohua. On the way to Pingyang City to practice martial arts, this fellow had met the two brothers Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu together with Li Jinfeng and Yu Luan. They had even entered the city in the same carriage. When Yu Dei was practicing martial arts at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, he had used his family's heirloom cinnabar palm to injure Zhang Xiaohua's right hand. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua's fist of the North Star had the effect of tempering the bones, it was likely that Zhang Xiaohua's right hand would still be unable to exert any strength. Also, during the martial arts exhibition at the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua and Yu Dei met again. However, their results were completely different. Zhang Xiaohua had passed several rounds consecutively while Yu Dei had returned empty-handed, losing all face. Of course, because the results were different, the two of them didn't know each other's battle results. After the martial arts exhibition they hadn't met again. It had been 5 years since then. Looking at Yu Dei, Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. Yes, it was purely a smile of seeing an old friend. It was as if he didn't remember that he had been injured by someone back then. At this time, Banner Master Gao had also gotten on a donkey cart and was heading towards the village entrance. If there were no accidents, the two of them would meet very soon. Putting aside Yu Dei's current martial arts and whether he could be a match for Banner Master Gao, even if Yu Dei could easily take down Banner Master Gao, it would still spoil Zhang Xiaohua's plan of setting a long line to catch a big fish. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua absolutely wouldn't allow Yu Dei to spoil his plans. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua took out a large handkerchief from his bosom and covered his face. With a twist of his body, he used Earth Escape to appear behind Yu Dei. He reached out and grabbed the back of Yu Dei's neck. In a low and hoarse voice he said, "Brother, if you want to live then don't speak. Pull on your date red horse and follow me." Then without waiting for Yu Dei's response he grabbed his neck and pulled him back. Yu Dei was looking around when he was suddenly grabbed and threatened. Moreover, there was an irresistible force pulling him back. How could he dare to resist? He didn't even dare to speak. He walked backwards while pulling on his date red horse. Before long, the two people and the horse arrived at the village entrance behind several large piles of firewood. At this time, Banner Master Gao happened to be driving his donkey cart out of the village. He stopped at the village entrance for a moment and looked around before heading east. He was going in the opposite direction of the other two people from last night. The donkey cart was moving very slowly. It seemed that Banner Master Gao wasn't in a hurry. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to slowly follow him. For a short while he wouldn't be able to escape from his surveillance. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua only let go of his hand when the donkey cart was gradually far away. When Yu Dei felt the person behind him let go, he immediately did a somersault and dodged far away. At the same time he drew his sword from his waist and pointed it at Yu Dei. He said sternly, "Who are you? Not only are you masked, you even dared to sneak an attack from behind. What are your intentions?" When Zhang Xiaohua saw this he was secretly amused. He lowered his voice and said in a hoarse voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" In fact, Zhang Xiaohua's action was unnecessary. When he first met Yu Dei he was about 14 years old. It was the time when a child's voice changed. Now that he was 18 years old, his voice had already become deeper and was not as sharp as before. Even if he spoke normally, Yu might not be able to recognize him. When Yu heard the other party's question, he frowned and said, I am Edu, the brother-in-law of the leader of the 4th Troop of the city guards under the Pingyang city garrison. I followed him here to suppress the bandits. How dare you kidnap me halfway? Be careful, I will ask my brother-in-law to send troops to kill you. In the end he was no longer confident. Edu, suppress the bandits? Zhang Xiaohua was laughing in his heart, but his face was serious. He said, Oh, so you are from the government. You are here to suppress the bandits, not to kidnap a girl. Forget it then. You go your way and I will go mine. Let's just pretend that you did not see me today. When he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua pretended to leave. When Yu Dai heard this, he was not willing to let him go. He shouted, That thief, you don't tell me you are the person who kidnapped my niece? As Yu Dai said this, he wanted to draw his sword but did not dare to. He looked around as if looking for help. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, Your niece? Yu Dai looked around and saw that there was no one around. He could only say, That's right. That girl is from the government. If you know her background, you have to tell me honestly. Chapter 400. At this time, Banner Master Gao's donkey cart had already traveled for a while. Zhang Xiaohua was afraid of delaying the important matter, so she said, I'll tell you the truth. Your brother-in-law's group has already traveled west. They seem to have found some useful clues. Moreover, I'm not the thief who kidnapped your niece. If you want to find your brother-in-law, you can go west. When Yu Dai heard this, she turned her head to look at the small path to the west. She slowly walked in that direction, but she said, Since you're not the thief, how do you know that I'm looking for a girl? Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her belly, but she said, Yes, this is what I want to tell you. If you want to find your niece, then don't go west. Yu Dai curiously stopped in her tracks and asked, Why is that? Because that's the thief's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The people in the west are just small fries. The real thief is riding on a donkey cart. Yu Dai said in surprise, How do you know? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. When I pulled you over just now, that thief drove his cart out of the village. He went straight east. Why didn't I see him? Yu Dai was surprised. Because I'm taller than you. Seeing that the masked man in front of her was only a few fingers taller than her, Yu Dai was speechless. This didn't seem to be a very accurate reason. Then why didn't you stop him? Your martial arts aren't good enough. The two of us should be enough, right? Why don't you chase after him and I'll go report to my brother-in-law? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, If I stop him, then I can only save your niece. I won't be able to save anyone else. Moreover, if you go and report the news now, not to mention whether you'll be able to find that thief when you return, it won't be easy for you to find his nest. Yu Dai was also a smart person. She immediately understood Zhang Xiaohua's meaning. Then you mean to say that we should follow that donkey cart? Just the two of us? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, Nonsense, do you think I want to take you there? If it weren't for the fact that you'd run into Banner Master Gao just now, and if it weren't for the fact that you'd report to your brother-in-law, who we don't even know if it's true or not, would I have taken you there? His face was expressionless as he nodded. There must be a lot of people in the thieves' lair. Just the two of us might not be a match for them. I think we should inform my brother-in-law first. Zhang Xiaohua stared at him coldly without saying a word. Seeing this, Yu Dai felt a chill in his heart and immediately said, Fine, since your distinguished self's martial arts are so strong, then fine, this one will also risk his life to accompany you. This one will follow you into the wolf's den. Yu Dai understood that this man would definitely not let him go. If he did not follow him, he might be killed immediately. The feeling of being grabbed by the back of his neck was very uncomfortable. Good, very good. This is Brother Yi's own initiative, I did not force you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Furthermore, aren't you going there for your niece? Your intentions are commendable. Yu Dai secretly curled his lips. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long whistle and the 4 deer Huan galloped over from outside the village. When it got close, Zhang Xiaohua floated up and said with a smile, Brother Yi, why don't you get on the horse? Yu Dai stared at the mule dumbfoundedly and did not say anything for a long time. Finally he asked, Your distinguished self, you're going to ride this? Can you catch up to that donkey cart? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Isn't it just a donkey cart? It's not a carriage, so why can't we catch up? They were also speechless. That's right, didn't he just say that it was a donkey cart? Using a mule to chase a donkey was exactly the right thing to do. After thinking for a moment, he sheathed his sword and mounted his horse. With a shake of the reins, the date-red horse galloped forward. After traveling for a while, Yu heard a voice behind him. Brother E, it's better to slow down. With this speed we can catch up with the donkey cart very quickly. It's better for us to stay far away from it. What do you think? When Yu turned around, her eyeballs almost fell out. That ugly mule was following closely behind her. The masked man was sitting cross-legged on top of it. Looking at the mule's appearance, he seemed to be handling it with ease. Was this still a mule? After Yu recovered from his shock, he immediately stopped looking down on it and followed Zhang Xiaohua's instructions to slow down the speed of the horse. Thus, one horse and one mule slowly moved forward on the small road. Zhang Xiaohua knew what was going on, but Yu could not. From the time he arrived at the entrance of the village until he was tricked by Zhang Xiaohua to the small road, he did not see any trace of the donkey cart. How could he be at ease? He could not help but look at Zhang Xiaohua from the corner of his eyes and thought to himself, could it be that this guy's target is the handsome me? Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. But he saw that the masked man did not even look at him. Instead, he closed his eyes and did not know what he was thinking. He also did not seem to be interested in him. He hoped that he was wrong. Sure enough, after a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, "This guy is really cunning." Then the two of them continued to move forward. When they passed the fork in the road, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate and directly went to another fork in the road to the south. Yu was shocked. How did this guy know to go south? Could it be that he could see further from a high place? He was not that much shorter than him. But soon he understood that this guy was not alone. He must have his helpers ahead of him, and they must have marked the road ahead. So he was no longer afraid. Since he had helpers, he did not need to be a lone hero. All the way to the south in the direction of Lu Town. Moreover, this time they actually walked for as long as 2 days. Fortunately, Bannerman Gao on the donkey cart did not travel at night. He also traveled in the morning and slept at night. Most of the time he slept in the night or in the wild. This was good as well. It saved Zhang Xiaohua the trouble of searching for him. But the drowsiness at night was annoying. Zhang Xiaohua had to find a reason to go far away and find a suitable place to sleep. She could only appear the next day. But fortunately Yu was tactful. She knew that they were already far away from Pingyang City and she had nothing to rely on. She could only follow this mysterious swordsman. And this swordsman indeed had the same idea as her, which was to save people. So he listened to Zhang Xiaohua's arrangements and did not run away or act on his own. This afternoon the donkey cart moved slightly to the east and entered a small path. The speed of the donkey cart was obviously faster. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She immediately used her divine perception to scan ahead. Indeed, there was an extremely quiet village ahead. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She guessed that this was Bannerman Gao's destination. Zhang Xiaohua said to Yu "Brother E, hurry up. I see that it's already late. I wonder if there's a place to stay ahead?" Yu was stunned. She immediately looked up at the sky and thought to herself, it's already early. How can it be late? Could it be that this person is talking in his sleep? He seems to be resting with his eyes closed every day. He must be suffering from insomnia at night. But she said, "I'll listen to the swordsman's instructions." Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. She did not reply. She patted Huan's bald head and asked it to speed up. Not long after Bannerman Gao entered the village, the two of them also arrived at a place not far from the village. From afar they could see the village on the other side of the forest. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pointed out, "Brother E, this small path in the mountain seems to be leading to this village. If I'm not mistaken, the donkey cart must have entered it. Tell me, since it's a small path for people to walk on, do you think that there will be people watching us from the inside?" Yu's heart trembled. She shrunk her neck and said, "Swordsman, can they see us? I don't think so. We haven't reached the end of the small path yet. They can't be clairvoyant." Yu listened and let out a long sigh. "That's good. But how are we going to enter the tiger's den? We'll still have to listen to the swordsman's instructions." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the obedient Yu in front of her. He was no longer as arrogant as he was in front of her a few years ago. She turned to look at the village in the distance and said, "This is easy. You can stay here and keep a lookout for me. I'll go and take a look. If there's anything strange or if there's anything, I'll inform you. What do you think? Oh, I see. Yu Dei was surprised when he heard that he did not need to be a lone hero. He only needed to stay at the side to keep a lookout. He could not help but have doubts in his heart. This person brought me here from Pingyang City just to keep a lookout for me? This is unbelievable. Could it be that there's a trap? Seeing Yu Dei's hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Why don't Brother Yi go in by himself? I'll stay here and keep a lookout for you?" Yu Dei smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Hero, you should go in by yourself. My martial arts skills are limited. It's better for me to stay here and keep a lookout." His tone was far from the high-spirited person he used to be. Zhang Xiaohua found it strange. That's right. Anyone who lost their confidence after being beaten up by a group of teenagers 5 years ago would be the same. After making the arrangements, Zhang Xiaohua no longer rode on the David's deer. She only used her qinggong and leaped onto the treetops. She leaned forward and moved forward. At this moment, banner leader Gao had already driven the donkey cart to the innermost part of the village, in front of a huge manor. The manor's gate was tightly shut. Banner leader Gao did not find it strange. He jumped off the donkey cart and walked to the front of the gate. He held the door knocker and knocked a few times rhythmically. The gate opened with a creaking sound and a burly man poked his head out. When he saw banner leader Gao, he frowned and said, "Banner leader Gao, why are you only here now?" Banner leader Gao quickly cupped his hands and said, "Steward Qi, I was delayed because of some mundane matters. However, I have brought the goods that the commander needs. I hope that Steward Qi can accommodate me." When Steward Qi heard this, he looked at the donkey cart outside and said with a smile, "Banner leader Gao is still the best. You have completed the commander's order so early. Come, let's go to the Jiaomen. I will open the gate for banner leader Gao." Banner leader Gao cupped his hands and went down the stairs. He drove the donkey cart to the Jiaomen. At this moment, the Jiaomen was already wide open. There was a projector wall facing the Jiaomen. On the projector wall, a huge tiger with a white forehead and white eyes was staring at the donkey cart that was entering the Jiaomen. "Please vote for me. Thank you." Chapter 401. The manor was surrounded by forests. Many of them were pine trees that didn't shed their leaves even in the winter. They were there to conceal something. However, this was exactly what Zhang Xiaohua wanted. She hid herself in a corner and released her divine sense to carefully observe the surroundings. She saw a very large manor. It seemed to be as big as the entire village. The interior was indeed different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. There were fields and houses in Huanxi Manor. The manor of the South Sea Flood Dragon King in Jinhua City also had mountains and rivers. However, this manor was mostly made up of small houses that looked very neat. Banner Master Gao drove the donkey cart through several crisscrossing paths and stopped in front of a large hall in the middle of the manor. Just as he was about to get off the cart, 2 men dressed in green came out of the large hall. When they saw Banner Master Gao, they said in surprise, "Banner Master Gao, why are you here again? Could it be that you found some good goods?" When Banner Master Gao heard this, he smiled and said, "So it's Banner Master Lu and Banner Master Liang. Are you two also here to offer goods to the commander?" One of the men with a slightly dark face said, "That's not the case. The commander's requirements are a bit high. I really didn't find many suitable goods in my area. I was afraid that the commander would be anxious, so I came to explain to the commander first and ask him to give me more time." The other man also said, "My situation is similar to Banner Master Lu's. I only found a dozen or so people from before and didn't find anything else. A few days ago I found one in town. However, before I could offer her to the commander, I ran into an expert and was saved." Su Lu also had his acupoints sealed and a group of people lit up a sky lantern. Hearing this, Banner Master Gao was stunned and said, "Why is Su Lu so unlucky? He actually ran into a group of experts." That Banner Master Liang smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know exactly how many there were. The people who lit up his sky lantern were only ordinary people in town. It's just that Su Lu's acupoints were sealed and he couldn't resist, so he was accidentally burned by the lantern." Banner Master Gao was speechless. Being killed by an expert could only mean that he wasn't skilled enough. Being killed by a group of ordinary people could only mean that he was unlucky. With a sorrowful expression, he said, "Poor Su Lu. Banner Master Liang has lost both his left and right arms. This number is much harder to come by." That's right. Last night, I personally went to capture that girl and killed a few of her family members and neighbors. It can be considered as revenge for Su Lu. Sigh Banner Lord Liang, you are truly benevolent and righteous. If Su Lu's spirit is still in the underworld, he will also thank you. When Banner Master Liang heard this, he was very happy and said, not at all. We're all brothers, so we naturally have to take revenge. Oh, that's right, I'm still missing a few. Do you have any extra? Banner Master Gao hurriedly waved his hand and said, if it were any other day, perhaps I could spare a few for Banner Master Liang. However, this brother has been in an eventful period in the city these past few days. A few strange things have happened, so I reckon that I won't be able to do anything in the short term. The last girl in the carriage was also obtained by this brother after taking a great risk and losing 2 brothers. Please forgive me, Banner Master Liang. When the 2 Banner Masters saw that Banner Master Gao was declining, they didn't continue to be long-winded. They cupped their hands and said, then congratulations to Banner Master Gao for completing the Command Master's order. Presumably you will receive a generous reward. Let us congratulate you in advance. Banner Master Gao smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. I'm only serving the Command Master. I don't have to be greedy for merit. Banner Master Liang said, however, the Command Master isn't here today. Only the Vice Command Master is here. I'm afraid that Banner Master Gao will be disappointed. I see. Banner Master Gao indeed looked a little disappointed. He said, didn't the Command Master say that he would be here these past few days? Before he could finish speaking, a dignified voice came from the main hall. Gao Xianglin, do I still have to report the Command Master's whereabouts to you? Banner Master Gao's expression was startled. He hurriedly bowed and said, Vice Command Master Dan, this one was wrong. This one shouldn't have thought too much. The 2 Banner Masters hurriedly bowed as well. At this moment, a tall man walked out from the main hall. He was also wearing a light green robe and his hair was a little white. This person wore a bronze mask on his face, so his true appearance couldn't be seen. Why aren't the 2 of you hurrying off to do your business? Can't you see that there aren't many disciples in the manor? They've all gone off to do their business. Why are the 2 of you still standing here chatting? The masked Vice Command Master Dan said coldly. The 2 Banner Masters didn't dare to tarry. They bowed again and hurriedly left. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already hidden herself in the pine tree. She released her divine sense and saw Vice Command Master Dan standing at the main hall's entrance. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She tried to use her divine sense to see through the bronze mask to see Vice Command Master Dan's true appearance. However, just as her divine sense was about to envelop Vice Command Master Dan, Vice Command Master Dan seemed to sense it. He suddenly raised his head and looked around in the air. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. She hurriedly withdrew her divine sense and thought to herself, could it be that this person can sense divine sense? Look at the situation now. Alright, you still have to mobilize the soldiers. If you didn't let me do it earlier and saved her, we would have returned to Pingyang City long ago. But now the one with the bigger fist was right. He didn't dare to raise any objections. He cupped his hands and said, then I'll have to trouble you. I'll go and mobilize the soldiers now. I think I'll be able to return by tomorrow morning. During this time, please keep an eye on these bandits. Don't let my niece go missing. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, don't worry. If anything happens, even if I don't save my own people, I'll save your niece first. How about that? Yu Dai didn't care whether he believed it or not. He still cupped his hands and said, thank you, hero. I'll go now. After he finished speaking, he mounted his horse and lashed out with his horsewhip. The purplish-red horse's hooves flew as it galloped along the small path. When Yu Dai was far away, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and pondered carefully. Ever since she cultivated her divine perception, no one had ever found out about it. How did it get discovered today? Could it be that martial artists who cultivated to an extremely high level would also have divine perception? However, that day under the lava on the deserted island, when her divine perception came into contact with the monster with huge eyes, it was different from what she felt from the bronze-masked man today. Perhaps, this bronze-masked man didn't have divine perception? But, could he feel that she was using her divine perception to observe? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. If that was the case, she couldn't use her divine perception. What should she do? Chapter 402. Zhang Xiaohua's guess was right. Martial arts were modified from the way of the immortals. Many skills and supernatural powers were based on the way of the immortals. Divine sense was a supernatural power unique to the way of the immortals. Martial artists were unable to absorb qi into their bodies and could only use the yuan qi of the heavens and earth to acquire divine sense. However, they knew the wonders of divine sense. In the past 10,000 years, many talented martial artists had cultivated their internal energy to the peak according to the records in the ancient books. They were able to sense everything within a few feet of them. Although the deputy commander of the manor wore a bronze mask and did not want anyone to know his true face, he was still a famous figure in the Jianghu. Of course, even if he did not wear the mask, Zhang Xiaohua would not recognize him. This person's internal energy had also been cultivated to a certain level. That was why he could sense the abnormalities around him. Of course, this was only a slight flutter in his heart. If it was really as Zhang Xiaohua thought and he could sense someone using divine sense to spy on him, this deputy commander would still need to cultivate for more than 10 years. However, his abnormal behavior put Zhang Xiaohua in a difficult position. His original plan was to use his divine sense to find the girls who were imprisoned in the manor. Then he would wait for an opportunity to rescue them. If Little Orange was in the manor, that would be great. If not, he would have to find someone alive and interrogate them properly. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua raised his head to look at the manor that could be vaguely seen on the other side of the pine forest. His heart was filled with excitement. This old man with the bronze mask is obviously the leader of the manor. Since he can sense my divine sense, he should be a master of martial arts. Ever since I returned from the deserted island, none of the opponents I encountered were able to withstand a single blow from him. I don't know how good my martial arts are. If I can exchange a few blows with this person, it will be a test for me. Since ancient times there have been many heroes in the Jianghu. Who would have thought that a country boy like me would have the qualifications to compete with a master of the Jianghu? Life is so fast. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua almost had the urge to charge into the manor and challenge the old man with the bronze mask. However, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but laugh. It seemed that her temperament was still not tempered enough. The most important thing now was to find Little Orange, rescue the girls in the manor, and compete with the bronze-masked old man in martial arts. Which time was not good. Zhang Xiaohua patted the head of the David's deer and took the long sword from Huanhuan's back. But after thinking for a while, she put it back. She only had two weapons now, one was a long sword and the other was a small sword. The small sword could be kept in her bosom, but the long sword could not be. But in the future, when she roamed the Jianghu, she would definitely see a weapon. The small sword could be activated, which was a cultivation method of immortality. It was her secret and could not be revealed. Otherwise, she would immediately become the target of the entire Jianghu. So the long sword was her only choice. In today's trip to the manor, there were many opponents and she was alone. However, she knew that there were tigers in the mountain, but she still went to the mountain. If she only relied on her long sword, she might not be able to succeed. She would have to rely on the cultivation method of immortality, or even the escape method to be effective. Instead of that, she might as well use the small sword directly. Zhang Xiaohua put the long sword away and tidied the handkerchief on her face. She thought to herself, that guy's bronze mask is not bad. I should take the time to take it. How cool it is to wear it. She took a deep breath as if to encourage herself. Her body flew diagonally and went straight to the pine forest beside her. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the tree where she was hiding, she thought for a moment and jumped down from the tree. She made a hand seal and her body entered the ground, heading towards the manor. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua's head popped out from the side of a small house. Just as her body appeared, she heard a series of goo-goo sounds. Then there was a series of ling-ling-ling-ling sounds. A flock of gray pigeons flew out from the house beside Zhang Xiaohua's. This gave Zhang Xiaohua a fright. Before she could steady herself, she immediately made another hand seal and escaped to another place. When they were far enough away from the room, they saw two men dressed in martial arts attire running out of a house. They looked at the pigeons circling above the house and then carefully looked around. One of the men shouted, "Old Seven, did you see anything?" Old Seven also replied, "No, there's nothing. There's not even a footprint. This is strange. Why did the pigeons fly out of nowhere? Oh, maybe it's a mouse in the house. Didn't Grandpa Sue's cat scare this flock of pigeons last year? Maybe. In any case, it's fine as long as there's no one. No one. If there was someone, the brothers in the front yard would have discovered him long ago. Why would they let him run here? Brother Zhang, if you said this before the new year, you wouldn't be wrong. But now, all the brothers are out looking for people for the commander. Where is the previous strict security? Brother Zhang smiled and said, let's go. We're just pawns. We don't even have the task of looking for people. I really don't understand why our commander needs so many girls. Even if he's a groom every night, he doesn't need to be in such a hurry to get 77 girls, right? Then he hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, moreover, many of the girls he got are only a few years old. Why do you think our commander has this kind of hobby? Although I've never seen the commander's real face, looking at his figure and hair from afar, he doesn't seem to be young. His body, will he be able to withstand it? When Old Seventh heard this, he also looked around and said mysteriously, I reckon you won't know the reason even if you crack your head open. Old Seventh, from the looks of it, you seem to know something? I didn't say anything about that. I know, Brother Zhang. Don't talk nonsense. Hee, Old Seventh, do you think I don't know your temper? We've been brothers for more than 10 years. We've been through thick and thin together from the time we helped the commander. What's so hard to say? Why don't I set up a table tonight to warm you up? Tiski. Speaking of this, Brother Zhang is being an outsider. Yes, I won't hide it from Brother Zhang. A few banner masters were drinking together before the new year, and I was fortunate enough to serve them. I overheard some of it, but I've never told anyone. I'm telling Brother Zhang today because we've been brothers for so many years. You absolutely must keep this a secret for me. When Brother Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up. He patted his chest and said, Who's your brother Zhang? Zhang Yilong, who's known to be tight-lipped. How could he have leaked it? Hey, Old Seventh, tell me about it. Actually, Brother Zhang, it's nothing special. I just overheard it. It's said that the commander recently obtained a method to cultivate internal energy. He uses 77 girls who were born on the 7th day of the 7th month to harvest their primordial yin. He can cultivate a type of peerless internal energy that's rarely seen in the world. These little girls also need to have their primordial yin harvested? When he said this, Brother Zhang was at a loss for words. When Old Seventh heard this, he quickly went forward and covered Brother Zhang's mouth. He said reproachfully, Brother Zhang, look at you. Didn't you say not to make a fuss over nothing? What does the age of these little girls have to do with us? They're not our relatives and we didn't kidnap them. We're just running errands. Even if the heavens punish us, the taller ones will bear the brunt of it. Brother Zhang reached out and pulled Old Seventh's hand away. He said, But I'm just curious. How did the commander harvest the primordial yin of these little girls? Seeing that the brothers have all gone out to look for them, the commander must be very anxious. He'll probably be here soon. When he's done, there will definitely be some news. Let's just listen carefully. Zhang Xiaohua was annoyed and glad at the same time. She was annoyed because the commander was obviously a beast. He didn't even let go of little girls. She was glad because Little Orange was among these girls. She was sure that she hadn't been harmed yet. She wasn't too late. However, this manor was so big that she didn't dare to use her divine sense to look around. It was difficult to find where Little Orange was. She only hoped that these two people would say a few more words and tell her about Little Orange and the others. Unfortunately, these two people chatted for a while and stopped talking about this. Zhang Xiaohua was very anxious. She was about to jump out and capture them for questioning when she heard a voice shouting from afar, Zhang Qing Bai Qi, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Brother Zhang hurriedly raised his voice and replied, Manager, please wait a moment. This kid is here. There was some movement from the pigeons just now. After saying that, the two people didn't dare to delay and hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaohua was left behind with a gloomy face. Looking at the small houses that looked very similar, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Little Orange and the others were definitely not here. But where could they be? Could it be that they're in the hall where the old man with the bronze mask came out? And seeing how Banner Commander Gao was so respectful to that person, he must be the commander that Brother Zhang and Brother Zhang are talking about. Zhang Xiaohua thought as she burrowed into the ground and moved towards the hall. Since that old man could sense Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, he might also be able to sense Zhang Xiaohua's earth escape. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. After walking for a while, the sky started to darken. Some of the small houses were lit up. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. There were very few lit houses, which meant that there weren't many people in the manor. At this time it was alternating between black and white and her vision was the most blurred. Wasn't this the best time for Zhang Xiaohua to make a move? Zhang Xiaohua flashed out. She didn't go towards the hall. Instead, with the hall as the center, she walked around the manor. She confirmed that other than the slightly bigger house in the hall, the other houses were all small. Little Orange and the others couldn't be outside. Only then did she walk to the vicinity of the hall. To be honest, Zhang Xiaohua's usual method was to use her divine sense to open the way. It was always successful. Now that she used her divine sense, she felt that her hands and feet were tied. She was extremely uncomfortable. Looking at the hall, which was slightly bigger than the small houses next to it, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. There were 77 people and they weren't standing upright in the house. The hall didn't seem to be able to fit them all. At this time there was a faint light coming from the hall. Zhang Xiaohua made up her mind and flew over, landing on the roof of the hall. Please vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 403. Zhang Xiaohua went up to the roof and bent down. He put his ear to the roof and listened carefully. He heard a respectful voice in the hall say, "But Commander, I am very grateful that you think so highly of this lowly one and allowed this lowly one to see such a secret." Another slightly older voice sounded, "Bannerman Gao, you've done a great service by being able to gather enough girls within the stipulated time limit. Not to mention that you should be rewarded, this mission alone is a test for the Bannermen. We all have important matters to attend to, so we can't stay here for long. This manor is the foundation of our Roaring Sky Order. If there's no one who's skilled enough to manage it, we won't be at ease." Banner Leader Gao's voice trembled as he said, "Could it be? Commander, this lowly one's ability is shallow. I'm afraid that I won't be able to live up to your expectations." The commander said, "It's fine. Banner Leader Gao, oh, I should call you Steward Gao in advance. What we mean is that we should set up a stewards group above the steward and select a few stewards to take charge of the affairs within the command. What do you think?" Banner Leader Gao was a little disappointed but also a little excited. He said, "That's how it should be. But Commander, thank you for your promotion and care." Then one of them complimented the other and the other enjoyed the compliment. They actually talked a lot of nonsense. Seeing that the sky was already dark, Zhang Xiaohua felt very helpless. She was about to go down the roof and find a person or two to capture and ask about the details when she heard Banner Leader Gao say, "Commander is indeed talented and bold. If it wasn't for Commander, this lowly one wouldn't have dreamed that there would be such a spacious underground hall under this hall that's only a few feet wide." When the commander heard this, he laughed softly and said, "Steward Gao, you praise us too much. The underground hall wasn't our work. It already existed long before we took over this manor." Manager Gao seemed a little awkward, forcing out a smile. "That is also because of your good fortune. Otherwise, such a good thing wouldn't have been sent to you." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, "These two people have spoken so much nonsense. This young master has drunk so much cold wind on this roof. Only this sentence is the most effective. But, is the entrance to the underground hall inside the hall?" Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh in her heart. "Do I still need to find the entrance now?" Then Zhang Xiaohua flipped over and landed lightly. She was like the wind and did not attract the attention of the commander in the hall. Before her body landed, Zhang Xiaohua had already formed a seal. When her body landed on the ground, she immediately burrowed into the soil. At this moment, a man holding a tray in his hand was wiping his eyes vigorously. He asked the person beside him, "Brother, did you see a figure land on top of the hall just now? Why did it disappear as soon as it landed?" The person beside him laughed and said, "Seventh brother, could it be that you have gone crazy from holding it in these few days? Who can disappear after landing on the ground? Even if one's lightness skills are superb, there should still be a figure left behind." "It's true. I really saw it just now. It must be right. Forget it, seventh brother. The sky is so dark. How could you see it? It must be an illusion." "No, I just saw it with the help of the light in the hall. How could it be an illusion?" "Then, seventh brother, why don't you go to the hall now and report to the vice commander? What do you think?" Forget it. Maybe I really saw wrongly?" The few of them walked away while the seventh brother looked back from time to time. He really didn't believe that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Her face was a little pale, but her expression was serene. Her breathing was long and deep as if she was in a deep sleep. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of Little Orange's coffin. Her hanging heart finally settled down. As long as she could find Little Orange and it seemed that she wasn't in any danger, then she could answer to Nya Qinyu, who was waiting bitterly in Pingyang City. But what was Little Orange's situation now? Zhang Xiaohua had no idea in her heart. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the jade coffin that contained Little Orange. The jade coffin seemed to be of good quality. There was a dark green color in the pure white jade, and on the surface of the jade, there were many mysterious patterns. Looking at the lid at the side, there were also complicated patterns. Zhang Xiaohua understood in her heart that this coffin was really a huge talisman. What she usually used and made were just small jade slips, but this array was so powerful that it used such a huge jade coffin. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua's mind lit up. She suddenly understood that this array was not an array to remove a person's vital yin. In Venerable Fire Dragon's jade slip, it mentioned a more evil array. It was an array that used a person's vital essence or life as the foundation of the talisman. The purpose of this array was not to attack or defend, but to use heaven-defying methods to achieve extraordinary benefits for the caster, such as increasing one's lifespan, or raising one's cultivation level, etc. It seemed that the token master above her should also know some immortal Tao arrays. That was why he found 77 girls on the 7th of July and used the lives of these 77 innocent girls to achieve his heaven-defying goal. Instantly Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She already had a plan in her heart. What is chivalrous? Seeing injustice, drawing one's sword to help is chivalrous. Since I saw such a thing today, how can I let it go? Only saving Little Orange is a kind of righteousness. Only by killing the token master, saving these girls and cutting off the source of this array is chivalrous. Moreover, I don't have many jade slips with me. The last time I made jade talismans for mother, father and the rest, I have already used them all. Now that there are good jade materials, if I don't take them, wouldn't I be a sucker? It's better to let someone else take the lead. However, Zhang Xiaohua was in a bit of a difficult situation. These 77 jade coffins were spread throughout the entire hall, far from being able to fit in the space in his money pouch. Furthermore, weren't there girls in the coffins? He couldn't just casually put the girls on the ground, right? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and came up with an idea. We can't take the coffins, but we can take the coffin lids. There is a lot of space in my money bag and the coffin lids don't take up much space. It is a good item to take. Moreover, if I use my divine sense slightly, it should not be noticed by the bronze masked token master above. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua took out his money bag and took the coffin lid next to Little Orange. Then Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and walked all the way to the green grass praying mat in the middle. He had already put the 77 jade coffin lids into his money bag. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to feel the neatly stacked jade lids in the space of his money bag. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. This trip was not in vain. Looking at the green grass praying mat in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently used his divine sense to scan it. He could not help but exclaim softly, "What is this thing?" There is actually a slight fluctuation of vital energy coming from the grass praying mat. Is this a grass praying mat woven with herbs? No matter what it is, as long as it is something good, I will not let it go. Thinking, Zhang Xiaohua put the grass praying mat into his money bag. He would rather take the wrong thing than let it go. This was Zhang Xiaohua's usual style. Looking at the empty space in his money bag, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but have an idea. The array in this hall was obviously an evil existence. How could he let it continue to exist in this world? If he took away the coffin lids, he did not know if he could destroy it. If he could still make it work, then wouldn't it be a waste of his efforts? However, if he was asked to smash these jade lids, he could not bear to do it. Why not take away the other empty coffins? When he had a use for them in the future, he could cut them into jade pieces. Wouldn't that be perfect? Killing two birds with one stone. With a perfect reason, Zhang Xiaohua then put the last 10 jade coffins into the money bag, filling up the space. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua clapped his hands and walked in front of Little Orange, reaching out to pull him out. At this time a scream sounded. "Who are you? Please add, please tip, thank you." Chapter 404. Zhang Xiaohua looked back and saw the bronze-masked old man walking down a flight of stairs at the side of the hall. Oh no, how did he find out? Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in her heart. The bronze-masked old man asked sternly, "Who are you? How did you break into my sex-restricted area?" Then he looked at the missing coffins in the array and was even more shocked. He exerted force on his feet and flew to the front of the array. He shouted, "Where are the coffins? Did you do something to them? Where did you take them?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She smiled apologetically and said, "Brother, you misunderstood me. I just came down and walked to the front of the coffins. I didn't understand anything and you appeared. What coffins are you asking about? I don't know." The bronze-masked old man said, "Oh? Then I've wronged you. But how did you get in? There's only one entrance to this hall and it's right below my seat. I've been sitting there the whole night. How did you get in?" Hearing the old man's question, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She released her divine sense and scanned the entire hall. At the same time she looked at the old man. However, the old man didn't seem to feel anything. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She immediately scanned the old man with her divine sense. Sure enough, the old man seemed to feel something again. He raised his head and looked around. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and immediately withdrew her divine sense from the old man. It turned out that the old man wasn't able to sense divine sense. When the divine sense really scanned his body, he would feel it. If the divine sense circled around him, he wouldn't be able to feel it. After the old man looked around, he didn't find anything. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohua pointed to a corner and said with a smile, "I saw a light here just now. It came in from that ventilated place." The old man looked at the corner thoughtfully. Subsequently, the old man said as he walked, "Young man, although you're masked, I can tell from your voice that you're young. I'm also a person who cherishes talents. Since you're able to sneak in here safely, you must have your own unique skills. My sect is now recruiting talents. If you can make a vow to not reveal the secret of this place and join my sect, I don't mind taking you as a disciple and teaching you everything I know. Moreover, I also have an important position in my sect. Your future will be 100 times better than what you have now, won't it?" As he spoke, he was already within 10 paces of Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to be aware of it. She continued to let him walk forward as if she was still thinking. Seeing this, the old man laughed in his heart. He didn't stop and continued to say, "You can see that my sect has a deep foundation. Although we do some shady business, we treat these goods very well. They even sleep on jade beds. If you agree to this old man's request, you can choose a few of these goods to be your concubines. What do you think?" As he spoke, he got a lot closer. He was almost 10 paces away from her. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "It's not difficult to agree to your request, but how can I trust you? I still don't know what sect you belong to. Who are you? Why don't you take off the bronze mask first and let this one take a look first?" The old man smiled and said, "You little brat are quite naughty. Good, since this old man has the intention to take you as a disciple, I'm not afraid that you'll see this old man's true face." After he finished speaking, he stood still. He didn't open his left hand, but his right hand was about to take off the mask. However, just as his right hand touched the mask, his wrist flipped, and in coordination with his left hand he slapped towards Zhang Xiaohua's chest. However, Zhang Xiaohua acted as if she already knew this was going to happen. He only snorted and said, "This day next year will be your death anniversary. What's the use of knowing so much?" Zhang Xiaohua's face was suddenly enlightened. He said, "I see. If I damage this stupid array, you'll pull out my tendons and skin me alive. If I'm honest, this day next year will be my death anniversary. Why don't you tell me why I didn't touch this coffin?" The old man was speechless. Yes, wasn't this the reason? Seeing that the old man was deflated, Zhang Xiaohua was very excited. She exerted force in her leg and was about to kick the coffin at the side. The old man was shocked and immediately jumped up. His right hand was like a knife. The leg that was kicked out towards Zhang Xiaohua was also like a sharp sword, chopping towards Zhang Xiaohua. There was a girl sleeping in the coffin, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't really kick it. Seeing the old man's right hand chopping towards her, she laughed out loud. She flipped over to the top of the old man and clenched her left hand into a fist. Like a bolt of lightning, she punched towards the old man's face. When the old man saw this, he knew that he had fallen for Zhang Xiaohua's little trick. He didn't care and raised his left hand, using the power of fire to burn the sky to block it. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. Even if this simple block was filled with inner force, how could it be a match for her strength of 10,000 jin? Zhang Xiaohua had never had the awareness of an expert. She had always pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. However, Zhang Xiaohua's concealment was useful to deal with ordinary experts. But who was her opponent now? Although he didn't know, the other party was one of the famous experts in Jianghu. His experience was not ordinary. Although he didn't have the divine sense like Zhang Xiaohua, but with his inner force he was able to see and hear clearly. Before Zhang Xiaohua's fist hit, the strength in the fist had already caused the surrounding air to change. The wind from the fist was biting cold and was very different from the usual. That old man's expression changed slightly. He immediately put away his contempt and raised the inner force in his palm from 30% to 70%. In an instant his palm and fist collided. A muffled ping sound was heard and a light breeze was set off around the two of them. The two of them felt an extremely abundant and unmatched strength coming from their arms. They saw the old man's body bend backwards and retreated 10 steps. His feet actually left a footprint on the ground before he stopped. Zhang Xiaohua was the same. Her body flipped in the air for 10 over somersaults before she was able to dissipate the strength. The two of them stood on the ground with a grave expression. It was really out of their expectations. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this old man's martial arts were extremely high and was a formidable opponent. But she didn't expect that the old man's hasty response would cause her to suffer so much. Then what was his true strength? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to re-evaluate the old man's martial arts. The old man was also surprised. He didn't underestimate Zhang Xiaohua from the beginning. Before the fist and palm collided, he thought highly of her after hearing the wind from the fist. But after seeing the strength of Zhang Xiaohua's fist, he thought highly of her even more. He placed Zhang Xiaohua at the same level as himself. This was the difference in experience. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the old man's martial arts background and didn't know how many levels of inner force he had raised at the last moment. Therefore, she overestimated the old man's strength. On the other hand, the old man estimated Zhang Xiaohua's strength to be infinitely close to the truth. Of course, this was only close to the level of martial arts. Although Zhang Xiaohua estimated that her martial arts couldn't beat the old man, the situation in front of her didn't allow Zhang Xiaohua to retreat. Not to mention that the old man wouldn't let him go. Even if the old man wanted to let him go, he might not be willing to leave. A chivalrous heart was sometimes that simple. The two of them looked at each other with a grave expression. Then they shouted loudly and attacked almost at the same time. They fought barehanded. Although the old man was old, the wind from his fist was biting cold. His inner force was incomparably abundant. It was actually not any less than Zhang Xiaohua's divine bravery. The two of them fought for dozens of rounds. The old man suddenly laughed and said, "I thought you were Xiao from some sect. So you're a disciple of the Misty School. This is strange. The Misty School has been destroyed for so many years. How are you still free and unfettered? Moreover, how come I've never heard of someone like you in the Misty School?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, "Don't ask where a hero comes from. Miracles come from people. Why do you care which sect I'm from? Your fist technique is something this old man has never seen before. But if your Qigong isn't the ethereal steps of the Misty School, then what is it? Only my sect has nothing to do with the Misty School. Why did you come to my sect to behave so atrociously? If you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. If you didn't do anything outrageous, why would you be afraid of me coming to your door?" The old man laughed and said, "That's good. I don't care where you're from. Leave your life first." After he finished speaking, he pulled out a short sword from his waist and stabbed it towards Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, "Only you have a sword. Watch me." After she finished speaking, she also pulled out a short sword that was a bit shorter than her opponent's. She took a step forward and faced the attack. It's been hard for everyone to listen to my story slowly. I wanted to come up with some interesting plot, but no matter how I look at it, it's similar to the plot of those little hooligans in the city. Who would be so stupid as to come up with it? It's not interesting. In fact, Xiaohua's combat strength was already very high. As far as the current situation was concerned, it was definitely enough. Moreover, wasn't it very unrealistic to get injured in a fight, and once injured one's strength would increase explosively? The golden finger couldn't be activated any faster. The heavenly axiom and the innate divine restriction had already revealed some clues. The path of cultivation was diverse and varied. Even if it was plain, it would still feel like the third place. Thank you again, Longzig, and everyone's opinions. The essence is everyone's. The reward points will be given to everyone every month. I never use it for myself. Oh right, I also have to thank everyone for their recommendation votes. Please vote more in the future. Chapter 405. The battle between a dagger and a dagger was not comparable to a battle between two long swords. As the saying went, every time you're short you're in danger. If the two daggers clashed it would be a joke. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the old man could not really sense his divine sense, so he had already released his divine sense to monitor the changes in the old man's swordsmanship and body movements. Therefore, no matter how the old man's swordsmanship changed, whether it was a combination of real and fake moves or real moves, it could not escape from Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. He could always find the time when the old man's dagger was changing and easily use the nameless swordsmanship. He would place the dagger at the old man's throat, forcing the old man to continue changing his moves to dodge. After more than 10 rounds, the old man was already at a disadvantage. Although the bronze mask covered the old man's face, it could not cover the throat. Moreover, from the sound of the wind caused by Zhang Xiaohua's dagger, the old man had no doubt that the dagger could easily pierce through the mask even if it directly pierced through it. Where did this young man come from? His swordsmanship is so powerful. Could it be that he's a new talent from some misty school that disappeared in recent years? Although I can't see the young man's face, his voice seems to be young. If he has such cultivation at such a young age, won't he be able to suppress us if he has enough time? If we don't kill him today, we won't have another chance like this in the future. The bronze-masked old man, who was at a disadvantage, immediately had a plan. He wanted to nip the young man in the bud who threatened him in the bud. The old man took a deep breath. His face was hidden under the bronze mask, so he could not see any changes. However, the hand that was holding the short sword immediately turned red, as though it had swelled up a little. At the same time, the old man's short sword suddenly changed its stance, and it suddenly became faster. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately changed as well. It was as though the short sword's stance had turned blurry, and it was no longer as clear as before. Even the flaws of the sword's stance were difficult to discern. Since Zhang Xiaohua could not see any flaws, his incomplete nameless sword art was immediately at a disadvantage. In the span of a few breaths, he had clashed with the short sword many times and sparks seemed to fly. What kind of sword art is this? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Her divine sense could not see the trajectory of the old man's swordsmanship clearly. After a few crisp clashing sounds, there were no more clashing sounds. The old man's swordsmanship changed again. It was as if he had just been testing the waters and the next sword move was his true strength. Zhang Xiaohua's small sword could no longer touch the short sword. It was as if the old man's entire body was flawless. At this moment, just when Zhang Xiaohua was hesitating and did not know where to start, she felt a sharp pain under her armpit. When she looked carefully, the old man's dagger was piercing her armpit. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She waved the dagger in her left hand and greeted the old man's throat. The old man thought that his attack would succeed, but the tip of his dagger could not pierce through Zhang Xiaohua's body. He was stunned. When the tip of the dagger was about to reach his body, he hurriedly waved his dagger to block it, but he had already fallen behind. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua snickered in her heart. One move after another, she no longer had the elegance of the nameless swordsmanship. Like a storm, she attacked the old man's throat. The old man did not panic and seemed to have figured out the direction of Zhang Xiaohua's attacks. He held the dagger tightly to protect his throat. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua was unable to penetrate the old man's throat. After a few moves, a smile appeared in the old man's eyes. His incomparably fast sword moves were unleashed, attacking Zhang Xiaohua's face and throat. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. His robe could protect his entire body, but it could not protect his face and neck. Thus he moved his feet and immediately used ethereal steps, barely dodging the short sword's attack. Seeing this, the smile in the old man's eyes deepened. He exerted strength in his feet and his figure flashed continuously. Under the light of the lantern, a series of afterimages flew out. It was actually a movement technique that was not inferior to the ethereal steps. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua's footwork that she had used to equalize the situation was immediately lost. Her face and throat were immediately attacked by the old man's dagger. Who was this old man? How could he have such skills? In a moment, a few questions flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Originally, after returning from the deserted island, Zhang Xiaohua had met several tough opponents. But none of them could withstand one move from her. In her heart she had long underestimated the martial way. Just now, her soul consciousness was detected by the old man and it had slightly aroused Zhang Xiaohua's vigilance. But she soon realized that the old man could only sense her soul consciousness spying on her and knew nothing else. Hence she started to underestimate him again. Until now, her fist, sword, and ethereal steps could not be compared to this mysterious bronze-masked old man. Her heart was in turmoil. She had underestimated the heroes of the world. In fact, it was not only Zhang Xiaohua who was shocked. The shock in the mysterious old man's heart was 100 times stronger than Zhang Xiaohua's. Who was he? One of the famous masters in Jianghu. In the beginning he was actually evenly matched with this unknown young man. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage. Following the display of his trump card sword skills, even if he managed to turn the situation around and almost pierce the young man's body several times, he still could not kill him. He did not know if the young man had practiced hard body skills like Iron Shirt, or if he was wearing an extremely powerful protective armor. Now, even after using his superb Qinggong, he still could not immediately kill the young man. This young man's martial arts were almost on par with the top masters in Jianghu. Who exactly was this young man? Both of them were guessing each other's identity. However, their feet did not stop moving. Zhang Xiaohua was still at a disadvantage and could not turn the situation around. The mysterious old man's lightning-fast attacks forced Zhang Xiaohua into a fluster. The old man's eyes were filled with joy. Taking advantage of Zhang Xiaohua's unpreparedness, he thrust his dagger at Zhang Xiaohua's throat from a strange angle. This was the place where Zhang Xiaohua could not defend. Zhang Xiaohua's blood was about to splatter on the spot. In this moment of crisis, Zhang Xiaohua's hands continuously formed seals. Her figure flashed and immediately disappeared. Under the astonished eyes of the old man, the dagger that was supposed to be infallible actually pierced empty air. The old man could not help but cry out. At this moment, the ashen-faced Zhang Xiaohua appeared from another place in the hall. It was really thrilling just now. If not for Zhang Xiaohua's proficiency in the earth escape technique, she would have been pierced by the dagger. Even so, Zhang Xiaohua, who had just escaped from danger, still felt her heart beating wildly. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua appear from another place, the old man was horrified. He did not dare to think too much. He exerted force on his feet and a string of afterimages appeared. He stabbed at Zhang Xiaohua like lightning. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to let him get close to her. She swung her left hand and threw the dagger at the old man like a hidden weapon. The old man laughed. How could such a clumsy technique hurt him? He flicked the dagger in his hand and sent the dagger flying into the sky. He did not care about it. His figure did not stop at all and continued to shoot at the motionless Zhang Xiaohua. But when he was a few steps away from Zhang Xiaohua, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua still did not respond. She only made a strange gesture with her fingers. He could not help but be vigilant in his heart. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind came from above his head. He was startled and did not bother to look up. He dodged to the side. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the dagger that was sent flying by his dagger was falling straight down. He could not help but be puzzled. How could it be so coincidental? The dagger is falling on my head? But before he could finish his thought, the small sword that was falling changed direction and flew straight towards his face. In an instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through the old man's mind. He remembered something and could not help but exclaim, "Flying dagger." Seeing that the dagger in front of him was stabbing at his weak spot as if it had a mind of its own, the old man no longer had the calm demeanor he had before. He held the dagger in his hand and blocked left and right, immediately falling into a disadvantageous position. On the other hand, when Zhang Xiaohua saw that his flying sword was effective, he couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. That's right. This is the way people of the immortal Tao should attack. Just now, I used martial arts to deal with a peak expert of the martial Tao. How can I not be defeated? With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua remained calm and composed. She stood there leisurely and formed a seal with her hand. She used her divine sense to drive the dagger as if it was her extended arm and stabbed at the old man's weak spot. Perhaps it was because the nameless swordplay was originally a sword-driving technique of the immortal Tao. But the incomplete swordplay was immediately much more powerful than the dagger driven by divine sense. It forced the old man to defend himself with his sword and was unable to escape from the dagger's attack to threaten Zhang Xiaohua in the distance. Moreover, the old man seemed to be shocked by the sudden appearance of the flying dagger. For a moment he did not have a better way to deal with the flying dagger and could only defend himself. On the other hand, although his fast swordplay forced Zhang Xiaohua, who was holding the dagger, into a hopeless situation, it met its nemesis when it met the dagger driven by divine sense. The dagger driven by divine sense was much more agile than the dagger held by the arm. It could change its angle in Zhang Xiaohua's mind and was far faster than the speed of the old man's swordplay. Moreover, the old man's lightness skill, which was comparable to the ethereal steps, was also clumsy at this moment. Although there were still a series of afterimages, they could not escape the threat of the dagger. The dagger chased after the afterimages, leaving a black shadow behind. Zhang Xiaohua had used the flying dagger several times before, but it was like a one-sided massacre. It was not like this time where it could be considered a match. Today he truly understood the power of the flying dagger of the immortal Tao. In this battle he gradually became more familiar with the nameless swordplay and became more proficient in changing the moves. After more than 10 moves, the old man was barely able to defend himself and had almost no strength to fight back. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He made a gesture and saw an opening of the old man. The dagger turned around and suddenly pierced towards the old man's bronze mask. In a hurry, the old man did not have time to change his move and could only stretch out his left hand to grab the dagger. Zhang Xiaohua sneered in his heart. He saw the dagger tilting its body and dodging the old man's left hand, going straight for his forehead. But just as Zhang Xiaohua imagined that the dagger was going to pierce the old man's mask, he heard the old man laugh loudly and his left hand suddenly enlarged. With a puff sound he actually caught the dagger in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned ashen. Chapter 406. It was said that this old man's internal energy had already reached the peak. His entire body was enveloped by his internal energy. Although he could not travel as far as Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, he could still distinguish all the movements near him. Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword was about to pierce the old man's forehead when at the crucial moment, the old man took the risk and used his internal energy to lock onto the small sword. He risked transferring his internal energy to his left hand and grasped Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword in his hand. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he was incomparably shocked and was so scared that his face turned ashen. In fact, this was also because Zhang Xiaohua was too careless. The previous few times, as long as he used his divine sense, the flying sword would not be as agile as his will and would be able to avoid being caught by others. This time, Zhang Xiaohua also thought the same and only changed the trajectory slightly. This was why the old man took advantage of this and lost his flying sword. When Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to move the small sword again, the small sword in the old man's hand was like a small snake that had been grabbed by its weak point. After struggling a few times and flashing left and right, it was unable to break free from the old man's left hand that had become somewhat thick. When the mysterious old man saw that the flying sword was unable to break free from his palm after struggling a few times in his hand, he could not help but laugh and said, "Young man, you're actually cultivating the way of immortality." Haha, I didn't expect that after the way of immortality had been destroyed for 10,000 years, this old man would actually be able to see someone from the way of immortality. It's really like wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it without any effort. If I had known that I would meet someone from the way of immortality today, why would I have spent so much effort and set up a formation? As long as I capture you and interrogate you about the way of immortality, that would be enough. Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, "Old man's martial arts are superb, this young one admires you. But if you want to capture this one, it's impossible." The old man was also somewhat hesitant and said, "What kind of qinggong did you use just now? You actually managed to escape from here to there in an instant?" Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said with a smile, "If you return the small sword to me, I can consider telling you." When the old man heard this, he tightened his grip even more. He knew in his heart that he had just taken a risk and was lucky to have succeeded. He reckoned that this young man was also a beginner and had not yet grasped the essence of the flying sword. Otherwise, he really had never heard of a martial artist being able to catch an immortal flying sword with his hand. This was the biggest joke in the world. The old man advised, Young man, although I can't see your face, but I can roughly guess your age. Moreover, I know your figure and back. You have to consider carefully. Although I can't capture you, but for now you can't do anything to me. You can leave today and I will definitely not make things difficult for you. But the moment you walk out of this hall, I will leave and let my sect announce to the entire Jianghu that you are a person of the way of immortality, and that you have the inheritance of the way of immortality. Also, I will draw your silhouette and back into a drawing. That's right, the fact that you know the ethereal steps will be announced to the entire Jianghu. Tell me, although I can't capture you, but can the entire Jianghu not capture you? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's face changed greatly. The thoughts in her mind spun a few times. This old man was right. As long as the news that she had the inheritance of the way of immortality spread out, she would definitely become the most delicious bait in the entire Jianghu. She would definitely be the target that everyone in the Jianghu would want to capture. What was the way of immortality? It was a path of cultivation that had the ability to overturn rivers and seas. She had only cultivated it for a few years and was already able to face this mysterious old man alone without falling into a disadvantageous position. If she cultivated it for a few more years, this old man would definitely not be her opponent. This was a temptation that no one would be able to resist. The most frightening thing was that there were still super sects with the inheritance of the way of immortality in the Jianghu. They had never been able to find the reason for the annihilation of the way of immortality, so they had never been able to cultivate the way of immortality. If they knew that someone could cultivate the way of immortality and knew the trick to cultivating the way of immortality, even if they had to turn the entire Jianghu upside down, they would still want to find her. At that time it would no longer be a matter of her alone. Everything about her, including her family, would definitely become the focus of everyone in the Jianghu. However, the old man's thoughts were vicious. He knew that he could not force Zhang Xiaohua to submit, so he used the entire Jianghu to force Zhang Xiaohua to submit. And this happened to be Zhang Xiaohua's Achilles' heel. Originally, she had already made an incantation with her hands and was about to escape, but now she hesitated and stopped there. That old man was actually afraid of Zhang Xiaohua's unpredictable lightness skill. As long as Zhang Xiaohua was determined to leave, he would definitely not be able to stop her. Thus he used words to threaten her. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's action, he naturally knew that his words had hit her vital point, so he smiled and said, "Little friend, I still have the same promise as before. If you agree to submit to me and tell me all the way of immortality that you know and tell me how to cultivate it, I guarantee with my life that I will absolutely keep your secret. Moreover, when we are old, the power of our entire gang will be handed over to you. At that time you will be the leader of the gang. Moreover, with your way of immortality and the help of our brothers in the gang, it is not impossible for you to unify the entire Jianghu and become the master of the Jianghu." Unify the Jianghu? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "What's the use of that?" When the old man heard this, he seemed to have heard a huge joke and said, "The benefits of unifying the Jianghu are endless. I can't explain it to you at the moment. After you make a poison oath and submit to me, I will tell you in detail. What do you think?" At this time Zhang Xiaohua had encountered a huge test. Looking at the old man in the underground hall, taking the lives of 77 girls and setting up such a heaven-defying array, she knew that he was definitely not a righteous person. At least he was not an upright person. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua did not like and was not ashamed to be associated with him. However, if she did not choose to cooperate with him and become his disciple, this old man would announce his secret to the entire Jianghu. Although the Misty School had been destroyed for many years, the number of people who practiced the ethereal steps could be counted with one's fingers. There were also a few people who had obtained the ethereal steps technique. Although Zhang Qingyue was dead and He Tianshu's whereabouts were unknown, during the martial arts exhibition, not only the elite disciples of the Misty School, even the little monk and the old monk of the Dalan Temple had seen him display it. With their intelligence and wisdom, it was extremely easy for them to guess his identity. That was because the Misty School had been destroyed. He was not in the Misty Mountain Villa and still knew the ethereal steps. It was easy for them to guess. And if they were to investigate a little Luzhen Guozhuang house, and even the newly born Byron would definitely fall into their eyes. At that time he would not be able to protect them alone. Dilemma. It was really a dilemma. This was a dilemma that interrogated his conscience and chivalry. Zhang Xiaohua did not know how to answer. Should he help the tyrant? Or should he make the entire Jianghu his enemy? He had never made such a difficult choice before. In an instant Zhang Xiaohua thought of many things. There was her mother, her grandmother, her father, her dream, her second brother, and even Ye Qinyu in Pingyang City. If it were them, what would they do? A chivalrous heart and a compassionate heart. Since ancient times, it was difficult to have both loyalty and filial piety at the same time. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have an idea. Perhaps it was time for him to give up something. But was this kind of sacrifice worth it? Would he be able to gain the recognition of others? Zhang Xiaohua did not have the slightest confidence. But if he did not make this choice, did he have a better choice? Of course, the best choice would be to kill this mysterious old man in front of him and not give him the slightest chance to speak. However, his martial arts were so profound that even after using all his moves, it was only a draw. Silencing him was just a thought, but it was a bit of an extravagant hope. Did he have any other tricks up his sleeve? That old man saw that Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought and did not rush him. He knew how heavy his weight was and was not afraid that this young man in front of him would not fall into his trap. Zhang Xiaohua, who was opposite him, pondered but still could not think of a good way to defeat the enemy. She had learned a lot from Elder Hu's jade slip, but none of them were effective. And her understanding of heaven's law could only be used for cultivation. In terms of spells, she was lacking. Zhang Xiaohua secretly made up her mind. As long as she could get out of this predicament, the first thing she would do when she returned was to look for jade slips for spells. She would cultivate more spells against the enemy and could not simply place her hopes on flying swords and escaping techniques. Running away would always be the inferior option. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to have thought of something. She reached into her bosom and after a moment, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. She took her hand out of her bosom, but her right hand was slightly clenched as if she had taken something. The old man was also vigilant. He only circulated all the internal energy in his body and quickly circulated it through his meridians to protect his entire body. He then asked, "Young man, have you considered my conditions?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You only gave me 2 options." The old man nodded and said, "The first is to acknowledge me as your master and teach me the immortal path technique. I will return the favor and use all my strength to help you unify the Jianghu. The second is to leave now. I will immediately announce to the entire Jianghu that you possess the immortal path inheritance. You can wait to face the entire Jianghu's search." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "One is to make me help the evildoer and my conscience won't let me go. The other is to endanger my own safety, so of course I'm not willing to leave. Do you have a third option?" The old man sneered. "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua also sneered and said, "I have just found a new path, but I still need your cooperation." "What path?" The old man pretended to be surprised. "That is to kill you, to silence you," Zhang Xiaohua said sternly. "Ah." The old man looked up and laughed, saying, "Then I will tell you clearly, this path is blocked." Before the old man could finish his sentence, Zhang Xiaohua's figure flashed and his hand formed a seal. With a twist of his body he disappeared. The old man felt that he was circulating his inner force and paying close attention to his surroundings. Sure enough, after a short while, Zhang Xiaohua's figure flashed behind the old man. The old man seemed to have a pair of eyes hiding behind his back. He immediately turned around and raised his short sword to stab at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not dodge. Instead, he leaped high into the air and raised his right hand, swinging it at the old man. Chapter 407. Zhang Xiaohua waved her right hand and a light red object shot towards the old man like an arrow. The old man had already raised his vigilance by 100 times. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would use some unexpected method. Although the short sword in his hand was aimed at Zhang Xiaohua, he did not use all of his strength. He was just waiting to see how Zhang Xiaohua would react. At this moment, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua actually chose to throw a hidden weapon, he could not help but laugh in his heart. This youngster is still inexperienced. Although the hidden weapon emitted a light red color under the light, it must be a highly toxic item. The old man naturally could not let it get close to him. The short sword that was aimed at Zhang Xiaohua was slightly deflected and directly hit towards the light. In the blink of an eye, it hit the hidden weapon that was flying towards him. The old man felt the short sword sink and an abundant force hit the short sword. The short sword in his hand could not help but tilt to the side. The old man was astonished. The force contained in this hidden weapon is too frightening. Just as he thought about it, he heard a kachit sound in his ears. The concealed weapon that came into contact with the dagger actually broke apart. At this moment, the old man finally saw the concealed weapon that was blocked in front of his chest by his dagger and was breaking apart. "Jade talisman?" the old man exclaimed, and his eyes immediately narrowed. At this moment, a ball of fire the size of a wicker basket suddenly appeared from the broken jade talisman. Although the jade talisman was blocked by the short sword, the ball of fire followed the inertia and quickly flew towards the old man's chest. Although the ball of fire was small in the old man's heart, it might not be able to hurt him. However, it was not good to attract fire to himself. Therefore, the old man raised his left hand and held Zhang Xiaohua's short sword in his hand and slashed towards the ball of fire. However, the short sword slashed through the air and could not stop the ball of fire at all. The old man had no choice but to use his inner energy and covered the ball of fire with his right sleeve, wanting to extinguish the ball of fire. Unfortunately, things went far beyond his expectations. Although the inner energy in his right hand was surging, if it was a normal flame, it would have been extinguished long ago. However, this wicker basket of fire with inner energy seemed to have added fuel to it. It suddenly increased in size and immediately lit the old man's sleeve on fire. Then it burned the old man's right hand. A piercing pain came from his right hand and he almost lost his grip on the short sword. The old man did not dare to be negligent. He clenched his teeth and tried to use his inner energy to control the short sword. At the same time, he quickly used his left hand to slap the flame on his right sleeve. It would have been better if he did not slap it. It was his left hand. A flame also ignited in his left hand. The short sword in the old man's hand was also burning. That old man's eyes flashed with fear and he no longer cared about the short sword and small sword in his hands. He kept slapping left and right in an attempt to extinguish the strange flame. Only to hear a clanging sound. The old man's short sword was burning and fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua's small sword was still jet black in color. It fell from the old man's hand and just as it was out of the old man's control, it seemed to have a life of its own. It raised the tip of the sword and flew towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand to catch it and casually held it in her hand. She stood not too far away with her eyes sparkling. No one knew what she was thinking. Just as the small sword flew back to Zhang Xiaohua's hand, there was a new change on the old man's side. But by the time he reached the corner of the hall, the flame on the old man's body had already reached his chest and face. The bronze mask on his head had also begun to show signs of melting. At this moment, the heart-tearing pain had already caused the old man's mind to be in a mess. How could he still remember to chase after his enemy? He was in so much pain that he laid on the ground and rolled left and right. A tragic cry resounded throughout the entire underground hall. It was so tragic that it was unbearable to look at. AI. Zhang Xiaohua let out a soft sigh as her hands formed a seal. The small sword flew out like a spirit snake and pounced towards the old man who was rolling left and right on the ground. It really bit into the vital part of his throat, which was already on fire. The old man's miserable cries immediately came to an abrupt end. Only his body still rolled a few times due to inertia before coming to a stop. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua was unable to harden her heart and let the old man who treated the lives of 77 girls as grass suffer the fate of being burned to death by the raging fire. Keeping the small sword, Zhang Xiaohua formed a seal in her hands and then waved her hand. True qi came out of her body and pounced on the raging flames. The old man was unable to extinguish the flames no matter what, and as if it had met its nemesis, it immediately dissipated, leaving behind only black smoke and an unpleasant smell. Looking at the burnt old man's corpse on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua stood there for a long time. She really did not expect that the flame of this jade talisman would be so powerful. She couldn't help but feel that it was not appropriate to give her family so many weapons that could not be blocked by human strength. However, immediately there was a sneer in her heart. Today's ending, she was able to survive all because of this jade talisman. Otherwise, she really didn't know what would happen to her. Maybe she would be worse than this old man. Her family had a sense of propriety. She had to believe that they would not act recklessly. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine thought again. The movement in the underground hall was so big just now. She didn't know if it had alarmed the people on the ground. Fortunately, the outside was as quiet as usual and there was nothing wrong. Even that so-called steward Gao was nowhere to be found. Presumably, when the old man discovered that the underground array had been activated, he had already been sent out by the old man. Withdrawing her divine thought, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the old man's corpse and turned the old man's corpse over. She wanted to see his real face. Unfortunately, the bronze mask had been burned together with the old man's head. It could no longer be separated. Zhang Xiaohua had to give up this unrealistic idea. Looking at the old man's corpse, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while. She made a gesture again and a bean-sized flame appeared. She threw it on the old man's corpse and the corpse burned again. Earth to earth, dust to dust. Perhaps turning into dust was the best way to go. Not long after, the mysterious old man was burned into nothingness. There was not even a trace of him left. In the original position of the corpse, a palm-sized token was revealed. The flame burned on the token for a while, but it could not burn it at all. Then in the windless hall it burned for a while and went out. Like a deceased person, it dissipated between heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She walked up and raised her hand to pick up the token. This was a token that was neither gold nor jade. It was engraved with countless esoteric patterns. Her divine thought penetrated it, but she did not find anything unusual. However, since the flame could not burn it and it was on the token owner's body, it must not be an ordinary thing. Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate and put it in her arms. The treasures in heaven and earth were only owned by the virtuous. Zhang Xiaohua's morality was 100 times stronger than the mysterious old man's. It was only right that Zhang Xiaohua took it. The battle in the underground hall was the most dangerous battle Zhang Xiaohua had ever had since she started practicing the way of immortality. Although her life was not in danger, she had encountered the most difficult choice. Fortunately, the incomparably brave Zhang Xiaohua used her own heart to overcome the difficulty. She used her daily accumulation to eliminate the opponent that made her scratch her head. From this battle, Zhang Xiaohua had two most basic gains. One was that the way of immortality had its own offensive and defensive methods. If she blindly used the martial arts method, she would only be using her own weak points against the enemy's strong points. If she encountered the same opponent in the future, it would be better to use the way of immortality to resolve it. And related to this, she had to find the way of immortality's offensive methods and cultivate it herself. Two was that the way of immortality's martial arts was a delicious cake that the entire Jianghu coveted. When she roamed the Jianghu in the future, she must pay more attention. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she absolutely could not let others know that she was the way of immortality's inheritor. On the other hand, if the enemy knew about her situation, then she only had one way to go, and that was to silence them. Of course, through this battle, Zhang Xiaohua also had a clear understanding of her own martial arts. This mysterious old man should be the leader of this gang or something. He could be considered a high-ranking leader and should be a somewhat famous figure in the Jianghu. Since she could fight him to a standstill with just her flying sword, she should be able to join the ranks of the so-called experts in the Jianghu. Moreover, she had the earth escape. Even if she encountered a truly top-notch expert, if she could not win, she could still run. Of course, at that time she would have to risk revealing her trump card as a way of immortality's chi practitioner. Chapter 408. In the underground hall, the lights flickered and countless coffins were placed haphazardly. In the corner of the hall, Zhang Xiaohua stood quietly. He was truly exhausted, not physically but mentally. Looking around the messy hall, Zhang Xiaohua came to Little Orange. At this time, the underground hall couldn't see the time outside, but Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was close to midnight. Even if he could take Little Orange out now, he would soon fall asleep. It was the 12th lunar month of winter and it was extremely cold outside. His body was naturally fine, but how could Little Orange be fine? Therefore Zhang Xiaohua looked around and walked to the few remaining jade coffins that still had lids. He reached out to open one and jumped in. He then closed the lid and closed his eyes to cultivate. The next day when Zhang Xiaohua woke up, he wasn't in a hurry to get out of the coffin. First he used his divine sense to observe the entire underground hall, then to check the ground. There was nothing out of the ordinary. This hall must be an important place in the gang, and no one would rashly disturb it without the orders of the gang master. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to continue releasing his spiritual consciousness, he heard the sounds of fighting in his ears. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. This Yu Dai had indeed called for reinforcements from Lu Town. His divine sense stretched out like a waterfall. At the front gate of the manor, there were over 100 soldiers with weapons in their hands. They were fighting against a dozen burly men in martial attire. They were shouting as they attacked the manor. Inside the manor, there were also dozens of gang members with weapons in their hands. Zhang Xiaohua saw brother Zhang Old 7 and the others yesterday. They were also fighting against the soldiers. Banner leader Gao was also holding a long sword and fighting against a few men in martial attire. The other banner leaders weren't among them, so they must have left yesterday. But even so, the soldiers did not have the upper hand. Instead, they were at a disadvantage. Many soldiers screamed as they died under the blades of the gang members. Not far away, Yu Dei, who was supervising the battle, and another middle-aged man dressed in an official's uniform looked worried. Yu Dei's eyes were not looking at the battle in front of the gate. She kept looking inside the manor as if she was anticipating something. The middle-aged man in the official's robe urged anxiously from the side. Yu Dei became even more anxious. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the situation, she knew that the soldiers could not be compared to these brave and fierce men who had been licking blood on the blade all year round in Jianghu. Even if the soldiers only attacked the front of the manor and did not care about the other three sides of the manor, it was obvious that these Jianghu gangs were aware of the difficulties in retreat. If they escaped from other places, the authorities would not pursue the matter. However, the leader of this manor had already been turned into ashes by Zhang Xiaohua last night. How could he still give orders? Without the order to retreat, the gang members naturally did not dare to retreat rashly. Moreover, in this situation where they had the upper hand, how could the Jianghu gang members escape? Seeing the situation, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay. She jumped out of the coffin and came to Little Orange. She reached out her hands and carried Little Orange in her arms. She made a hand seal and escaped through the earth. When she escaped from the manor, she released her divine sense. That big guy actually ran to the side door. Fortunately, it was not far from the front. She used the levitation technique and soon arrived beside the odd beast Huan Huan. When Huan Huan saw Zhang Xiaohua, it squealed excitedly. Zhang Xiaohua patted its bald horn and placed Little Orange on the odd beast's back. She then took the long sword from its back and returned to the front door. She walked to the back of Yu Dei. Although Yu Dei was well versed in martial arts, his attention was focused on the manor in front of him. How could he care about the back? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Brother Yi, you are early." Io. When Yu Dei heard the voice, he was overjoyed. He finally found his savior. He quickly turned around and said, "Hero, where have you been? I thought you were at the manor. Why are you only here now?" Zhang Xiaohua coughed for a while and scratched her head. She said, "Well, I woke up too late last night. I thought you would arrive late in the morning, so I overslept." Plop. Yu Dei could not sit still and fell from the red date horse. What kind of people are these? I did not sleep at all last night and ran here and there. It was not easy to persuade the soldiers of Lu Town to send reinforcements here. You overslept. However, Yu Dei did not know Zhang Xiaohua's depth and did not dare to offend her. He climbed up from the ground and said, "Hero, I wonder how your investigation went yesterday. It seems that we are unable to break in. If your reinforcements do not come, I am afraid." Yu Dei was still thinking about the so-called reinforcements that Zhang Xiaohua made up yesterday. At this time, the officer beside Yu Dei also rode forward. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's face was covered, he was already unhappy. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua's lazy reply, he was even angrier. He came forward and did not cup his hands. He asked, "Hero, I heard from young Master Yu that you and your reinforcements have found out that there are remnants of the Jianghu gang in this manor. They actually kidnapped young Master Yu's niece. It is not that I do not trust you, but you have no evidence. If you do not find any results this time, you will be punished severely." Moreover, the officer raised his eyes and looked at the battle in front of him. He frowned deeply and said, "My brothers have suffered heavy casualties. It seems that we may not be able to safely take down the manor. If you lie about the military situation and lure us into a trap, I will immediately return to Lu Town and report to my superiors. I will definitely issue an arrest warrant. Even if you are a member of the Jianghu gang, I will still arrest you and bring you to justice to avenge my brothers." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was slightly angered. "This young master gave you the merit for free. Instead of thanking me, you are noisy and threatening this hero. Who do you think you are?" Then he stared at that guy and spat on the ground. He raised his voice and laughed, Brother E, who is this? Why did he call you young master Yu? Yudei awkwardly said, Please forgive me, hero. My name is Yudei. I didn't want to deceive you, hero. But at that time I saw that you were in a special situation, so I had no choice but to leave some leeway. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and used his hands to dig his ears. He looked at the white clouds in the sky and said, Oh, so that's the case. What is this? I came out early in the morning for a walk. I haven't washed my face and brushed my teeth. What are you guys talking about? It's too noisy, I don't understand. Forget it, I'll go eat some soup dumplings first. After filling my stomach I'll go back to sleep. After saying that he patted his butt and turned to leave. Yudei was shocked. He dared to go into danger alone because of this so-called hero. Now that this guy patted his butt and left, what should he do? Not to mention his little niece's life, even his own safety would not be guaranteed. He did not care much and hurried forward. He pulled Zhang Xiaohua's arm and said, Hero, you are a great person. Please don't lower yourself to our level. We are not people of Jianghu. It's inevitable that our words will not enter your ears. You can just treat it as a wave of pee. When the wind blows it will disperse. The official's face was also green and red. He knew that people of Jianghu were unruly and had strange temperaments. They would draw their swords at the slightest wrong. But seeing this person's behavior just now, he was really unhappy. Moreover, the situation in front of him was indeed unfavorable. He only complained a little. But after all, he was the official's representative and had always been respected. Just now he was just routinely showing his authority. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur? Now he was already riding a tiger and could not get off. Zhang Xiaohua only blindly looked at the faint white clouds in the sky, as if there were fairies lying on them. He did not pay much attention to Yudei. When the official saw this, he gritted his teeth and turned over to dismount. He walked to Zhang Xiaohua and deeply bowed. This one is Lu Jichuan. Just now I really offended hero. Please forgive me. It's because this subordinate's brothers have suffered heavy casualties that I am in a bad mood. Zhang Xiaohua sneered and said, If you were really thinking for this subordinate's brothers, why would you treat the person who came to help you like this? You don't need to think about your little schemes. This old man has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. How could I not know? I forget it. This old man is also a soft-hearted person. After all, you are protecting the peace of this place. If I don't reach out to help you, who should I help? After he finished speaking, he did not help him up. Instead, he exerted a little force on his feet and flew into the air. Like a large bird, he flew towards the group of people in front of him. When Zhang Xiaohua was wasting time with Yudei and Lu Jichuan, he had already used his divine sense to see through the group of people in front of him. He did not attack the small fries like Brother Zhang. His sword was pointed at Bannerman Gao, who was surrounded by several people. Yes, it should be Manager Gao. Manager Gao was also very powerful. He was not at a disadvantage when fighting against several people with his sword. He even had 2 people on top of him. When Manager Gao saw a masked person holding a sword and rushing towards him, he saw that the masked person's lightness skill was extremely high. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. When Zhang Xiaohua raised his sword and slashed at him, Manager Gao solemnly circulated his internal energy to meet the attack with all his might. But he didn't. However, with the vice commander's profound martial arts, he couldn't clearly hear the ferocious wind coming from the sword. When the incomparably ferocious force came from the sword, he had no choice but to be smashed into a bloody mess. Manager Gao was lying on the ground. He still did not understand how the strength of the sword was so great. It was not something that his internal energy could match. Furthermore, he had only been a manager for a day. Yes, it was just the deputy commander's words. There was no formal writing. When the experts surrounding Manager Gao saw this, they were all dumbfounded. They really did not expect that this masked person would be able to defeat the expert that they had been unable to attack for a long time with just one slash. Zhang Xiaohua's movements did not stop. After a few leaps, he once again clashed with the so-called Steward Qi. Steward Qi, on the other hand, had some tricks up his sleeves. In just one move, he had actually managed to dissipate a large portion of the 10,000 kilograms of force, barely dodging it. Unfortunately, he was unable to dodge the second sword no matter what. Zhang Xiaohua straightened his body and thrust forward, actually smashing Steward Qi's right arm. Chapter 409. After severely injuring Steward Qi, Zhang Xiaohua no longer made a move. Instead he rushed to another place. How could the soldiers who had just been bullied by Steward Chi let go of such an excellent opportunity to throw a stone into a well? They rushed up and cut him down to the ground. After a dozen or so ups and downs, Zhang Xiaohua had already defeated the most skilled clan member. Behind him, there was already a group of officers and soldiers who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Of course, this was the demeanor of an expert. With one sword strike, the opponent was thrown down without any strength to fight back, and then went on to gnaw on other tough bones, giving the credit of capturing the opponent to others. Anyone would be willing to follow. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the situation was set. Thinking about the unconscious little orange, he did not stay any longer. He passed his sword to his right hand, exerted force on his feet and jumped out of the fighting circle. Behind him was a group of soldiers. Their eyes were filled with reluctance. Countless of them had the same thought. "Hero, you're leaving just like that? Don't you want to kill a few more?" Yu Dai and Lu Jichuan, who were supervising the battle behind him, were already stunned. It was not that they did not think that Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were strong and could help them, but this martial arts, was it not a bit too high? You joined the battle and in just a few minutes, you defeated more than a dozen of the enemy's most powerful people. Could this person be a famous master in Jianghu? The two of them coincidentally had such a thought in their hearts. That's right. Otherwise, why would he cover his face when his martial arts are so high? Maybe this is the demeanor of a master. He doesn't want people to know his whereabouts. Is this the legendary elusive dragon? A master, we must get to know him. In an instant, Yu Dai regretted not being respectful enough to the old man a few days ago. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why didn't he know how to cherish it? When Zhang Xiaohua returned, the two of them immediately jumped down from their saddles. They were unusually respectful. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the two of them had something to say, so he didn't beat around the bush. He cupped his hands and said, "This old man won't interfere with the rest of the matter. General, you should be able to deal with these small fries." Lu Jichuan hurriedly said, "The hero has already pulled out the enemy's fangs. The rest is up to me. I will not let you down." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's good. Then I can leave without worry." "That's right, Yu Dai, your niece is right below the main hall of this manor. There are also a few dozen other girls inside. I would like to ask young Master Yu to help me settle them down properly." "All right, please be at ease, Senior. I have already done my best to make arrangements for them." "Oh, Senior, you're leaving just like that?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded his head. Behind the handkerchief, his face looked very deep and unfathomable. He smugly said, "Young Master Yu, is there any reason for this old man to stay here?" Yu Dai's heart trembled. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Of course not. I can handle the rest, but..." Zhang Xiaohua flew up and raised his voice. "But what?" Yu Dai saw that Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave and hurriedly asked, "But, Senior didn't leave your name. Those girls ask who saved their lives, how should we answer?" This flattery was really effective. Zhang Xiaohua was already in the air. He raised his voice and laughed. "This old man is just a wild crane. Why would I care about this kind of empty reputation?" As he spoke, his figure had already landed on top of a pine tree a few zhang away. Yu Dai and Lu Jichuan both cupped their hands and sent him off. Their eyes were filled with stars. "Senior is an expert, Senior is an expert." Other than this sentence, there were no other words that could describe Zhang Xiaohua's behavior. Yu Dai still didn't give up. He raised his voice and said, "Senior should at least give us a name or something so that we can be grateful." Yu Dai was also impatient. He clearly had a head full of black hair, but now he was suddenly elevated to the status of senior. Zhang Xiaohua, who was flying in the distance, raised his voice and said, "Young Master Yu, we are old acquaintances. An old friend of the Lotus Escort Agency." In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, he had already made it very clear. He and Yu Dai had fought a few times, so it could be said that they had become friends. He thought that this guy would have some impression of him. Unexpectedly, Yu Dai thought for a moment and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and bowed again. He said loudly, "So it's fourth Master Wen. Little Yu pays his respects to you." Zhang Xiaohua, who had already flown far away, heard this and almost fell from the high treetop. "Is there a need? Yu Dai, am I that old?" Yu Dai, who was far away, saw that his hero, fourth Master Wen, almost fell from the treetop. He couldn't help but worry inwardly. Fourth Master Wen is too much. He's already so old yet he's still flying so high. Shouldn't he try to be brave when he's old? That's right, fourth master's hair seems to be quite black. I wonder what kind of hair dye he uses. Zhang Xiaohua steadied himself with difficulty and continued to run forward. He had forgotten that it was precisely because he had fought a few times with Yu Dei that Yu Dei understood Zhang Xiaohua's level of martial arts. Therefore, even if Zhang Xiaohua threw down his handkerchief and stood in front of Yu Dei now, he would still think that Zhang Xiaohua was fourth master when in disguise. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want that false reputation and only wanted to keep a low profile. After all, this was still the territory of Pingyang City and Lu Town. It might not be a good thing to be exposed too much. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the side of the odd beast Huan, Little Orange was still sleeping peacefully there. Zhang Xiaohua leaped onto the odd beast and carried Little Orange in her arms. She urged the odd beast to hurry on with their journey. Only then did she send a wisp of vital energy into Little Orange's meridians. As expected, there were signs of internal energy tangling in several parts of Little Orange's meridians. It must be the work of that mysterious masked old man. Unfortunately, this was a martial arts technique. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to solve it. Perhaps she could use her vital energy to break them open one by one. However, how to break them open was a problem. If she wasn't careful, there might be other consequences. Her efforts would all be in vain. In the worst case, she might even lose Little Orange's life. Since she couldn't act rashly, she should quickly return Little Orange to Nie Qinyu. Nie Qinyu looked like she came from a prestigious family. Although Zhang Xiaohua hadn't heard of the so-called Rejuvenation Valley, Nie Qinyu was able to prescribe medicine for herself at the age of 12. She must have some skills. It was better to seek her opinion. After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua urged the odd beast Huan to hurry on with their journey. After a few months of recuperation, Huan had already recovered to some extent. She was also full of energy. Seeing that her master was urging her, she even occupied the center of the main road and sped towards Pingyang City at lightning speed. The odd beast Huan ran happily on the road. However, Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting on her back, felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Yes, the 18-year-old Zhang Xiaohua had never been so close to a girl. Moreover, Little Orange was unconscious and had no control over her body. She sat weakly in his arms. At first, Zhang Xiaohua put Little Orange horizontally on Huan's back. However, it seemed like she was abusing Little Orange. If she carried Little Orange, she would feel restless. However, if she stopped and bought a carriage, wouldn't she be much slower than Huan? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't seen Little Orange eat since she saw her. She didn't know how the mysterious old man ensured that these girls wouldn't starve to death. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to delay for a moment. She could only reluctantly carry Little Orange around her waist. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was quite tall. Little Orange was unconscious and could snuggle up in his arms. She pretended that she was asleep. With a soft body in his arms and the girl's body fragrance, his heart that had been tempered by the immortal Tao was not working well. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to meditate on the heavenly Tao for fear that she would be dragged into the abyss of eternal damnation by this extremely tempting inner demon. This was even more tiring than fighting with the mysterious old man. When they returned to the inn in Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohua was exhausted. Yes, there was also a strange feeling in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua carried Little Orange and walked quickly to Nie Qinyu's room. She didn't even bother to knock on the door. She pushed the door open and wanted to barge in. However, the door was actually locked from the inside. Zhang Xiaohua shouted, little fishy Nie?" At this moment, Nie Qinyu's panicked voice was heard from the room. "Brother Ren, is that you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua panicked. With such a frightened voice, it was obvious that she had been kidnapped by bad people. Without thinking, she exerted a little force in her hands. With a crack, the door bolt behind the door was broken into two. Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and shouted, "Little fishy, don't panic." At the same time, there was a scream from the room. "Brother Ren, don't come in first." However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already stepped into the room. In front of her, Nie Qinyu was sitting on the bed. Her uninjured hand was holding a piece of clothing to cover her chest. Her snow-white arms and shoulders were exposed. Nie Qinyu's frightened and shy eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaohua. Her face was flushed red from shyness. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She hurriedly said, "Little fishy, it's so dark. Why didn't you light the lamp? Quickly light the lamp. I don't even know where you are. After finishing her words, she immediately retreated and closed the door tightly. Pooh. Nye Qinyu, who was sitting on the bed, couldn't help but spit out. She said in a low voice, "It's already late in the morning. Why would I need to light the lamp?" However, thinking about the situation just now, Nye Qinyu's face couldn't help burning up. Immediately, Nye Qinyu remembered that Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be holding someone in her arms just now. Oh, could it be that little orange has been rescued? Nye Qinyu was overjoyed. She lifted the quilt and was about to get out of bed. However, she immediately felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly put on her clothes and wiped her burning face with a wet towel in the room before opening the door. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua was also a little absent-minded at the door. When she saw Nye Qinyu open the door, she said unnaturally, "Little fishy." Chapter 4:10. Seeing that Nye Qinyu was also shy, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to say anything more. She quickly raised Little Orange in her hands and said anxiously, "I brought Little Orange back. How is Little Orange? Why are you still holding her? Is she hurt?" Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Nye Qinyu put her shyness to the back of her mind and looked at Little Orange anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Can you let me put Little Orange in the room first? Yes, I've been holding her for a long time. I'm a little tired." Seeing this, Nye Qinyu quickly stepped aside. Zhang Xiaohua carried Little Orange into the room, which still had some lingering fragrance. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua put Little Orange in the bed she had just slept in, Nye Qinyu had a strange feeling. When Zhang Xiaohua's hands touched the quilt, which was still warm, she also had a strange feeling. After Zhang Xiaohua put Little Orange down, she turned back and told Nye Qinyu about Little Orange's condition. Nye Qinyu listened and frowned. She walked quickly to the bed and carefully observed Little Orange's condition. Then she put her left hand on Little Orange's wrist to feel her pulse. Nye Qinyu's brows went from tightly knitted to relaxed, and then from relaxed to tightly knitted again. Zhang Xiaohua, who was watching from the side, was extremely nervous. When Nye Qinyu frowned and loosened her hand, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, "Little fishy, is it?" Nye Qinyu said, "Yes, Little Orange was drugged with a strange drug. Moreover, all the important acupoints on her body were sealed." "So serious?" Zhang Xiaohua also frowned and asked, "How should we deal with it? She hasn't eaten or drunk anything for several days." "Sai, I don't know how to seal acupoints, but judging from his pulse, Little Orange seems to be a little weak, but his life is not in danger. I think the knockout incense and the sealing of acupoints are special and can protect his body." "Oh, little fishy, you don't know? It seems that we have to find another expert." Nye Qinyu's face was stiff, but she could not help laughing and said, "Brother Ren, you misheard me. I just said that I don't know how to seal acupoints, but I know how to use the drug." Seeing Nye Qinyu's complacent face, Zhang Xiaohua could not help laughing and said, "Why are you still in a daze? What antidote do you give Little Orange?" Hearing this, Nye Qinyu, without delay, she went to the side the bed and found a small porcelain bottle. She found a small porcelain bottle and poured a small black pill the size of a Chinese sycamore. Once the pill the size of a sycamore. The pill taking the pill the size bottle. Zhang Xiaohua, as she sniffed to smell it. Smell a smell. She snisnerd a sniff. Please write she snee try. Nye Qinyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. She went to the bed and said, "Brother Ren, come and help me. Pinch Little Orange's mouth open so that I can give the pill to her." Zhang Xiaohua did as she said. Anyway, they had been holding each other all the way, so she did not mind pinching her little face. After Nye Qinyu put the pill into Little Orange's mouth, Zhang Xiaohua quickly ran to the table next to them, poured a glass of water and handed it over. Nye Qinyu smiled and said, "No need, Brother Ren." Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. On the deserted island he had refined the fasting pill. That pill melted in the mouth and did not need to be washed down with water. Could it be that this pill was the same? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, Nye Qinyu explained, "This refreshment pill is specially made by my Rejuvenation Valley. It is especially used to deal with these despicable drugs and is extremely effective. Moreover, the refreshment pill is only the size of a Chinese sycamore. Little Orange's own saliva can dissolve it, so naturally it can be swallowed down without water. Moreover, Didn't you see little Orange's appearance? She can't even move, so how can she drink water? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, You are indeed a person of the Rejuvenation Valley. Your experience in treating people is unparalleled. Nie Qinyu covered her mouth and smiled. Thank you for your praise, Brother Ren. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, and then? Nie Qinyu was stunned and said, and then naturally Brother Ren will do it? Me. Yes, I don't know the method of sealing acupoints. Naturally Hero Ren will do it himself. Presumably, this insignificant method of sealing acupoints is inferior to Hero Ren's discerning eyes, right? This. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Little fish Nya, I really don't know how to seal acupoints. Nie Qinyu was also surprised and said, You should know how to do it. This I really don't know how to do it. How is that possible? Sealing acupoints is a common method used by Jianghu people, especially those who have succeeded in cultivating internal strength. It is a basic method used to train the use of internal strength. How can you not know how to do it? Did your master not teach you? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head again and said, Alas, it's hard to explain it to you in one sentence. Simply put, I really don't know how to seal acupoints. Then what should we do? Hearing this and seeing Zhang Xiaohua's serious expression, Nie Qinyu could not help but feel nervous. She said, I heard that the acupoint sealing technique is very complicated. Everyone has their own secret. Little Orange looks like he is sleeping. Maybe there is something wrong with his body. Moreover, according to Brother Ren, Little Orange's acupoints have been sealed for at least 3 days. Generally, the sealed acupoints will be unsealed after 24 hours, but it has been sealed for 6 hours. It must be a unique technique. There must be something mysterious in it. There must be something mysterious about it. Zhang Xiaohua was also helpless. The immortal jade slip left behind by Fire Dragon Immortal did not mention anything about sealing acupoints. Presumably, there was no such thing as sealing acupoints in the immortal Dao. He did not know where to start. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and said, I went out a few days ago and saw a Lotus Escort Agency in Pingyang City. There are people who practice martial arts there. Why don't I invite their experts to help unseal the acupoints? At most it will cost you a few taels of gold. Alas, Nie Qinyu sighed and looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely. She said, Brother Ren, this is probably your first time in the Jianghu, right? Zhang Xiaohua did not understand and could only say, I used to practice in the mountains. It is rare for me to enter the mortal world. This is considered my first time. Yes, that's right. Brother Ren, your master is too irresponsible. It's fine if she doesn't teach you how to seal acupoints, but why doesn't she explain some common knowledge in the Jianghu? Do you know that details determine success or failure? Some details can kill. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Was this what a 12-year-old girl should say? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's modest and cautious look, Nie Qinyu earnestly said, There is an unwritten rule in the Jianghu. For example, when it comes to sealing acupoints, poisoning, and injuries, unless it is a real doctor or a power that is publicly recognized in the Jianghu to be able to treat injuries publicly, no one else is allowed to rashly intervene. Oh, let's just talk about sealing acupoints. Unless the person sealing acupoints personally unseals them, as long as anyone else unseals the acupoints, it means that they are interfering in the grudge between the two people. It can even be seen as taking on the grudge between the two people on behalf of the injured. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, So, the person who unseals the acupoints is usually a close relative of the injured person, a friend or someone from the sect. Everyone else is usually a bystander. Nie Qinyu nodded and said, That's right. Brother Ren is really smart. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Moreover, according to what you said, the person who sealed Little Orange's acupoints must be highly skilled in martial arts. The Lotus Escort Agency is just an escort agency in Pingyang City. Even if they want to earn this gold and take on this grudge for us, they may not have the ability to do so, right? Nie Qinyu said with a look of astonishment, Brother Ren, your thinking is really jumping around. I didn't think of this. Nie Qinyu was never stingy with her praise for Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, Don't praise me anymore. After hearing what you said, I just realized that after you and Little Orange's bodyguards were killed by the people from the unknown sect, you and Little Orange could only be protected by the original escort agency, right? If the bodyguards from the other escort agencies were to take on the grudge between the two of you? From the moment I saw the two of you, Was it destined that I would send the two of you to Emocho City? Hearing the word destined, Nyechinyu blushed slightly and said, Brother Rin, you have misunderstood. The escort agency deals with money. It's not quite the same as what you said just now. Escorting us and unsealing our acupoints are fundamentally different. Forget it, forget it. Zhang Xiaohua said impatiently, let's not talk about this. Little Orange is already in such a state and you still want to teach me the basic knowledge of the martial world? Anyway, I know that no one in the Lotus Escort Agency can unseal this acupoint. That was because the mysterious old man was not even afraid of the flying sword of the immortal Tao. How could the Lotus Escort Agency have such a person? Fourth Master Wen? That was just Yu Dai's wild guess. That's right, was the Lotus Escort Agency still around? But from Yu Dai's tone, it did not seem to have changed much. This Righteous Alliance would actually let the Lotus Escort Agency go? Thinking of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang Xiaohua's mind lit up. That's right, doesn't the Righteous Alliance have experts? Could he ask them for help? But immediately he laughed hoarsely. Didn't Nyechinyu just say that the Righteous Alliance has nothing to do with me? Why would they help me unseal my acupoints? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and thought, if I owe the Righteous Alliance a favor today, how will I seek justice for Hero Wen, Hero Lu and Heroine Shui of the Misty School in the future? But he couldn't just watch Little Orange sleep like this. After a long time, even if he thought with his feet, he knew that it would definitely harm his body. What should I do? Nyechinyu only knows simple martial arts. If she knew how to seal acupoints, she would have already done it herself. Now I can only rely on myself. That's right. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, how could I forget this? Nyechinyu also stared blankly and said, Brother Ren, what did you forget? Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, you wait in the room for a moment. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he quickly walked out of the room. Nyechinyu was astonished. Just as she was about to ask, she heard a sentence. She immediately stopped in her tracks. That sentence was said by Zhang Xiaohua as he walked out of the room. Little Yue, close the door properly. But this time you don't need to lock it. Chapter 411. Bah. Nyechinyu could not help but spit again. Her face, which had returned to normal, turned red again. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the house and mounted the deer. She patted Huanhuan's bald horn and was about to go out. However, when she looked at the sky, she could not help but frown and jumped down again. Nyechinyu happened to walk to the door. She could not help but ask, Brother Ren, why don't you go out? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Sai, I've been rushing all the way and am tired. Seeing that it's still early, I want to sleep for a while. It won't be too late to go out after I've rested enough. After that she went straight back to her house. Nyechinyu stomped her feet angrily and went back to her house. She closed the door but remembered Zhang Xiaohua's words and did not interrupt. When the sky turned dark, Zhang Xiaohua came out of the house. She mounted the deer and went straight out of Pingyang City. After exiting the South City Gate, she walked for another hour and arrived at the old site of the Misty School. Seeing that she was about to reach the Misty Heights, Zhang Xiaohua got down from the deer and threw Huan into the withered bushes by the roadside. She released her divine sense and checked briefly. Then she twisted her body and escaped through the earth. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to enter the Righteous Alliance for the second time. The last time Zhang Xiaohua came to the Misty Heights, she just took a look at the Misty School's memorial archway on a snowy night to express her condolences. Why did she come this time? Could it be that the Righteous Alliance had the key to unlocking Little Orange's acupoints? Zhang Xiaohua moved closer and did not dare to move forward casually. The Righteous Alliance was a super sect in the pugilistic world. Although the Misty School's branch was not as good as the Righteous Peak, it must be heavily guarded. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had already covered the entire Misty Heights. However, when she escaped through the earth, there was no reference for the ground. If she happened to escape under the feet of a bunch of Righteous Alliance disciples, wouldn't it be bad? Therefore Zhang Xiaohua only reached the outside of the Misty Heights and came out from the ground. Although the Misty Heights security was very tight, there were many open and hidden sentries. However, with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, she could see everything clearly. She saw Zhang Xiaohua's figure float through the air, leaving behind afterimages. She directly entered the Misty Heights. Her levitation technique had improved compared to the past few days. The nearby patrolling Righteous Alliance disciples actually did not notice her. The sects in the pugilistic world had always been tight on the outside but relaxed on the inside. The Righteous Alliance was also the same. Since she could easily enter the Misty Heights, there was no need to talk about the interior of the Misty Heights. Moreover, the sky was already dark. Although there were lights in the house and many disciples were walking around in the Misty Heights, but after all, many places were dark. With Zhang Xiao's current skills, as long as she was not in broad daylight, how could she be discovered by the ordinary disciples of the Righteous Alliance? Zhang Xiao's figure constantly moved forward, sometimes crouching down, sometimes hurrying forward. She was always able to cleverly avoid the eyes and ears of the Righteous Alliance disciples. After walking like this for a long time, she came to the front of a small building. This was a 3-story small building. It was brightly lit, but it was silent. The small signboard in front of the building wrote, "Book Collection Pavilion." Wasn't this one of the few buildings in the Misty School that Zhang Xiaohua knew about? Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the place, and then the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. She twisted her body and escaped into the building from the ground. When she drilled out from the ground, she was lucky that she did not bump into the bookshelves. Although there was no one in the book collection pavilion, but weren't the guards outside still there? Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay any time. She released her divine sense and searched the first floor. Not long after, she picked out a few books from the bookshelves and put them away without looking carefully. Just as she was about to leave, she saw the stairs that led to the upper floor. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think of the last time she came here with Zhang Qingyue. This place was the turning point of her fate. In a moment, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. If she had not accidentally obtained the Carefree Heart Sutra on the 3rd floor of the book collection pavilion, she did not know what kind of situation she would be in now. Revisiting an old place, how could she not go up and take a look? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua did not use her divine sense. She looked outside and quickly walked up. She did not know if the Righteous Alliance was lazy or if they admired the Misty School's book collection format. The 2nd floor also had some martial arts manuals. But at this time, the bookshelves on the 2nd floor were a little empty. Obviously, the Righteous Alliance did not put all their martial arts manuals here. But even so, Zhang Xiaohua searched the bookshelves one by one. She still found a few books on acupuncture points. Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate to put them in her bag. This was not the original Misty School, who would know that she had come here. If she did not burn all the secret manuals in the building, she would be contributing to the development of martial arts in the entire Jianghu. Could it be that she had to make a copy herself? After looking through the 2nd floor, Zhang Xiaohua went to the 3rd floor. Sure enough, the box that was originally placed on the long table was long gone. On the bookshelves there were a few books. Zhang Xiaohua first walked to the side of the long table. She used her hand to gently rub it a few times. Then she withdrew her reminiscing gaze and looked at the bookshelves. There were not many books on the bookshelves. It was estimated that they were important martial arts manuals of the Righteous Alliance. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua did not practice martial arts and was not interested in these. She just casually flipped through the books. But she was immediately attracted by one of the books. Enchanting Finger. The name of this martial art was a little strange. Could a finger make people enchanting? When Zhang Xiaohua took it out and flipped through it, she found that this was simply a sheep's head selling dog meat. What bullshit enchanting. It was just an acupuncture point sealing technique. She then flipped through it again. It was similar to Little Orange's situation. Anyway, it was also an acupuncture point sealing technique. Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony. Just like her own things, she casually put it in her arms. The remaining few secret manuals also had some divine martial arts or secret techniques written on them. She just let them stay here. Since she had already achieved her goal, Zhang Xiaohua did not intend to stay here any longer. She looked around at some of the empty spaces. Naturally, she released her divine sense. Actually, in Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, that day when the Misty School was annihilated by the 3 sects, it was very sudden. During this period of time, the Misty School had hurriedly fought and fled. Many of the things in the sect may not have been taken away. Of course, the things that were left out in the open or were slightly more conspicuous must have been obtained by the Righteous Alliance. After all, the sect had been occupied for 3 years. Most of the secrets would have been exposed. But for the Misty School to have the Carefree Heart Sutra, an immortal cultivation technique like the Immortal Path Sutra, a protective formation outside the villa, and a mysterious forbidden area in the sect. It was definitely a large sect that inherited the immortal path. This library that was regarded as an important place in the sect, how could it not have some secrets? Ordinary secrets, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about them. But he would not let go of the immortal path's secrets. Moreover, these kinds of secrets were always protected by the immortal path's restrictions. Without divine sense, it would be impossible to discover them. Even if the Righteous Alliance studied them for 100 years, it would still be in vain. Sure enough, hard work pays off. Under Zhang Xiaohua's careful investigation with his divine sense, he really found a place with obscure yuan qi fluctuations. But this place was not on the 3rd floor, but on the 1st floor where ordinary fist and sword manuals were stored. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked down from the 3rd floor, using his hand to gently caress the old wooden ladder. His heart was filled with emotions. This library, this wooden ladder, he had also been here many years ago. He had also walked down it like this, but his feelings were completely different. When Zhang Xiaohua calmed his emotions, he came to a dark corner on the 1st floor. The yuan qi fluctuations were coming from this corner underground. Looking at the solid bluestone slabs on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Isn't this underground this young master's world? Zhang Xiaohua's hand seals were formed without hesitation. He escaped into the library's underground. Not long after, he saw a light cyan brilliance in the soil in front of him. Looking closer, it was actually a restriction that was about to lose its yuan qi. Zhang Xiaohua was not polite. His left hand gathered true qi and grabbed it. That restriction was about to collapse. Zhang Xiaohua's hand immediately broke the brilliance. The cyan light dissipated, leaving behind a dark green jade slip in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. That jade was actually somewhat similar to the coffin lid that Zhang Xiaohua obtained in the underground hall. However, when Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into it, he discovered that this small jade slip actually had a layer of restriction. Furthermore, due to the protection of the light cyan restriction on the outer layer, the yuan qi of the restriction on this jade slip was still very abundant and there was no sign of it being worn out. If Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see the contents inside, he would have to put in more effort. However, Zhang Xiaohua only took a quick glance at it and he already had a little bamboo shoot in his heart. Ever since he had comprehended Immortal Fire Dragon's array jade bamboo slip, he already had a foundation. Recently, he had also comprehended the rabbit amulet in his Naiwan palace. He felt that his array formation and prohibition spell had improved tremendously. Although the prohibition spell on the jade bamboo slip was abstruse, it was not unbreakable. The more powerful the prohibition spell on the jade bamboo slip, the more important the contents of the jade bamboo slip would be. How could Zhang Xiaohua not be happy? After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua carefully kept the jade slip in his clothes and made a gesture. He then flew towards the direction of the decorated archway in his heart. As long as he was out of the Misty Mountain Villa, there was no harm in coming out from anywhere. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to use the levitation technique. However, not long after he left, there was a wave of yuan qi in front of him which immediately attracted Zhang Xiaohua's attention. Could it be that there was something good over there? Without any delay, Zhang Xiaohua immediately deviated from his original path and flew towards the place where he could possibly find the treasure. However, when he got closer, he felt a little helpless. That was the place where the fluctuation of primordial qi came from. It was the same light green restrictive shield that he had seen in the jade slip. However, this restrictive shield was a few times bigger. It was like a huge ball tightly wrapping around an area. It was just like the light red shield that protected Fire Dragon Immortal's cave on the deserted island outside the sea. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and flew out from the ground. When he stood on the ground and looked carefully, there was a thick white fog in front of him. He used his divine sense to scan and found that he was indeed in the medicine hall. Could it be that this was the restricted area in the medicine hall? Please accept, please tip, thank you. Chapter 412. Zhang Xiaohua's guess was not wrong. It was the forbidden area that He Tianshu had previously pointed out to Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, the white fog in the forbidden area was still dense, completely blocking the line of sight. Even Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could only penetrate from the periphery. She was unable to clearly see what was inside. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua already knew that the white fog in front of her was only a protective barrier. As long as she could break the barrier, the white fog would dissipate. However, Zhang Xiaohua only stood far away and did not have any thoughts of going up to try. This barrier was clearly different from the orange light barrier on the deserted island. If she wanted to break the barrier and enter, she would definitely have to carefully comprehend it. Only when she was 100% confident would she be able to make a move. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua believed that if she used the small sword in her hand, she would be able to succeed. Unfortunately, the small sword breaking barrier was her final trump card. Now that she had already learned the way of formations, she naturally had to use more normal methods to solve the problem. If she blindly used force and used those kinds of methods that did not contain any technical content, not to mention that it was a bit of forcing herself on him, it would appear boring. More importantly, wasn't it impossible to master formations? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was still willing to practice these kinds of barriers that could be used to practice. Moreover, the Misty Mountain Villa was no longer the territory of the Misty School. The wolf-like Righteous Alliance was lingering around. If she were to break the barrier, wouldn't it be the Righteous Alliance who would benefit from it? Her money pouch would no longer be able to hold large items. How could Zhang Xiaohua do something that would benefit others without benefiting herself? Rubbing her chin, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and left. She would leave this thing for later. In any case, she would not return empty-handed today. In the darkness, Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and looked around. What was wrong with her sense of direction? She had actually escaped to this place. After going underground, Zhang Xiaohua finally arrived near the decorated archway after several times of running. Looking back at the dimly lit Misty Mountain Villa, Zhang Xiaohua did not know what to feel in her heart. When they returned to the inn, it was still early. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the light in Ye Qinyu's room was still shining. She knocked on the door gently and asked, "Little fish Nia, you're still awake?" An astonished voice came from the other side of the door. "Big brother Rin, when did you learn to be so refined? Why don't you just push the door open and enter?" The sound was getting closer and closer. When the door opened with a creak, Ye Qinyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua curiously. Then she looked behind him. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. "Little fishy, what are you looking for?" "Of course it's the helper you went to look for at night. If there wasn't an outsider, how could you be so refined?" Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. "Little sister, am I that rude? To think that I even called you little fishy. I might as well call you big head fish. What would you say about me?" Ye Qinyu laughed. The faintly worried expression between her eyebrows faded a little. She asked, "Big brother Rin, let's not talk nonsense. You didn't find any helpers?" "When did I tell you that I went to look for helpers?" Zhang Xiaohua was very astonished. Ye Qinyu was even more astonished and somewhat anxious. She said, "If you didn't go to look for helpers to unseal Little Orange's acupoints, then what did you go to do? Don't tell me you don't want to think of a way for Little Orange?" "Big brother Rin, Little Orange has been sealed for several days. I will check her pulse in a while. Her pulse is getting weaker and weaker." At this time, Ye Qinyu was no longer in the mood to joke with Zhang Xiaohua. She spoke very quickly and was really begging Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He took a breath and asked, "Then when do you think Little Orange will?" He didn't dare to say the following words. Ye Qinyu said without hesitation, "Big brother Rin, maybe tomorrow at this time, maybe the day after tomorrow. In short, I don't think Little Orange will make it past the night after tomorrow." "I see." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little heavy on his shoulders. "That's right, I've never touched acupoint sealing before. If I want to unseal the acupoints sealed by the mysterious old man with just 1 or 2 days of comprehension, it's really a little, alas. But if he didn't do this, what better way did he have?" After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "It's okay, little Yu. I went to find an old friend of my sect today. He is not here today. I heard from his disciples that he might come back tomorrow morning. You can rest assured and go to sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, maybe I will invite a master who can unseal acupoints. At that time I will definitely give you a good Little Orange." "Really?" Ye Qinyu was a little happy. She smiled and said, "Big brother Rin, you won't lie to me, right?" Plop, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. He touched his nose and laughed in his heart, saying, "Little Yu, am I so untrustworthy?" No, Ye Qinyu hurriedly explained, "I don't mean to doubt Hero Ren. It's just that Big brother Ren said it too easily. It's as if it was my father who coaxed me in the past. Are all mature men like this?" Zhang Xiaohua secretly asked himself. Then he waved his hand and said, "Well, you should rest early. When you have enough energy tomorrow." "Yes, what should I do tomorrow?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to say. Nie Qinyu was very clever. She smiled and said, "Big brother Ren, thank you. I thank you on behalf of Little Orange for saving her life." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. It's not an outsider." "Oh, if she's not an outsider, then she's an insider?" Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself. Nie Qinyu obviously didn't understand the other meaning of this sentence. She turned around and went back to the house. When she was inside, she still looked back and asked, "Big brother Ren, how about you go to your elder's house tonight?" Bang. Zhang Xiaohua steadied himself and said with a bitter smile, "Big sister, don't worry. I will take care of these things." Nie Qinyu clenched her teeth and didn't say anything. She went back to the house and closed the door. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He knew that Nie Qinyu was worried about Little Orange, but he still had to rely on himself. Back in the house, Zhang Xiaohua lit the oil lamp and took out the books on acupoint sealing. It was still early and it was better to study them early. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua would definitely fall asleep at midnight, he would have borrowed an awl and rope from the inn's owner. There were a total of 7 books on acupoint sealing that he had obtained from the library. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua started from the most basic one. Zhang Xiaohua didn't really want to learn acupoint sealing techniques. He just wanted to find a way to unseal acupoints and understand the principles of acupoint sealing. Therefore, he didn't read slowly. Moreover, ever since he started practicing immortal techniques, his brain became more sensitive. He remembered that when he read the Arhat Fist a few years ago, there were still many things he didn't understand and he slowly tried to figure it out. Now that he saw this acupoint sealing manual, which was 100 times more profound than the manual, he felt like he was handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. After reading for a long time, the light from the oil lamp dimmed a little. Then he heard a light pop and a spark appeared. Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly put the 6th secret manual to the side. These 6 manuals explain the principles and techniques of acupoint sealing and unsealing in great detail. Although Zhang Xiaohua had never touched acupoint sealing, he had a deep understanding of it now. In fact, as mentioned earlier, martial arts techniques were born out of immortal techniques. The same was true for acupoint sealing techniques. In immortal techniques, there were binding techniques, petrification techniques, and a series of techniques. They all used techniques to stimulate the chi of heaven and earth to immobilize the opponent. However, with the chi of heaven and earth greatly reduced, the immortal techniques didn't have enough chi of heaven and earth to support them. Of course, these techniques couldn't be used. However, these techniques were very effective and often very useful in actual combat. Martial artists wanted to immobilize the opponent without chi of heaven and earth and techniques. Therefore, martial artists found a new way and thought of using the technique directly on the opponent's body. This was the origin of the acupoint sealing technique. By using the internal energy unique to martial arts and forcing it into certain acupoints in the human body, one could cut off the internal energy or blood chi and achieve the effect of immobilizing the human body. Moreover, with the in-depth study of acupoint sealing techniques and acupoints by martial artists, during the 10,000 years since the immortal Tao was destroyed, the acupoint sealing techniques of martial arts had developed by leaps and bounds. Every sect had its own unique acupoint sealing techniques and corresponding acupoint unsealing techniques. If one didn't understand the acupoint sealing technique and only used their own acupoint unsealing technique, at best it wouldn't be effective. At worst, it could take the person's life. As a result, unsealing acupoints could be both simple and difficult. It was all because it's easy for those who know it but not for those who don't know it. Sighing softly, Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her temples with her thumbs. She was still thinking too simply and had underestimated martial arts. In just a few short days, she wanted to achieve the results of several years of arduous training. She had the will, but she didn't have the strength. Thinking about Nie Qinyu's disappointment tomorrow, Zhang Xiaohua felt quite distressed. That's right, this was the acupoint sealed by that mysterious old man. That was a martial arts technique close to immortal techniques. How could it be so easily unsealed by others? With a wry smile, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the last book, Bewitching Finger. This was also a secret manual that described acupoint sealing techniques. It didn't indicate that it was for the exclusive use of the Righteous Alliance. Perhaps when the Misty School was destroyed, they didn't have time to take it away. as expected, of a secret manual from the third floor of the library pavilion. When she looked carefully, it was actually 100 times more complicated than the previous 6 books. The techniques inside involved the meridians, acupoints, dantian, and even faintly had traces of the Naiwan Palace. The more Zhang Xiaohua read, the more shocked she became. She didn't know who exactly created this bewitching finger. There were many places inside that pointed directly to immortal techniques. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't learn any binding techniques or bewitching techniques, she actually had an extremely clear understanding of these 2 types of techniques from this book. This book was definitely an inheritance of immortal techniques. It was directly created based on the immortal techniques of the ancestors. Qidian Chinese website welcomes all readers to come and read. The newest, fastest, and most popular series are all original works from Qidian. Chapter 413. As long as it was directly related to the way of immortality, it would be easy to handle. What kind of person was Zhang Xiaohua? He was also a cultivator of the way of immortality. Although the first few secret manuals on acupoint sealing were simple, they were, after all, based on martial arts. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, they were somewhat difficult to understand. However, this true secret manual, which was extremely obscure in the eyes of martial artists, was as sweet as syrup in the eyes of Zhang Xiaohua. The more he read, the happier he became, and the more he read, the more frightened he became. If he could really master this bewitching finger, it would really be a great help to him. This bewitching finger could not only seal acupoints, but it could also really bewitch people. After sealing acupoints, one would be able to do whatever one was told to do. It was really a necessary weapon to harm people. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. Under the light, Zhang Xiaohua studied earnestly. His right hand was still pointing at something in the air. His diligence was really indescribable. The next day, when Ye Qinyu woke up, the first thing she did was to see if Little Orange had sat up on the Kong bed next to her. However, she was very disappointed. She walked to the Kong bed and felt his pulse. His vitality had weakened by a few degrees. Ye Qinyu was a little flustered. She hurriedly went out and prayed in her heart. Perhaps Big Brother Ren has already invited his elders and is just afraid to disturb us. However, when she arrived at the courtyard, she saw Zhang Xiaohua practicing boxing leisurely. She could not help but feel a little angry. After waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, she went up and asked, "Big Brother Ren, when are you going to invite your elders?" "I just checked Little Orange's pulse. It's very bad. Maybe he really won't be able to survive today." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Little Yue, don't worry. Little Orange's savior will definitely be here in a while." "Really?" Ye Qinyu was in extreme disbelief. "You went to look for someone early in the morning?" "Yes, didn't you see that I just came back?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a shrug. "But I just woke up. How could I see that?" Ye Qinyu was speechless. After sending Ye Qinyu back to her room, Zhang Xiaohua also returned to her room. She looked at the enchanted finger manual on the table and had a lot of thoughts in her mind. In fact, after reading the first 6 books, which were the easiest, he almost lost the confidence to save Little Orange. However, the last book, which was the hardest to learn, pointed him in the right direction. The most important and difficult part of the enchanting finger was how to imitate the inner strength of martial arts into the true qi of the immortal path, thus achieving the effect of true qi. Using true qi to seal and unseal acupoints, the actual techniques and methods used to seal and unseal acupoints were only a very small part of the whole process. The use of true qi was, of course, difficult for martial artists to understand or master. However, for Zhang Xiaohua, who was a qi practitioner, it was not a problem at all. Therefore, in the end, he only focused on learning and practicing the techniques for sealing and unsealing acupoints. Moreover, these techniques also imitated some of the characteristics of the magic formula. Needless to say, this was Zhang Xiaohua's strong point. Therefore, before midnight last night, Zhang Xiaohua had already mastered the enchanting finger, which was extremely difficult to learn in Jianghu. Moreover, from the secret book of Enchanting Finger, he also saw this sentence: "After mastering this enchanting finger and using this inner strength, all acupoint sealing techniques in Jianghu can be unsealed." These words were indeed a little boastful, but Zhang Xiaohua felt a little worried. This martial arts acupoint sealing technique was based on the true qi circulation of immortals. This enchanting finger imitated the circulation of true qi, so naturally, it could unseal all acupoint sealing techniques. Reading up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel that it was very absurd. The most useful part of the Enchanting Finger book for him was this sentence. The genuine qi that was circulating in his meridians was the genuine qi that was refined from the genuine qi of heaven and earth. It was genuine and honest. If this fake genuine qi could unseal thousands of acupoints, then wouldn't he be able to do it even more? Moreover, if he sealed acupoints, then wouldn't no one in Jianghu be able to unseal them? Zhang Xiaohua almost threw the book to the ground. Why didn't you write this sentence at the very front? However, after Zhang Xiaohua's anger subsided, he finally understood that knowing that true qi could unseal acupoints was completely different from knowing how to use true qi to unseal acupoints. Although he only learned this enchanting finger to unseal Little Orange's acupoints, hadn't he already mastered the enchanting finger? Moreover, he had already learned how to seal and unseal acupoints. In the future, if he encountered these kinds of things in Jianghu, wouldn't he no longer have to beg for help? Most importantly, he had learned another martial arts technique. Although it was a fake technique, it was still an acupoint sealing technique. It was enough to conceal his identity as a cultivator of the immortal Tao. This seemed to be the result of his hard work last night. In his mind, he carefully recalled the acupoint unsealing techniques described in the Enchanting Finger book. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua put the secret books on acupoint sealing into his money pouch. At this time, the sun had already risen from the east. A new day had begun. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. It was very lively. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Nye Qinyu's door was open, so he unceremoniously pushed the door open and entered. When Nye Qinyu saw Zhang Xiaohua, she was very happy and said, "Big brother Ren, is your family's elder here?" However, when he saw that there was no one else behind him, he couldn't help but frown. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "I said Little Orange's savior, but I didn't say it was my family's elder." Nye Qinyu was speechless. Even at this time, Rinpochen still wanted to bicker. Did Rinpochen really think that he was a bookworm who had only studied the three-character classic for 3 months? However, Nye Qinyu's eyes immediately lit up as she said, "Don't tell me. The savior Big Brother Ren was talking about is you?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded with a smile. "But Big Brother Ren, didn't you say yesterday that you didn't know how to seal and unseal acupoints? After not seeing you for 1 day and 1 night, you already know how to do it?" Zhang Xiaohua had a mysterious look on his face as he said in a low voice, "This is a little secret of mine. I'll tell you now, but you must keep it a secret for me. Don't tell anyone else." Nye Qinyu saw his serious face and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Big Brother Ren. I'm Iron Mouth Nye, known as Iron Mouth Nye. Just tell me and I'll definitely bury this secret in my heart." I'm relieved to hear that. Come closer." Then Zhang Xiaohua whispered in Nye Qinyu's ear, "Last night I had a dream. An old man with a white beard said, 'Little Orange is a good child with a blessed life. He shouldn't die.' So he taught me how to unseal acupoints. When I woke up this morning, I already knew how to do it." "Ah." Nye Qinyu was dumbfounded. She said angrily, "Big Brother Ren, how can you joke about Little Orange's life?" Seeing that Nye Qinyu was angry, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Little fish Nye, don't be angry. Of course I'm just joking with you. But I can really unseal Little Orange's acupoints now. If you don't believe me, I can show you how to do it now." Nye Qinyu didn't believe him. She said with a sobbing tone, "Big Brother Ren, we've been together for a long time. You still don't take Little Orange's life seriously. You obviously didn't know how to do it yesterday. How can you know how to do it today? If you knew how to do it, why didn't you unseal Little Orange's acupoints first yesterday?" This. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to explain it at that moment. But then Nye Qinyu gave a very reasonable explanation. "I know, Big Brother Ren. You must have found your elders yesterday. They didn't dare to take this matter on their own, so they told you how to forcefully unseal Little Orange's acupoints and asked you to do it yourself. But Big Brother Ren, if you don't have a unique acupoint unsealing technique and this is your first time unsealing Little Orange's acupoints, maybe it will backfire and kill Little Orange." Taking the pillow from Nye Qinyu, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Alas, you really guessed it. Little fish, you're really smart. To be honest, I thought about it all last night. If I don't do it myself, Little Orange won't be able to make it tonight. But if I do it myself, I really don't have the confidence to do it. Didn't you say that very few people would interfere in other people's grievances for no reason? Since I can't find you to help, what do you think I should do? Nye Qinyu's eyes were a little misty. She nodded and said, Big Brother Ren, I really wronged you. I thought. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, No need, little fish. I've already decided to unseal Little Orange's acupoints now. I'll take responsibility for Little Orange's life. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's awe-inspiring righteousness, Nye Qinyu's impression of him immediately improved. He was really a man who dared to take responsibility. Nye Qinyu wiped her tears and said, Then Big Brother Ren, I'll leave Little Orange's life to you. I know you'll definitely do your best. Little Orange and I grew up together and were like sisters. I'll thank Big Brother Ren on behalf of Little Orange. Big Brother Ren, please feel free to do it. Little Orange definitely won't resent Big Brother Ren because of some accidents. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and put away the smile on his face. He sat in front of the Kong bed with a serious expression on his face. He extended his hand and placed his finger on Little Orange's wrist. He sent a wisp of true qi into Little Orange's meridians. Then he began to slowly check Little Orange's sealed acupuncture points according to the teachings of Ecstasy Finger. Nye Qinyu stood at the side and didn't dare to breathe loudly. She only watched carefully for fear of disturbing Zhang Xiaohua. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes with a smile on his face. Nye Qinyu was overjoyed and said, Big Brother Ren, how is it? Can you unseal it? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I'm lucky. Yesterday, the elders taught me a few techniques and one of them happened to be able to unseal Little Orange's acupoints. Zhang Xiaohua's words were not exaggerated. There were many techniques to seal and unseal acupoints in the Enchanting Finger. The symptoms of Little Orange's acupoints being sealed happened to be one of them. There were ready-made techniques in the secret manual that could be used, so Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to imitate them. Seeing this, Nye Qinyu was even more delighted and raised her eyebrows. She said, Big Brother Ren, what are you hesitating for? Then she rolled her eyes and said, Could it be that Big Brother Ren needs to take off Little Orange's clothes? Chapter 4:14. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and embarrassed. She asked, Why do I have to take off my clothes? Nye Qinyu smiled and said, I heard that the acupoint sealing techniques in Jianghu are passed down from master to disciple or husband to wife. It's impossible for a master and disciple of the opposite sex to do it because it's the most difficult to recognize. Sometimes you have to take off your clothes to recognize it clearly. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. Well, since it's your first time unsealing acupoints, do you want to take off Little Orange's clothes? It's okay, Brother Ren. A doctor has the heart of a parent. That's what my father taught me. Then she was about to go up. Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hands and said, No, little fish, Nya, it's okay. I'm just thinking about what to do next. You'd better stand aside. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua was really afraid that Nye Qinyu would quickly take off Little Orange's clothes. If that happened, it would be difficult for her to distinguish. She couldn't let her eyes grow needle holes. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't worried about taking off her clothes, Nye Qinyu was secretly relieved and stepped aside. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and thought for a while. Then she stretched out her hands and slowly tapped on a few major acupoints around Little Orange's body. After a while, she tapped on a few other acupoints slowly. Then she stood up. Nye Qinyu was stunned. Although her martial arts were not good, she was after all a person who had seen the world. When others unsealed acupoints, they all held their breath and gathered their internal force. Then they moved as fast as lightning and strong as the wind, showing the demeanor of a master. However, how could this guy be so lazy and be done with just a few strokes? Could it be that he was lying to her? Nye Qinyu was suspicious. Seeing that Nye Qinyu was looking at her as if she was a monster, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, What? Haven't you seen a master unseal acupoints? Nye Qinyu was really speechless. How could she be called a master with just a few strokes? But at this moment, a groan came from the Kong like a thunderbolt. Nye Qinyu turned around and saw that it was Little Orange, who was still sleeping a few days ago. Thank God, thank God. Nye Qinyu muttered and hurried to the bed. Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips. You only know how to thank the heavens and earth. You don't even know how to thank Brother Zhang. Nye Qinyu came to the bed. She was not in a hurry to wake Little Orange up. Instead, she put her finger on Little Orange's wrist. Sure enough, Little Orange's pulse had gradually stabilized. There was no abnormality, just a little weak. Nyechinyu was overjoyed. She was about to wake Little Orange up when Little Orange slowly opened its eyes. Seeing Nyechinyu sitting in front of the Kong, she hurriedly tried to sit up. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't sit up. He had no strength at all. She hurriedly said, "Miss, why are you up so early? Wait a minute. I'll get up right away to get you some hot water." As he spoke, he tried to get up again. Nyechinyu couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She cried, "Little Orange." Boo-hoo! Little Orange saw this and hurriedly said, "Don't cry, don't cry. Miss, look at you. Why are you crying so early in the morning? The fortune teller yesterday was just talking nonsense. I think Brother Ren likes you very much. For you, he specially took a detour from Tanha City to Mocho City. If you cry until your face is ruined, let's see what will happen to you when Brother Ren comes back." Little Orange. Nyechinyu couldn't care less about crying. She hurriedly went forward and covered Little Orange's hand with her left hand. She didn't care about Little Orange's body at all. "Miss, you're not crying anymore?" Little Orange's mouth was covered and he stuttered. Nyechinyu's face was red and she looked to the side uneasily. Little Orange only noticed that Mrs. expression was different from usual. He followed Nyechinyu's gaze and saw Zhang Xiaohua standing not far away. She looked embarrassed and helpless. Little Orange was surprised. He wanted to cover his mouth with his hands, but his arms were too weak. Fortunately, Nyechinyu's left hand was there and she covered it for him. The whole room was silent. After a while, Nyechinyu's left hand finally moved away. Little Orange smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Ren, when did you come back? Have you settled everything? Today is the 16th day of the first lunar month. It's also the day of the full moon. You must eat dumplings with us." Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, "No problem, Little Orange. As long as you have the strength." Little Orange said unhappily, "Let's not talk about whether I have the strength or not. Please, can you not come and go like a ghost? This is the boudoir. Moreover, you've been gone for a few days. Let us—" Before Little Orange could finish, Nyechinyu smiled and said, "Little Orange, don't talk. Sleep for a while more. When you wake up, we'll eat dumplings." Zhang Xiaohua also seemed to have realized something and said, that's right. You rest first. I'll go to the kitchen to hurry up the dumplings." After saying that, she ran out like a wisp of smoke. After hearing what Little Orange said just now, Zhang Xiaohua really had the impulse to save her. After Zhang Xiaohua went out, Little Orange whispered, "Miss, when did Brother Ren come back? Why did you let him into the room? I haven't even woken up yet." Nyechinyu smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Do you still remember what happened yesterday?" Little Orange said curiously, "What are you talking about? Miss, you make it sound as if I'm a patient with amnesia." "Oh, that's right, it's true. I remember that when we returned to the entrance of the inn last night, I was walking. Before I reached the inn, my vision turned black. Did I slip and fall? I didn't feel like I slipped. How did I sleep until now? It's already late in the morning, but why don't I have any strength in my body? Could it be that I'm sick?" Nyechinyu asked, "Little Orange, are you hungry?" "Hungry? I'm not very hungry. I ate a lot last night, so I don't feel hungry now." At this moment, there was a soft knock on the door. It was Zhang Xiaohua who came in with a food box. She smiled and said, "Little Orange must be hungry. Come have some porridge first." Little Orange said, "Thank you, young Master Ren. I just told Miss that I ate a lot last night, so I'm not hungry now." "Oh yes, Miss, I didn't serve you breakfast this morning. I'll get up now and feed you porridge." Nyechinyu quickly held her down and said, "It's okay. My right hand is almost healed. Even if I don't use my right hand, my left hand can still eat. You should rest well." "Rest?" Little Orange was very puzzled. "Miss, I don't seem to be sick, right?" Nyechinyu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Brother Ren, why don't you tell Little Orange what happened?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "I'm not good with words. You tell her." Nyechinyu didn't refuse and told her everything that had happened to Little Orange. Little Orange was stunned. Wasn't this just listening to a storytelling? Was this something that she experienced personally? But if it wasn't, why was she so weak? But if it was, why didn't she feel anything at all? Little Orange still didn't believe it and asked, "Miss, Could it be that you and Brother Rin came up with a plan to trick me? Just now you said that big Brother Rin brought me back to the inn. It took him 2 days and I was unconscious for a day. In addition to the time that I didn't know before, I haven't eaten for several days. But why am I not hungry at all? About this? Nye Qinyu thought for a while and said, you were unconscious and your body didn't move, so you didn't consume much energy. Moreover, your acupoints were sealed by evil people, so your body didn't consume much energy. So you didn't need to eat, so you weren't hungry. Alright, do you still remember the fasting pills in our valley? Fasting pills? Little Orange and Zhang Xiaohua asked in unison. Brother Ren, I thought you didn't know about Rejuvenation Valley? Why do you know about the fasting pills? Nye Qinyu was puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I didn't know about the fasting pills either. I just thought it sounded strange, so I asked. When Nye Qinyu heard this, she did not doubt it and continued. Our Rejuvenation Valley's special fasting pill can prevent you from eating for 2 to 3 days. You must have been fed such a pill so you don't feel hungry. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. This fasting pill is something from the immortal Tao. How can Rejuvenation Valley refine it? Is Rejuvenation Valley also an immortal Tao legacy? Moreover, I brought Little Orange all the way back to Pingyang City. How did I forget that I had the fasting pills with me? I was worried about what to do if Little Orange didn't eat. It wasn't Zhang Xiaohua's fault. That fasting pill was just something that Zhang Xiaohua made out of boredom. He had long thrown it in a corner of the space. He had already fasted himself and naturally didn't need it. Why did he think of it in his anxiety? Little Orange had already woken up. She was just physically weak, but other than that she was fine. The disaster had passed without any mishap. Although it wasn't the 16th day of the first lunar month, money made the world go round. Zhang Xiaohua, Nye Qinyu and Little Orange still ate dumplings at night. Little Orange, who was weak, didn't eat much. Zhang Xiaohua didn't eat much either. On the other hand, Nye Qinyu, who couldn't eat or sleep well, ate a lot in one go. It was as if she was the one who was injured and not Little Orange. Little Orange's body was weak. For her safety, Nye Qinyu suggested that they rest for a few more days in Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua naturally had no objections. He knew that he might not be able to return after leaving Pingyang City. Although Pingyang City wasn't his home, it was his second home. He was happy to be able to stay for one more day. During the few days of rest, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to visit the Lotus Escort Agency. However, after careful consideration, he realized that without Zhang Xiaohu, the Lotus Escort Agency really had nothing to do with him. Why should he mourn over it? Therefore, during his free time, he hid in the house and comprehended the heavenly Tao, the array formations and restrictions. Occasionally, he would practice the bewitching finger. His days were really carefree. Chapter 4:15. An ordinary horse carriage was pulled by a black horse. The bells of the carriage jingled as it drove out of the east gate of Pingyang City. It was no different from other long-distance carriages. The only eye-catching thing about it was that there was a mule beside the black horse. The one sitting on the carriage wasn't an old carriage driver who had weathered many hardships, nor was it a robust and powerful middle-aged man. Instead, it was a skinny young man. This young man looked extremely ordinary. Forget about being thrown into a crowd. Even if he was sitting on the carriage like this, no one would give him a third glance. Yes, other than the first look, the second look would be to wonder why he did not use a whip to drive the carriage. Was this not our ordinary Zhang Xiaohua? Anyone who was successful in martial arts would know that the path of martial arts was to train one's skills and refine one's essence, energy, and spirit so that one could stand out among ordinary people. Only then would one be able to suppress others. Why was it that many Jianghu experts could be seen from afar? It was because their aura was different from the aura of martial arts. However, as one's martial arts reached a high level and reached the pinnacle of martial arts, their aura would be restrained. At this time, if one did not actively release their aura, no one would notice this person's uniqueness. It was just like Zhang Xiaohua's current state. Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts at this time, if one were to use the Jianghu's term to describe it, he would be considered an expert. Moreover, he should be a slightly top-notch expert. He had spent the past few years of his rapid progress on a deserted island. Even if he revealed his aura, no one would notice. By the time the people from the Xin Rong faction met him, his aura had already begun to retract on its own. That was why Bai Yonggui and Chai Feng did not notice it. When Zhang Xiaohua first saw the heavenly Dao in Songning Town and saw life and death on the way back to Lu Town, he had gradually walked his own path of cultivation. He had faintly merged himself with this world and the high and mighty heavenly Dao. This was what the immortal Dao talked about, returning to one's natural state. Therefore, even though Zhang Xiaohua was sitting high up in the carriage, she was still as inconspicuous as he was in the crowd. The horse carriage went out of the east gate and continued for a while before it reached a fork in the road. The curtains of the horse carriage were pulled open, revealing Nie Qianyu and Little Orange inside. At this moment Little Orange's face was slightly pale, but he was still full of energy. He must have been bored out of his wits in Pingyang City and was looking around. Looking at the fork in the road ahead, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fishing, yeah, we should go south." Nie Qianyu replied, "That's right, big brother Ren. This official road is the easiest to recognize. You can just head south." Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Little Orange has rested for a few more days in Pingyang City. Aren't you guys in a hurry to go home? If there's a shortcut we can take it." After the fight with the mysterious old man and mastering the bewitching finger, Zhang Xiaohua was full of courage. Nie Qianyu's eyes curved and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said, "There's no need for that, big brother Ren. We can just take the official road. The smaller roads are not safe. Although we're not afraid, there's no need to provoke them for no reason. We've already been delayed for a long time, it won't hurt to travel for a few more days." Little Orange, who was at the side, heard and exclaimed, "Oh miss, look at what you're saying. Since that's the case, why don't you rest for a few more days in Pingyang City? I've already said that my limbs are still weak, but you just have to let me rest in this horse carriage." Pfft, Nie Qianyu could not help but spit again. "You're just eating and sleeping every day. My wrist is injured and I only let big brother Ren do the work. Aren't you embarrassed? I've already checked your pulse and it's already fine. Won't your family be more assured if you go back earlier?" Little Orange pouted and muttered softly, "I don't know what she's thinking." Zhang Xiaohua was tactful and did not say a word. She moved her hands and steered the horse carriage onto the official road towards the south. Ever since Little Orange had said so much when she first woke up, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little awkward. She did not gossip with them when she had nothing to do. Especially when the two of them were quarreling, she did not utter a word and only acted like a taciturn person. They continued to head east. It was almost the first lunar month now. The weather was still cold and the snow by the roadside was still thick. The surface of the river was also frozen. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the horse carriage and was resting with her eyes closed. Her body seemed to have become one with the horse carriage. Although the horse carriage was sometimes bumpy, her body moved up and down along with the horse carriage, appearing very harmonious. After traveling for half a day, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. She opened her eyes and realized that this official road seemed familiar. She took a closer look. Wasn't this the same route that she took when she went south with Yen and the rest a few years ago? It was just that the last time she followed the stone cow from the ethereal mountain villas and took a detour to the official road. But this time they took the main road from the east gate of Pingyang City. Could it be that Nie Qianyu's Rejuvenation Valley was the same place that Yen was heading to? Just as this thought arose, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head in amusement. There was only one official road from Pingyang City to the south. As long as they went south they would definitely take the same route as Yen and the rest. This was not just a matter of coincidence but a necessity. She might not be able to imagine too much. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to ask Nie Qianyu what kind of place Rejuvenation Valley was. He knew that as long as he asked, Nie Qianyu would definitely tell him in full detail. However, there was a faint feeling of rejection in his heart. Nie Qianyu only called him Big Brother Ren and did not ask about his background. Why should he pry into her privacy? There was only one official road, but this official road contained the memories of Zhang Xiaohua's journey to the south a few years ago. Now that they were walking the same road again, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but have a myriad of thoughts. Unconsciously he thought of how well the people in the Huanxi mountain villas treated him. Therefore he looked a little depressed for the entire day. The attentive Nie Qianyu and Little Orange had already noticed this situation. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not talk much on normal days, she always looked calm and carefree, just like her name. Today she was obviously different. Something must be wrong. Unlike men, girls were more thoughtful and knew that it was best not to ask too many questions. Therefore even the two girls hid in the carriage and did not talk. The sky gradually darkened. There were small villages and towns on the roadside, but Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to stop or ask Nie Qinyu about lodging. This made the two people in the carriage puzzled. This was not Zhang Xiaohua's style in the past. Nie Qinyu was about to ask what was going on when she heard Zhang Xiaohua whispering, "Why haven't we arrived yet? It's clearly just one road." Nie Qinyu was stunned. She poked her head out and asked, "Big brother Ren, are you looking for somewhere?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua could not help but answer, how did you know?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. Nie Qinyu covered her mouth and laughed, "Big brother Ren, you are obsessed. I have never seen you have something on your mind before. Today you have not spoken much to us. Of course we know you have something on your mind. Moreover, the sky is so dark. If it was before we reached Pingyang City, you would have found a place to spend the night. Today you did not stop. You must know that there is a place to stay in front. You will not miss it. Most importantly, you asked why haven't we arrived yet just now. Didn't you say that you were looking for a place?" "Did I say that?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. However, she immediately looked happy and said, "You are right. It should be not far ahead." After saying that, she slapped the black horse's butt. The horse neighed and its four legs quickened. However, Zhang Xiaohua said that the black horse had been traveling for a long time. This made Nie Qinyu and Little Orange puzzled. However, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua had been to this place before, it was normal that she could roughly estimate the time. Although Zhang Xiaohua had a poor sense of direction, the inn she stayed in last time was on the road to the town. Therefore, she could find it as soon as she drove the horse carriage into the town. This time, Zhang Xiaohua stayed in a small courtyard as usual. The shopkeeper was still the fat shopkeeper from a few years ago. He looked amiable and ran around to take care of things. However, no matter how good the shopkeeper's memory was, he could not remember this small manservant from back then. Zhang Xiaohua drove the horse carriage to the courtyard. After giving some instructions to the shopkeeper and Nie Qinyu, she was about to leave. Nie Qinyu asked carefully, "Big brother Ren, are you looking for someone or something? Why don't you ask the shopkeeper of the inn first?" The shopkeeper was also unusually enthusiastic. He rubbed his hands and said, "Young master, what are you looking for? Just ask. I have lived in this town for decades. There is nothing that I don't know." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the shopkeeper for a moment and said with a smile, "Nothing. I just want to walk around. You don't have to ask." "Then Big brother Ren, go early and come back early. Do you need me to leave some food for you?" Nie Qinyu asked with concern. "No, I will just eat some snacks outside. Go to bed early. We have a long journey tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and walked out. He knew that he did not know the way, so when he walked out of the inn, he released his divine sense and looked carefully. He wanted to find the weapon shop where he got the small sword that day. Unfortunately, there was no weapon shop in the place that he remembered. Did I remember the wrong place? However, when he looked in other places, there was nothing. That's strange. After walking a few streets, Zhang Xiaohua saw a dim light in a butcher shop. He walked up and saw a white and fat middle-aged man with an unshaven beard. He was cutting pork with a white and fat young man who was also white and fat. Seeing someone come in, the middle-aged man hurriedly greeted, "Sir, are you here to sell meat? The meat in this shop is the one and only meat in this town." "One and only?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She asked curiously, "Is it so good?" "Of course. If it is not good, how can this small shop develop from a small meat stall to such a big shop?" "Haha." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Congratulations on your success. However, I am not here to buy meat." When he heard that she was not here to buy meat, the man's face turned cold. He said, "Then what can I do for you?" Chapter 416. Zhang Xiaohua saw the shop owner's indifference and did not take it to heart. She asked, "I remember that there was a weapon shop here 5 years ago that sold swords. How come I can't find it now?" The fat shop owner was surprised and said, "There was a weapon shop here 5 years ago. Have you been here before? Why are you looking for the blacksmith?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed and said, "May I ask, where is the blacksmith now?" The fat shop owner sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, my shop used to be a weapon shop. Unfortunately, in this day and age, the skills are not as good as those of us who butcher pigs and sell vegetables. Although the blacksmith skills are good, no one knows about it. The business of this weapon shop has always been bleak. 3 years ago he really couldn't do it anymore. He didn't want to make any farm tools, so he had to sell the shop to me. And then, Zhang Xiaohua was only concerned about the blacksmith's whereabouts. And then, the fat shop owner was a little sad and said, the blacksmith was a talent that was not recognized. Forging all day long exhausted his body. When he wanted to go to a foreign land to make a living, he didn't have any extra energy. He could only stay here and struggle at death's door. Alas, he sold the shop for some money and drank all of it. Last year he got drunk and slept outside. A heavy snow froze him to death. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, last year, wasn't it a month ago? This way. The shop owner asked, you're looking for him now. Could it be that you're his relative? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, this guy's imagination is really rich. She said, no, I just want to ask him something. What is it? You're looking for him now to ask about something that happened 5 years ago? In an instant, the fat shop owner's gossipy heart was raised high. He said, young man, what is it? Blacksmith and I have been friends for more than 10 years. I know a lot of things about him. It's just that he and widow Zhenxi. At this point he seemed to realize that he had spilled the beans. He hurriedly looked around and said, I know many things about him, especially his private matters. If you are his son, I can testify for you. He has an empty plot of land outside the town. I can help you with that. Wow, who are these people? Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. She waved her hand and said, it's nothing, shopkeeper. I don't know this blacksmith. I just want to ask him some technical questions. If he's not here, then forget it. Don't. The shop owner reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua. Young man, there's nothing to be shy about. If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to talk about technical issues? Why don't you tell me where you found it? Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to tell the shop owner about the small sword. But seeing that the shop owner was overly enthusiastic, if she didn't explain the matter clearly, she might be labeled as something. So she helplessly took out the small sword from her arms and said, it's nothing. 5 years ago I came to this town with my martial uncle and bought a long sword from his weapon shop. Before she could finish, the shop owner hurriedly waved his hand and said, it's been 5 years. I won't return the things that blacksmith sold. Besides, I don't know where he put those old swords. You should give up. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Zhang Xiaohua's small sword. He couldn't help but call out, eh? He stretched out his hand and said, can I see it? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua handed the small sword over. The shopkeeper looked left and right, then laughed and said, young man, you're not young anymore, yet you're still lying. Don't lie to me, I recognize your sword. I was the one who sent it to his shop to consign it for sale. The blacksmith told me that he was giving it away for free. He didn't charge any money at all. If you want to return it now and exchange it for a long sword, there's no way. The shop owner said righteously as if he caught Zhang Xiaohua's tail. He was very proud. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was truly overjoyed. He quickly took the sword and said with a smile, Uncle, you've misunderstood. I haven't finished speaking yet. How am I returning it? I was young back then and used this sword as a toy. After playing with it for a few years, I've grown very fond of it. However, I have a younger cousin who has just grown up and actually likes this sword as well. He really wants it, but I don't want to part with it. That's why when I was in town today, I thought of looking for one at the weapon store. Since this small sword belongs to Uncle, then may I ask if there are any other similar things? When the shop owner heard this, he was a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly took out a few copper coins and put them on the counter. She smiled and said, it's just a child's toy. If you have more, take it out. This time I won't take it for free. When the shop owner saw the copper coins, he immediately smiled, but there was still a trace of reluctance. He said, sir, you'll be disappointed. This thing is not from home. It was picked up from outside. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pushed the copper coins over. She said, it's okay. Just tell me about the small sword. The shop owner's white and fat hand deftly picked up the copper coins and shouted, Xiao-san, come here. The white and fat young man who was cleaning the pork in the distance answered and said, what's the matter? Father. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she quickly handed the small sword over. The shop owner took it and put it in front of Xiao-san. He asked, look at this small sword. Did you pick it up when you went up the mountain to play 8 or 9 years ago? The young man took it and looked at it carefully. He tried hard to recall and said, father, it's been so many years. Who can remember it clearly? The shop owner's face was full of disappointment. He scolded, how can you not remember? I clearly remember that you were the one who picked it up. I sent it to this blacksmith and let him sell it. The young man scratched his head and said, maybe. But father, I really can't remember. Seeing his son return the small sword, the shop owner felt a little embarrassed. He returned the small sword to Zhang Xiaohua. Just as he was about to say something, Zhang Xiaohua asked first, Xiao-san, I want to ask you, where did you usually play when you were young? Xiao-san scratched his head again and said, it's all fun places around the town. I've played almost all of them. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. This rascal was really unusually mischievous. Why did he change so much now? He didn't have the cleverness that came from being mischievous at all? At this moment, Xiao-san suddenly stopped scratching his head. He seemed to have thought of something and said, I think I remember. I found this small sword when I was digging for bird eggs when I was young. At that time it even cut my hand and made me bleed a lot. The shop owner laughed and scolded, what do you mean when you were young? You were already 13 or 14 years old. You could jump up and down and climb trees. Zhang Xiaohua said nervously, then do you still remember where you dug for bird eggs? Of course I remember. It's on the bald mountain in the south of the town. There's a big locust tree on the western corner. Ever since I cut my hand I didn't dare to climb that tree again. I see. Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought when she heard this. Seeing this, the shop owner quickly said, how about this, young man, where do you live? When the sun rises tomorrow, let Xiao-san bring you over to take a look. Who knows, you might be able to find another one. Since the child has nothing to do, you can just give him some pocket money tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, there's no need, uncle. I'm just here to try my luck. If there isn't one, then forget it. At most I'll go somewhere else to buy one for him. I really don't dare to trouble you. After saying that, she cupped her hands in thanks and left the shop. The small sword was an immortal weapon. There might be other immortal weapons beside it. How could Zhang Xiaohua let others search for it? After leaving the butcher's shop, Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was still early. She used her qinggong and headed towards the south. When she reached the south side of the town, Zhang Xiaohua still cautiously asked the locals about it. Only then did she set off again. As she rushed forward, she released her divine perception to look around. Not long after, her divine perception had already found the bald mountain that Xiao-san had mentioned. Furthermore, that big locust tree was still alive. However, what disappointed Zhang Xiaohua was that in her divine perception, there was no movement of vital energy. To go or not to go, Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. But the feeling of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed made him a little unwilling. After thinking for a while, he still chose to go. This was a very ordinary bald mountain. There weren't many trees, only some snow. The big locust tree beside it was also covered in snow. Coming under the big locust tree, Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged. She released her divine perception completely and searched carefully in all directions. After about the time it took to eat a meal, she saw Zhang Xiaohua suddenly move. Using earth escape, she came to the bottom of the slope on the other side of the bald mountain. There was a small flowing river here, the river water gurgling. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua walked to an unusually dark place by the river. There were many dead branches and thorny bushes here. Zhang Xiaohua released his flying sword. Not long after, a large empty space was cleared out. He walked over and squatted down on one side of the riverbank. Picking up the small sword, he started to dig randomly. Not long after, he dug out a pile of messy things from the soil. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind the dirt. She took out a handkerchief from her robes and wrapped up the things that she dug out. Carefully keeping it in her robes, she then stood up in satisfaction and used her qinggong to rush towards the brightly lit town. When she returned to the inn, Nye Qinyu and Little Orange had already gone to bed. Zhang Xiaohua went back to his room. Drawing water, she washed the things in the handkerchief one by one. Only then did she put it on the table to look at it carefully. There were a few pale white jade slips and a dark green jade bracelet. Except, other than one of them which was still emitting a weak vital energy movement, the others were no different from ordinary jade items. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the pale white jade slip with fluctuations and used his divine perception to penetrate it. When he saw the words inside, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Please accept, please tip, thank you. Chapter 417. As it turns out, this jade slip actually recorded a method to refine one's divine sense, God's attraction. Divine sense was a special ability that only cultivators in the middle level of the chi refining stage could use. Basically, every cultivator would know how to use it. However, as a basic skill, it was similar to the acupuncture points of martial arts. Everyone had their own ways to use it. As the saying goes, cats have their own ways, mice have their own ways. Zhang Xiaohua's little sword was obtained from this place. It could be seen that this unknown cultivator from 10,000 years ago had a rather high requirement for divine sense to control objects. The cultivation of divine sense must also have its own unique points. Zhang Xiaohua obtained the jade slip from Jinren Fiery Dragon on the deserted island. That jade blood pill refining technique was an extreme way of cultivation. Although it could improve the quality of one's divine sense, it was still weaker than the systematic and comprehensive refinement of the God's attraction. Zhang Xiaohua's control over his divine sense was still very primitive. When his cultivation level increased, he would be able to control his divine sense to the smallest detail. He would realize that his divine sense would become stiff and sluggish. Luckily, the heavens had bestowed a great responsibility on Xiaohua. He would definitely have a fortuitous encounter. After obtaining this God's attraction, he would be able to refine his divine sense systematically and strengthen it. Secondly, he would be able to find the flaws in the jade blood pill refining technique and patch them up. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and immersed his divine sense deeply into the jade slip to take a closer look. This God's attraction had a total of 9 levels. Every level had a specific cultivation chant. Zhang Xiaohua carefully memorized the first level. Not long after, he had memorized all 9 levels of the chant. Zhang Xiaohua's brows furrowed. There were quite a number of chants for the 9 levels, and memorizing them was rather strenuous. However, this was nothing to Zhang Xiaohua. Jinren Fiery Dragon's formations and restrictions, as well as the talisman in his Ni1 palace, were much more complicated than this. Zhang Xiaohua furrowed his brows. Out of the 9 levels of the technique, only the first 3 levels had some annotations. It seemed to be a record of cultivation experience. The last 6 levels had no words at all. Could it be that the owner of this jade slip was not the creator of this technique? And he had only reached the 3rd level? Did he not practice it, or did he fail to master it? Also, how did this chi practitioner leave his handwriting on the jade scroll? The jade slips that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before were all completed cultivation methods without any annotations. This was the first time she had seen annotations written on cultivation methods. Of course, he ignored the fact that Venerable Fiery Dragon had written a jade letter. After all, he was a foundation establishment stage expert. With these doubts in mind, Zhang Xiaohua looked back again. This time, the more he looked, the more Zhang Xiaohua relaxed his brows. In the end, he was beaming with joy, as if he had found a treasure. Could it be that there was a more profound technique behind this jade scroll? Haha. Zhang Xiaohua retracted his divine sense from the jade scroll. He felt like he was scratching his ears and cheeks. He was really too happy. He formed a spell and instantly escaped from the house. He came to the street outside the inn and looked around. He then floated up to the 3-story inn. It was already late and the inn had already closed for business. Zhang Xiaohua stood on the roof of the inn with tears streaming down his face. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "Ai Zhang, someone will finally not get lost in the future." That sound of law was actually very long. It was like a dragon roaring in the 9 heavens, shaking the 4 seas. It was extremely awe-inspiring. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was feeling emotional, he heard a crisp sound coming from the window of the inn. Someone shouted, "Who is it? Who is still howling so late at night? Don't let people sleep?" Yes, who is so immoral and deliberately making trouble? Ah, is Madman Zhang from the west of the town going crazy again? Oh, my husband, oh, my child's mother. There was a burst of noise and countless strange voices. In an instant, the entire town that was about to fall into darkness was lit up one by one. Men, women, old and young who had already fallen asleep, all supported each other as they walked into the courtyard. They pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and whispered. The whole town was lit up. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He had no time to wipe his tears of emotion. He hurriedly jumped down from the inn and escaped into the house with the earth escape. As soon as he popped his head out of the house, he heard someone say, "Miss, what kind of town is this? It's already so late at night, but there is still someone shouting so loudly." Another voice responded, quickly go to sleep, little orange. We still have to hurry on with the journey tomorrow. Listen to that loud voice. It might be some martial arts expert. Maybe he has gone mad. Why sleep? I don't know if young Master Ren has returned. I finally managed to close my eyes, but I was woken up by a lunatic. Forget it, miss, let's talk about young Master Ren again. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Oh no, I escaped into the wrong house. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly covered her eyes and ears and escaped to the side. When she popped her head out again, oh, fortunately, wasn't it her own empty house? Sigh, this feeling of being directionally challenged is really not good. I better hurry up and comprehend the divine ability in the jade slip and get rid of this hat. Why do you think Zhang Xiaohua is so happy? It turned out that what was recorded behind God's guide in the jade slip was just some common techniques used by divine sense. Compared to God's guide, it was just a minor Tao. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it was something 100 times more important than God's guide. Yes, what was needed was the most important thing. Daily details were the way to go. The next day, Nye Qinyu and Little Orange both had dark circles under their eyes. Only Zhang Xiaohua was full of energy. Sitting in the carriage, Nye Qinyu and Little Orange yawned continuously. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance and felt very strange. They asked, Big Brother Ren, you seemed a little absent-minded yesterday. How did you become a completely different person after just one night? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Yes, I am a completely different person. Haven't you heard of the saying, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes? I just improved a little and I will be looked at with new eyes after just one night. Ha! Nye Qinyu and Little Orange both covered their mouths and said in surprise, Big Brother Ren, your laughter is so familiar. Last night, a lunatic surnamed Zhang laughed loudly outside. Seemed to be the same laughter. Zhang Xiaohua almost covered her mouth. She said awkwardly, It can't be, why didn't I hear it? Maybe you heard my happy laughter every day and were infected. You feel that all the beautiful things in the world are related to my laughter. Bah, the two of them spat and laughed. Luckily, Big Brother Ren's surname is not Zhang. Otherwise we would really think that you are the lunatic who laughed last night. Sigh, last night was a long night and we were not in the mood to sleep. When we finally closed our eyes, we were woken up by that fellow. In the end, we could not sleep anymore. What can we do? Hee hee, Big Brother Ren, didn't you notice when you woke up this morning? What did I notice? Does everyone in the town look sickly and have dark circles under their eyes? Oh, I saw it. What does this have to do with me? Do I need to know? Sigh, Big Brother Ren, you're also a young hero of this generation. Yesterday, that Zhang guy disturbed the townspeople and caused the townspeople to be unable to sleep. You should also enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, drag him out and parade him through the streets. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, Is it that serious? I can sleep well, okay? Lack of sleep is the biggest enemy of a girl's beauty. That Zhang fellow did not let us sleep well, so he is our biggest enemy. Big Brother Ren, you must help us. This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Then she rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Then let's go back now? I will personally help you catch that fellow. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was serious, Little Orange quickly said, Forget it, Big Brother Ren. A good girl does not fight with a man. Oh, Big Brother Ren, you don't count. I'm not talking about you. Nye Qinyu also covered her mouth and said with a smile, You are our big hero. We can't beat you. Yes, we are in a hurry. Let's not bother with that Zhang fellow. If we have time, we will definitely teach him a lesson. Don't you think so, Big Brother Ren? Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of black lines, but she could only nod helplessly. Sigh, she almost burst into tears again. I was so happy last night that I forgot myself and shouted, Do you have to criticize me like this? After venting their dissatisfaction, Nye Qinyu and Little Orange both yawned and went back to the back of the carriage to catch up on sleep. Only Zhang Xiaohua alone kicked the black horse's butt. The black horse was shocked. What's wrong with the coachman today? He seems to be angry. The black horse did not dare to neglect. Without waiting for the 4 odd beasts to urge it, it galloped along the pipeline. Zhang Xiaohua calmed himself down and sat cross-legged at the front of the carriage. He carefully practiced the divine sense technique that he had just learned yesterday. Besides spirit guidance, what was recorded in the jade slip was some commonly used methods of divine sense. For example, how to use divine sense to search, how to use divine sense to mark someone or something, how to use divine sense in the movement technique of the 5 elements, and so on and so forth. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua was so happy was that when he used the earth escape technique, he could mark a place in the range of his divine sense in advance. Then when he used the earth escape technique, he could sense the mark and move forward. This way he would not accidentally enter Nie Qianyu's room like last night. Moreover, now that he knew how to use divine sense to mark, he could mark Little Orange and Nie Qianyu. As long as they were within the range of his divine sense, no matter where they went, as long as his divine sense reached them, he would be able to see where they were and what they were doing instantly. Wasn't this something that he had always needed? If he had such skills in the past, why would he need to wait in Pingyang City? He had to admit that it was very difficult to be a self-taught genius. In his divine sense, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua sent a spell over and marked each of them with his divine sense. Good, he did not have to worry about losing them anymore. Zhang Xiaohua drove the carriage and followed the route in his memory. Today he came to a junction that was not a fork in the road. This official road was heading east and there was a small road heading south. It was the road that O Yen and the rest had taken that year. Zhang Xiaohua stopped the carriage and stood up. Chapter 418. Nie Qianyu looked around and said, "Brother Rin, let's go along the main road. There's a big city called Fenglu City about 10 miles to the east. Although we're going east, we're not on the route from Tanha City to Mocho City, so we don't have to worry about being chased. Although this path is straight to the south, it deviates from the official road and we don't know what's ahead. If there are dangerous mountains and rivers, we'll be in trouble." Then he glanced at the silent Zhang Xiaohua and hurriedly said, "Of course, with Big Brother Rin around, you can go anywhere you want no matter how big the world is. However, Big Brother Rin, don't you have 2 burdens in this carriage? Why don't you suffer a little and take the official road with us?" Although Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were fixed on the path leading into the distance, he didn't hear Nie Qianyu's words at all. His majestic divine sense was fully unleashed in an attempt to explore the riverside where the attack took place on that rainy night. However, it was still far away and her divine sense couldn't reach it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua looking ahead and not saying anything, Nie Qianyu felt wronged. She pinched the corner of her clothes and didn't say anything. Little Orange was unhappy and was about to say something when Nie Qianyu tugged at his clothes. Little Orange snorted and didn't know what to say. Nie Qianyu looked for a long time and said timidly, "Brother Rin, if you insist on going south from the path, you have to be careful. Don't be left behind by the 2 of us." Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something at this time, but also seemed to have forgotten something. She looked up to the sky and laughed. "There are many funny things in the world. Maybe it's boring to be concerned about it. Maybe it's supercilious or my heart is undisturbed. I only think about Ren Xiaoyao." After saying that, she didn't sit down. She just stretched out her leg and kicked the black horse. The black horse neighed in pain and pulled the carriage straight to the official road in the east. Zhang Xiaohua stood with her hands behind her back. The biting cold winter wind blew, causing her clothes to flutter. She looked indescribably elegant and unrestrained. In just a moment, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have changed into a different person, giving people the feeling that she was about to fly. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange, who were behind her, were stupefied and mumbled, "Big Brother Rin, this posture is so cool." Little Orange's eyes were also full of stars. He said, "It would be even better if he didn't kick that leg. Someone will sue Big Brother Rin for abusing livestock." Standing on the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua felt abnormally relaxed. It was as if the moment he turned the carriage around, he had thrown away all his previous worries, confusion, sorrow, joy, and so on. His heart was filled with great joy and relaxation. He didn't need to check his cultivation. His carefree heart sutra had advanced another level. The past was already behind him. What was in front of him now? However, even if it was full of thorns, how could Zhang Xiaohua be afraid? How could he take half a step back? After dozens of days in the south, it had been more than a month. Since Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were even less anxious. The 3 of them traveled in a carefree manner. Along the way there was laughter and chatter. It was very pleasant. Nie Qianyu was right. This official road was much safer. Of course, even if it was safe, it was not smooth sailing. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua did not have many opportunities to fight, but his experience in Jianghu had increased by a lot. He also paid attention to some of the tricks used by the people in Jianghu. He only used ordinary methods to resolve them. Unless absolutely necessary, he basically did not use his sword. This was also a kind of training. After traveling south for more than a month, the weather had warmed up. It felt like the grass was growing and the birds were flying in the sky. The willow wind caressed their faces and it was actually very warm. Zhang Xiaohua had never been to the south before. Naturally, he was a little surprised. If he was in the north during this month, it would be a little cold. However, this was a different region, so the difference was still so great. During this journey, Zhang Xiaohua did not waste any time. Needless to say, he cultivated the Carefree Sutra at night. Even when he was driving the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua usually closed his eyes and meditated. He either cultivated the heavenly Tao formations, talismans, or spirit guidance. His arrangements were very fulfilling. Of course, because of this, Nye Qinyu and Little Orange were not very happy. When they were heading to Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes to cultivate and ignored them. That was because they were not familiar with Zhang Xiaohua's character and conduct. There was always a slight gap between them. After arriving at Pingyang City, the three of them had been together for a few months and had gone through many hardships. They could be considered as friends in adversity. In their hearts, they had long regarded Zhang Xiaohua as a very close person. If he still treated him coldly at this time, it would be unbearable. Little Orange had long wanted to talk to Zhang Xiaohua. However, Nye Qinyu was attentive. She saw that Zhang Xiaohua was always meditating when they were on the road and talking non-stop when they were resting. She knew that he might be cultivating martial arts. Although she could not cultivate her inner strength, she still had some foundation. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so hardworking, she was naturally very happy. Therefore she whispered to Little Orange. What about Little Orange? He was very puzzled. Others cultivated in seclusion in a quiet place for fear of going berserk. This Xiaoxia, on the other hand, was cultivating while driving the carriage. Was he using this as an excuse to escape? Therefore, as long as the carriage was on the road, Nye Qinyu and Little Orange would hide in the carriage and talk non-stop. They did not disturb Zhang Xiaohua. They only waited for the carriage to stop before chatting and laughing with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua secretly praised these two smart girls. When it came to cultivation, the understanding of the way of heaven and the Heart Sutra were all painstaking efforts. She could not see any improvement in a short period of time. However, she had made great progress in other areas. She had already begun to understand the incantation on the rabbit charm in her Naiwan palace and could gradually get the hang of it. The formation and restriction in Elder Hu's jade slip had also improved by leaps and bounds. Although it was still not enough to break all the restrictions in the jade slip, it seemed like it was not far away. What made Zhang Xiaohua the most excited was the god traction that she had just obtained. Divine sense was not like vital energy that could be refined in specific meridians. The incantation for god traction was very difficult to pronounce and difficult to understand. Although there were detailed explanations, she did not have her master's instructions. At first, Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head as she could not find the direction to break through. Coincidentally, one day when Zhang Xiaohua was meditating on the rabbit charm in his Naiwan palace, he accidentally saw the heart of elixir refined by jade blood. His heart lit up. This heart of elixir refined by pure qi was used to refine the divine sense. Why not combine the heart of elixir refined by jade blood with God's guidance? Using God traction to refine the heart of herbalism? As long as the heart of herbalism was refined, wouldn't the divine sense naturally become stronger? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua tried to use the incantation to refine the heart of herbalism. By chance, she managed to cultivate the first layer of God traction very easily. Many of the explanations on the jade slip were not used. Only a little bit of the incantation could be used as a reference. Because it was so easy, Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. The incantation on the jade slip clearly stated that although the incantation was simple, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was not something that could be easily learned. She had only put in a little bit of effort and was actually able to cultivate it. She did not know if it was correct. However, after carefully reading the incantation on the jade slip, she found that it was no different from what she had obtained. Could it be that she was the legendary genius? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but pinch her chin. Zhang Xiaohua, who was deep in thought, did not know that the heart of herbalism by blood and God traction were both methods to refine the divine sense. However, the paths taken were different. The heart of herbalism by blood was the path from the inside to the outside. First, one would cultivate the heart of herbalism, then strengthen the divine sense. With the heart of herbalism as the core, one would control the divine sense. This method was the most dangerous and also abnormally tyrannical. It was quite similar to the samadhi of the devil path. Zhang Xiaohua had a splitting headache when she tried to cultivate the heart of herbalism. In the end, she was extremely lucky and succeeded. The success rate of this method was 1 in a million. Could even be said that it was the failed work of Venerable Fire Dragon. On the other hand, God traction was the path from the outside to the inside. First, one would strengthen the divine sense. When the divine sense was cultivated to a certain level, one would then plant a seed in the Niwen Palace. Next, one would use one's divine sense to irrigate the seed. Finally, one would form the heart of herbalism. This method was the most stable and safe. However, the progress was slow. Even if one cultivated for a long time, there might not be any results. However, when the heart of herbalism by blood met God traction, it created a legend in the cultivation of the immortal path. The heart of herbalism by blood was similar to a cultivation method of the devil path. Therefore, it was extremely effective in the early stages of cultivation. However, once it was successfully cultivated, the drawbacks of the previous rash advancement would be revealed. Currently, even if Zhang Xiaohua could use the heart of herbalism to control the divine sense and continue to convert the vital qi in her body into heart fire to temper the heart of herbalism and strengthen the divine sense, this kind of enhancement was almost negligible. Zhang Xiaohua's vital qi was all obtained from absorbing primeval stones. Therefore, every bit used was a bit less. Calculating it, it was extremely not worth it. Therefore, recently Zhang Xiaohua had rarely cultivated the heart of herbalism. On the other hand, God's guide was purely a bare-handed method. It could be cultivated using only the chants and didn't require any primal stones. From a cost perspective, it was very cost-effective. Moreover, there was a fundamental difference between cultivating God's guide with and without God's guide. One was to refine the branches and leaves while the other was to refine the roots. The difference was self-evident. Without the heart of herbalism, 10% of the divine sense would strengthen the heart of herbalism. However, with the heart of herbalism, one only needed to cultivate 1% of the heart of herbalism to strengthen the divine sense by 10%. This reversal of the order of cultivation had directly led to the birth of a legend. Even the creator of God traction would not have expected such a situation. Someone actually used the incantation to temper the heart of herbalism instead of tempering the divine sense to produce the heart of herbalism. As for Zhenren Huolong, needless to say, the heart of herbalism by Zhenren Huolong was created by him when he was bored. Even he himself had not succeeded in cultivating the heart of herbalism. How could he have thought of such a strange situation? Chapter 419. Although Zhang Xiaohua was very envious of his own aptitude, he was also very careful of his own little life. After learning the first level of God traction, he was not in a hurry to cultivate the second level. Instead, he patiently recited the first level's incantation and continued to use the first level's incantation to refine his Dan core. The Dan core in his Niwen Palace was already constantly rotating, constantly vibrating, and emitting mysterious fluctuations. As a result, it became even more stable and the invisible core inside became even more solid. Needless to say, many of the hidden dangers of God traction pill heart were slowly being mended. When spring arrived in February, Zhang Xiaohua had already begun to cultivate the second level's incantation of God traction. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua had also obtained a dark green jade slip from the Misty Mountain Villa's library. In his free time, he had taken it out and carefully examined it. The restriction on it was very difficult to break, and Zhang Xiaohua had used many methods to successfully break it. Therefore, he could only temporarily put it back into his money pouch. In any case, he already had God traction to cultivate. If he had another cultivation method, he would not be biting off more than he could chew. It was better to first pick one and concentrate on cultivating. Moreover, he usually paid more attention to talismans and formations. Wasn't this the same as looking for the jade slip to solve the problem? He only needed to wait for the opportunity to mature and naturally he would be able to solve it. On this afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua's group of 3 as well as the 4 odd beasts Huan came to the side of a peach forest. The forest was full of pink peach blossoms in full bloom. At a glance, it was filled with rosy clouds. It was very beautiful. Although Zhang Xiaohua had closed his eyes to comprehend the formation, Nye Qianyu and Little Orange had already pulled open the carriage's curtains. They could see it from afar and shouted for Zhang Xiaohua to stop the carriage in the middle of the peach forest, saying that they wanted to drink and admire the flowers. Zhang Xiaohua heard them and smiled. After all, Nie Qinyu and Little Orange were boy-girls in their teens. It would be strange if they were not tempted by such a beautiful scenery. Moreover, she did not know whether Nie Qinyu's wrist fracture was not serious or whether the medicine she used was very effective, but she had removed the splint a few days ago. Now her wrist could move flexibly and there was nothing wrong with it. After removing the splint, Nie Qinyu regained the liveliness of a young girl. When they passed by a town earlier, she added a wine cabinet and a table to the carriage. She was in a good mood and drank a few cups of osmanthus wine with Little Orange. Now that she saw the red peach blossoms, she must be in a good mood. Zhang Xiaohua did not like to drink, but she did not stop them. After all, osmanthus wine was good for beautifying and nourishing the body. Therefore the carriage stopped at the side of the peach forest. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Beauties, the saying, peach blossoms on human faces reflect red is true. Enjoy the flowers for the time being. I will accompany you." Nie Qinyu rebuked, "Brother Ren is boring. Enjoying the beautiful scenery is more interesting." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I only know that this peach blossom wine is the most nourishing. I don't know anything else." Nie Qinyu laughed out loud and said, "This peach blossom wine is almost as good as waste and cook crane. Brother Ren is awesome." Her small and white thumb gave a thumbs up. Zhang Xiaohua's little tail also stood up. Nie Qinyu walked slowly beside Zhang Xiaohua. Standing on the carriage, she looked around and said, "Brother Ren, is there a path in front that leads to the peach forest? Looking at it from the outside, I feel that it is not as immersive as looking at it from the inside." Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, "Yes, there is a small path 50 to 60 steps ahead that leads to the inside." Nie Qinyu stood on her tiptoes and raised her neck. It seemed that there really was a path that led to the inside. "Then, let's enter from that path and enjoy the flowers in the peach forest. What do you think?" "I don't mind. I just don't know if the owner is willing." Nie Qinyu smiled and said, "The peach forest is vast. If we enter, we will be like a drop in the ocean. Who can see us? Besides, the owner of this gorgeous peach forest must be an extremely refined and elegant person. If we go in to visit, he will definitely welcome us. Why would he chase us away?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and did not say anything. Nie Qinyu's reason was reasonable, but in Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, it was the first one that was more practical. Sure enough, there was a small path not far ahead. It was wide enough for a carriage to pass through. Once they entered the peach forest, they would be drowned by the endless sea of flowers. No one would be able to find the carriage or the person. The carriage moved slowly in the peach forest. Nie Qinyu and Little Orange opened the curtains and sat in front of a small table. They held a small cup of light yellow osmanthus wine in their hands. They took small sips and whispered to each other. It was really enjoyable. Zhang Xiaohua was still sitting cross-legged in front of the carriage. Her hands were constantly changing the incantation. It was one of the 365 incantations on the rabbit talisman. The carriage moved further and further away. It actually went deep into the peach forest. Faced with such beautiful scenery and nostalgia, Nie Qinyu and Little Orange actually felt a little tipsy. At this moment, the crisp sound of weapons clashing suddenly came from not far ahead. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and immediately released her divine sense. However, she immediately withdrew it and acted as if nothing had happened. Nie Qinyu and Little Orange were very unhappy. They frowned and said, "Brother Ren, why is there the sound of weapons clashing here? Could it be that we have encountered some vendetta in the Jianghu? If such a scene is not what a gentleman would do." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This Jianghu may not be a bloody vendetta. It may be a martial arts competition. Moreover, it is also fate to be buried in this gorgeous peach forest. Isn't there a saying, even if you die under a peach tree, you will still be a romantic ghost?" "Bah," Nie Qinyu spat and said, "Brother Ren is the most abominable. He always changes the classics. It is clearly even if you die under a peach tree, you will still be a romantic ghost." Her little face was bright red. It was not clear whether it was because of the alcohol or because she was shy. The sound of weapons clashing was getting closer. Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Two beauties, do you want to go somewhere else to enjoy or change your taste?" Nie Qinyu pursed her lips and smiled. When she was about to speak, she heard a surprised voice in the distance. "Oh, what a coincidence. Zhou Tai, there is a carriage passing by. You can be our witness. What do you think? Another shrill voice also shouted, that's good. I will make you accept your loss wholeheartedly. Otherwise you will not admit it after today. Zhang Xiaohua did not change her expression. Nie Qinyu stuck out her tongue and said, if we leave now it will be over. Brother Ren, it seems that you have to be the embodiment of justice for once. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said seriously, you are ridiculously wrong about that. Nie Qinyu asked curiously, are you not going to do anything? Zhang Xiaohua said deeply, not the embodiment of justice but the embodiment of fairness. Lass, am I not tired enough? I have to come here to be their witness. Nie Qinyu whispered, this Zhou Tai, his name sounds familiar. He seems to be the young master of the Flying Fish Gang. His reputation is neither good nor bad. He has always lived in the rivers. Why did he come ashore? Let's go and have a look. Little Orange was a little drunk at this time. He looked at the two with a tilted head and did not speak. Naturally he could not express any opinion. Since they saw Zhang Xiaohua's carriage, the sound of weapons stopped. Just as Zhang Xiaohua said, the two of them were practicing martial arts. However, when the carriage came closer, Nie Qinyu saw clearly that there were two groups of people standing in a spacious open space in the peach forest. Each of them was wearing bright armor and had shiny weapons. If it were not for the fact that only the two young men at the front were holding weapons, Nie Qinyu would have thought that it was a group fight in Jianghu. Seeing a carriage slowly approaching with a young man sitting in it and a girl of about 10 years old standing next to him, the two groups of people were somewhat surprised. The young man holding a long sword wearing a purple gown was tall and thin. He was about 17 or 18 years old. He frowned and said to the young man in front of him, Yuan Guohou, the people in the carriage do not seem to know martial arts. How can they be fair for us? The young man opposite him was also 17 or 18 years old. He was dressed in white. He was honest and had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He smiled and said, Brother Zhou, you think too much. It is these people who do not know martial arts that can be fair. Zhou Tai did not understand and asked sharply, what kind of fallacy is this? Please enlighten me, Brother Yuan. Yuan Guozhen laughed and said, it's because they don't know martial arts that they won't be biased because of their own vision. It's also because they don't know martial arts that they don't know how to determine who wins or loses. Only when both sides have confirmed who wins or loses can they know who loses and who loses. Zhou Tai clapped his hands and said, it is said that Jingbo Guohou is wise and resourceful. Today I see that the rumors are true. If we only talk about scheming, I will admit defeat. However, today is a martial arts competition. Moreover, this is a matter of great importance. Please enlighten me, Brother Yuan. Yuan Guohou was also full of smiles. He cupped his hands and said, same to you. I have heard of Brother Zhou's name like thunder. I have always wanted to learn from Brother Zhou's 72 styles of flying fish. Today is a good opportunity for us to learn from each other. I also admire Brother Yuan's 53 styles of stormy waves. It is a good opportunity for me to learn from you. Seeing the two people being arrogant, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to leave. However, Nie Qinyu whispered, that one called Yuan Guohou is the second son of Jingbo Lake's old master Yuan. He is a good swordsman and is quite famous in the southern Wulin. However, he also makes a living on the water. Have we all come ashore today? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and secretly said, I have just heard of these two people's names. How would I know much? At this time the carriage had already reached the side of the two groups. Yuan Guohou and Zhou Tai walked over. Yuan Guohou cupped his hands and said, I am Yuan Guohou of Jingbo Lake. This is Zhou Tai of Flying Fish Gang. May I know your name? Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from the horse and also cupped her hands in return. He said, this one is Ren Xiaoyao. I'm just a scholar. I am traveling around with my sister. Just now I heard that brother wanted this one to be a witness. However, I do not understand. Please enlighten this one. The way he shook his head was just short of a folding fan. On the carriage, Nie Qinyu covered her mouth and tried to hold back her smile. She secretly made up her mind that when they arrived at the next town, the first thing she would do was to buy Ren Xiaoyao a gilded folding fan. If she did not have a folding fan, she would not be able to face this guy's sour face. Chapter 420. However, Zhou Tai's eyes were sharp. He had already noticed the sword on the odd beast beside the black horse. He cupped his hands and smiled. Brother Ren is clearly a role model for our generation. Not only are you extremely knowledgeable but you are also an expert in the way of the sword. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he hurriedly replied politely, "The 6 arts are a must for a gentleman. I dare not fall behind others and only dabble in them." However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't look humble at all. Even if he was immensely proud of himself, it wouldn't be anything more than that. Zhou Tai and Yuan Guohou looked at each other and almost laughed out loud. No matter how good the scholar's sword skills were, they might not necessarily take him seriously. Seeing the scholar's behavior, they were even more certain of his identity. Yuan Guohou couldn't help but ask, "However, Brother Ren's sword seems to only be a sword embryo. When you have time you can come to my Jingbo Lake. I'll find a famous swordsmith in my gang to sharpen your sword. How about that?" When Zhou Tai heard this, he cursed in his heart and hurriedly said, "Brother Ren, Jingbo Lake is far away. Why don't you come to our flying fish gang when you have time? Our gang has a drunken Sakura island with the most beautiful scenery. It's even more gorgeous than this peach forest." When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the two of them had started to bribe him before he even started to testify, he found it amusing. He frowned slightly and said, "Sword embryo, the two of you are mistaken. That's only a walking stick that I used to climb the mountain. My sword is still hanging in the carriage." The two of them coughed and blushed. Zhang Xiaohua smiled again and said, "I just happened to pass by this place. I still have to continue my journey in a while. I wonder if the two of you have something urgent that requires my help. If it's too difficult, I have no choice but to decline." When Yuan Guohou heard this, he hurriedly said, "Brother Ren, don't be anxious. It's just a moment. We won't take up your time." Zhou Tai added, "That's right, Brother Ren. The two of us have met here today and we wish to compete in swordsmanship. However, everyone around us is our family, so it might not be fair. Therefore we wish for Brother Ren to be our witness." How could Zhang Xiaohua believe him? She frowned and said, "Friendship comes first, competition comes second. You two can spar as you wish and stop when the time is right. You will definitely be able to determine the winner easily. Why do you need others to interfere?" "Xiong Tai is indeed a genius," Yuan Guiyin said. "You immediately saw the clue. To tell you the truth, the two of us do indeed have an important matter to bet on. However, this bet is not suitable for Brother Ren to say. As long as Brother Ren stands by the side and watches carefully, we only need Brother Ren to be our witness when the victor is decided. After that, the two of us will definitely reward you handsomely." This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant and said, "This matter is not important. No one will go back on their words and find an opportunity to." Zhang Xiaohua stammered. The two of them also changed their expressions. Zhang Xiaohua's words were unpleasant to hear, but what she said was indeed the truth. He was only a scholar and not a person of the Jianghu. It was easy for him to be the witness, but if someone went back on their words, the first one to be silenced would naturally be him. Yuan Guohou also did not think so much. He only saw someone coming and on a whim he pulled the other party to be the witness. The other party had voiced out his doubts, but the two of them were a little embarrassed. If he did not let Zhang Xiaohua be the witness, it meant that this matter was important. He was worried that the other party would go back on their words and silence Zhang Xiaohua. However, if he let Zhang Xiaohua be the witness, if the other party really had the intention to silence him, wouldn't he be dragging a stranger into danger? Yuan Guohou looked at Zhou Tai and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Zhou, it seems that I was a little reckless. What do you think?" Zhou Tai said in a shrill voice, "Brother Yuan, this little brother swears here that the result of this competition will still be witnessed by this Brother Ren. If this little brother implicates Brother Ren because of the result of this competition, may the heavens strike me down and I will not have a good death." When Yuan Guohou heard this, he also smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Brother Ren, please rest assured. This competition is just a small matter between the younger generation. There is absolutely no danger to your life. I also swear that if I implicate Brother Ren because of this, may I be struck by lightning and die." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she beamed with joy and said, "The two of you are too serious. I was just speaking casually. I wonder what the two of you will be thanking me for? Oh, I was just asking casually. I was a little curious." Yuan Guohou said, "I didn't expect Brother Ren to have a pure heart and straightforward words. I admire you. Seeing Brother Ren's courage, I feel much more at ease. Come, give Brother Ren a thank you gift of 10 taels of gold. Send it to Brother Ren's carriage." When Zhou Tai heard this, he also gave the same order. Immediately, people from the two groups of people sent 20 taels of gold to Nie Qinyu. Nie Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This brother Ren was really so lacking the awareness of a Jianghu hero. Zhang Xiaohua smiled even more brilliantly. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank the two of you. All right, I will do my best to be your witness. What should I do?" Yuan Guohou smiled. "Brother Ren doesn't need to do anything. You just need to stand here and watch. When the competition is over, you just need to announce the winner." Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, "Well, no problem. When I was in the academy, I often judged for my senior and junior brothers." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, the two were amused. However, they didn't point it out. The two walked to the side and drew their long swords. Zhou Tai said, "Brother Yuan, since Brother Ren is going to be our witness, we have to repeat what we said just now to make it official. What do you think?" Yuan Guohou nodded and said, "That's how it should be." Then he turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Brother Ren, please listen carefully. The two of us are going to Mocho City for an important matter. However, we can't tell Brother Ren about it. You just need to know about it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. Zhou Tai continued, "This matter is very important to me and Brother Yuan. It's just that both of us don't have any confidence. Moreover, both of us are opponents with similar martial arts skills. Therefore, when both of us met here, we had an idea." Yuan Guohou continued, "The two of us discussed and decided to have a duel here first. If the winner, we will continue to Mocho City. If the loser, we will return and not make a fool of ourselves." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Is this the wager?" "All right. The two of us are bringing along a cart of valuables. These valuables are also the wager. If we lose, the valuables will be handed over to the winner." Yuan Guohou explained. Zhang Xiaohua turned to Zhou Tai and asked, "Is that so?" Zhou Tai nodded and said yes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's right. If it's just a duel of swords, why would I be the witness?" However, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "A cart of valuables. I took 20 taels of gold. Isn't that too little? Why don't I talk to the two of them and take a percentage?" These words were not heard by the two who were preparing for the duel. If they had heard it, they would have put the duel on hold and dealt with this insatiable scholar first. After the two of them finished discussing the wager, they drew out their swords and stared at each other with rapt attention. After a while, Yuan Guohou let out a clear whistle. The sword in his hand trembled and a sword flower appeared. It was actually aimed at Zhou Tai's shoulder. Seeing Yuan Guohou's sword coming at him, Zhou Tai didn't panic. He tilted his sword and met the attack with a move. Therefore, the two of them fought with each other. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the side and watched with a smile. She had already released her divine sense and carefully observed the duel. After watching more than 10 moves, Zhang Xiaohua had a plan in her heart. The two of them had good martial arts. Their sword moves were exquisite and their internal energy was deep. Their moves were combined with the real and the fake. At first glance, she could tell that they were experienced people. However, whether it was the stormy wave sword technique or the flying fish sword technique, they were full of flaws in her divine sense. As soon as the two of them moved their arms, Zhang Xiaohua already knew the direction of the sword technique and the general idea of the next move. If it was really Zhang Xiaohua, she would be able to kill the two of them with one move. "Why do you have to do this? I only need to slash down with my sword. No matter how they respond, they won't be able to take it." Zhang Xiaohua thought proudly. However, even so, as the two of them said, their martial arts were on par. Their moves were on par, their internal energy was on par, and their qinggong was also on par. Even when Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe, she couldn't tell who had better martial arts in a short period of time. After exchanging dozens of blows, Zhang Xiaohua gradually grew impatient. If he had been just a little bit slower, or if the tip of his sword had been just a little bit lower, he would have been able to kill his opponent in one move. However, he just couldn't see anything. How could Zhang Xiaohua not be impatient? If it weren't for the two's courteous invitation and the 20 taels of gold as thanks, Zhang Xiaohua would have already left with a flick of her sleeves. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua became impatient, she saw Yuan Guohou take a deep breath. His face flushed red and then his sword moves suddenly changed. From being as light as water splashing, his sword moves became as heavy as if there was a heavy object at the tip of his sword. However, once the speed decreased, the situation immediately changed. Like raging waves crashing against the shore, his sword moves attacked Zhou Tai one after another. In front of this sword move, Zhou Tai actually didn't have the power to fight back. He was forced to retreat a few steps by Yuan Guohou. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes also lit up. Although this sword move was slow, it was very skillful. There were no flaws in between the moves. If Zhou Tai didn't have a backup plan, he would definitely be defeated in a few moves. Sure enough, after Zhou Tai retreated a few steps, his expression also became serious. A green color flashed across his face and his sword moves also changed. Shwa shwa shwa, he waved his long sword. Each move was faster than the previous one. It was a move that was fast against slow. He hoped to use speed to recover from the previous disadvantage. Unfortunately, this wind-like attack only gave Yuan Guohou a momentary upper hand when it was first used. It forced Yuan Guohou to be a little sloppy in his moves. However, once he calmed down and dealt with it calmly, the two of them gradually drew closer to each other in less than 10 moves. It was a tie again. Moreover, Yuan Guohou seemed to be slowly gaining the upper hand again. Chapter 421. When one cultivates the Stormy Wave Sword technique to a high level, one's sword moves will have the power of stormy waves crashing onto the shore. When one cultivates the Flying Fish Sword technique to a high level, one will have the lightness and agility of a flying fish. These two sword moves are the embodiment of gravity and lightness. However, both of their cultivations were still shallow, and their inner energy was not dense. After exchanging more than 10 moves, their sword moves were a little messy, and they did not have the same charm as before. At this moment, Zhou Tai's footsteps clattered. It seemed that his inner energy was insufficient, and his sword moves were also slowing down. When Yuan Guohou saw this, he took the opportunity to extend his sword and thrust it diagonally. With a piercing sound, Zhou Tai's left arm was pierced. Blood flowed out and it immediately dyed his purple sleeve. His family members who were watching from behind shouted, "Young master, be careful." Zhou Tai gritted his teeth and retreated. He put away his sword and pressed his acupoints to stop the blood. When Yuan Guohou saw Zhou Tai retreating, he did not chase after him. He panted and said, "Brother Zhou, since you're already injured, why don't you stop now?" Zhou Tai gritted his teeth and said, "We've only just warmed up. We don't know who will win yet." After saying that, he raised his sword and attacked again. Yuan Guohou chuckled and the two of them started fighting again. However, Zhou Tai was injured at this moment. His qi and blood were damaged and he did not have enough strength. After a few rounds, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. When Yuan Guohou saw this, he did not press him. He only guarded his position and dealt with him carefully. Zhang Xiaohua saw everything clearly from the side. If nothing unexpected happened, then Zhou Tai would undoubtedly lose today. Even Yuan Guohou's family members looked relaxed and began to whisper among themselves. However, just when everyone thought that the outcome was about to be decided, there was a change in the arena. Zhou Tai took a deep breath and bit the tip of his tongue. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Yuan Guoqi was shocked when he saw this. He said, "Brother Zhou, you don't have to do this. Even if you win, you won't be able to use your inner force for a few months. What's the use of you going to Vow City?" Zhou Tai's eyes seemed to have turned a little red and he sneered, "However, if I don't use the reverse blood essence devouring technique to increase my internal energy, I won't even be able to pass your trial. How can I even talk about going to Vow City? If you know that you can't win, you can admit defeat or you can do the same." Yuan Gui was also at a loss for words. It would be impossible for them to get to know each other in such a favorable situation. However, it was also impossible for him to use the reverse blood essence corroding technique to increase his inner strength. Therefore, Yuan Guohou also gritted his teeth and said, "Then bring it on. This young master wants to experience it." At this time, Zhou Tai's eyes were already red, and his face was actually a little ferocious. He exerted strength in his legs and his sword was as fast as the wind, fully displaying the essence of the flying fish. The family members behind the two did not expect this to happen. They all drew their weapons and their faces were full of concern. They covered their bodies and stepped forward. Yuan Guoqi originally wanted to use his cultivation to resist Zhou Tai's reverse blood essence corroding technique. However, this technique that used blood essence to temporarily increase one's internal energy was far beyond his imagination. In just a few moves, Yuan Guoqi was forced into a dead end. Looking at Zhou Tai's crazy appearance, Yuan Guiqi knew that even if he admitted defeat now, this person might not be able to hear him. As a scholar of the adjudication court, even if he heard him admit defeat, what ability did he have to protect him? Seeing Zhou Tai's sword like a rainbow, directly stabbing towards his chest where he could not dodge, Yuan Guiqi also gritted his teeth. He no longer dodged, and his long sword was also thrust towards Zhou Tai's chest. It was actually a move to perish together. Seeing such a scene of mutual destruction, not only were the family members behind the two people shocked, several guards with high martial arts were about to rush forward, but how could they make it in time? Nie Qinyu and Little Orange, who were in the carriage, also turned pale with fright and covered their mouths in fear. Just as Zhou Tai's long sword was about to pierce into Yuan Guiqi's chest, his eyes regained clarity. Seeing that Yuan Guiqi's long sword was also about to pierce his chest, his eyes were full of shock. However, at this time he only had a little internal energy left and his limbs were sore. He could not withdraw his sword even if he wanted to. The long sword in his hand followed the momentum, and involuntarily stabbed towards Yuan Guiqi's chest. Seeing that a tragedy was about to happen, everyone heard a soft sigh. "Sigh, why do you have to do this?" Everyone's vision blurred and they only saw a thin figure flash past. The weak and scholarly adjudication court, who had long been forgotten in everyone's eyes, appeared in front of the two people. They saw his two hands as fast as lightning reach between the two people, and use only his index and middle fingers to pinch the tip of the sword that was about to pierce their hearts. Immediately the whole world came to a standstill. Everyone's eyes were focused on the fingers that were pinching the two long swords. Before the crowd could recover from their shock and exclaim, a plop sound was heard. Zhou Tai dropped the long sword in his hand and collapsed on the ground. Nie Qinyu and Little Orange's cheers were heard. "Brother Ren, long live." At this time the experts from the sect who had rescued the two people rushed over. A few of them exclaimed, "Young master." They rushed forward and carried Zhou Tai. Immediately a person beside them shouted, "Young master's injuries are unknown. Brothers, let's take care of the weapons." Hearing this, Yuan Guiqi did not have time to thank Zhang Xiaohua. He quickly pulled out his long sword and prepared to fight. However, no matter how much strength he used or how much energy he channeled to grab the sword, the long sword was clamped in the scholar's hand and did not move at all. If it was said that Zhang Xiaohua had approached him like a ghost and pinched the tip of the two long swords, Yuan Guiqi was only astonished. He did not expect that he had made a mistake and treated a martial arts expert as a scholar. But now he was extremely shocked. How much strength did these two fingers have? How high was this scholar's martial arts? In that instant he had no idea in his heart. He deeply knew that when he saw that Zhou Tai was awake, he had already restrained some of his strength. It was just that he did not withdraw it in time. Although he could have killed Zhou Tai, the strength in the sword had already been exhausted. Presumably, Zhou Tai was in the same situation when he was awake. Therefore, at that time, as long as it was a person who had successfully cultivated internal energy, they would be able to easily pinch the long sword like Zhang Xiaohua. But now he had used all of his strength and channeled all of his internal energy to pull out the sword. The situation was completely different from before, but the result was the same. The long sword did not move at all. At this moment, Yuan Guiqi truly realized that the scholar in front of him who looked gentle and refined was definitely a rare expert in the martial arts world. Therefore, Yuan Guiqi quickly let go of the sword and was about to speak. Zhou Tai, who was being helped up by his subordinates, beat him to it and said, "Wait. Everyone stand still and don't move." When the people of the Flying Fish sect heard this, they knew that their young master was fine. Their expressions relaxed and they stood still. But their hands were still holding onto their weapons and did not relax. With the help of his subordinates, Zhou Tai took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. He crushed the mouth of the bottle and poured out a brown pill. He swallowed it in one gulp. After a while his face flushed red. He then said in a hoarse voice, "Brothers, put down your weapons. I'm fine." When the people of the Flying Fish sect heard this, they put away their weapons. The people of the Raging Wave sect also put away their weapons under Yuan Guiqi's signal. Zhou Tai shook off his subordinate support and walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He bowed deeply and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Ren, thank you for saving my life. Just now I really made a mistake. I hope Brother Ren won't blame me." Yuan Guiqi also bowed and said, "This little brother also did the same. Thank you Brother Ren for upholding justice." If my words just now were inappropriate, I hope Brother Ren can forgive me. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed the hilt of her sword to the two of them. She said, "It was just a competition, but you made such a big fuss and almost lost your lives. Don't be so reckless in the future." Yuan Guiqi put his sword back into its sheath with an ashamed look on his face. Zhou Tai's hands and feet were weak, so he used his sword to support himself. Ashamed, he said, "It's all my fault. Brother Yuan is not at fault. Everything is little brother's fault. Brother Yuan, this little brother lost this round. This little brother will return to the Flying Fish sect." Then he turned his head and called out, "Men, bring over all the valuables we brought this time." Before Zhou Tai's voice fell, Yuan Guiqi laughed and said, "Brother Zhou's words are wrong. Since there is no winner or loser in the competition, it is a draw. What is there to talk about? How can this little brother accept this prize?" However, although Brother Zhou has already taken Rejuvenation Valley's panacea, your body is still damaged. You can't go to Carefree City. Take the valuables and go back to rest. When this little brother is free, I will go to the Flying Fish sect to pay a visit to Brother Zhou. How could Zhou Tai be willing to comply? He waved his hand and said, "Brother Yuan, please don't say that. This little brother used the reverse blood essence devouring technique and still tied with Brother Yuan. This has already determined the winner and loser. If I say it was a draw, where would this little brother put his face?" Therefore the two of them made excuses. One said it was a draw, while the other said the other party won. This made Zhang Xiaohua gloomy. These two called her to be the judge, but they actually threw her to the side. Where should she put her face? Involuntarily, Zhang Xiaohua coughed a few times. Hearing this, Zhou Tai smiled and said, "Brother Yuan, let's not talk about it anymore. We are the witnesses here and you are our savior. Why don't we listen to Brother Ren's judgment?" Yuan Guiqi nodded and said, "I have the same intention." Zhang Xiaohua was secretly pleased. "Only now did you remember this great hero?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said seriously, "The fight between the two of you just now was really shocking. It let this little one see the style of the new generation of Jianghu heroes. It was really an eye-opener. From this humble one's observation, both of your martial arts and internal energy cultivation are top-notch. It is impossible to tell who is better." Although Brother Zhou used the reverse blood eroding essence technique and forcefully gained the upper hand, in the end it was still a draw. The most important thing is that this fight is about the result, not the process and methods. No matter how complicated it is, the result is the only thing that matters. Therefore I think the two heroes should be judged as a draw. After saying that, she looked around and said with a smile, "What do the two of you think?" Chapter 422. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's verdict, Yuan Guohou was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. He was the second young master of the Raging Waves faction. Although he was doted on by the old chief, this Zhou Tai in front of him was the young chief of the Flying Fish faction. His identity was different. If it was a normal fight and Zhou Tai lost to him without being injured, he would have taken all the valuables without leaving any evidence behind. However, Zhou Tai used the reverse blood essence erosion technique to injure himself. Although it was his own fault, Yuan Guohou couldn't escape the responsibility. Under such circumstances, if he took Zhou Tai's valuables, he was afraid that it would arouse the dissatisfaction of the Flying Fish faction. When that time came, it would lead to a dispute between the two factions. Even with his father's protection, it would be difficult to ensure his safety. Even Zhou Tai breathed a sigh of relief. He had received the chief's instructions to go to Vow City. Before he even arrived, he had already given away his valuables and was seriously injured. If this news were to spread to the rest of the faction, where would he put his face? Just now he was just putting up a strong front. Now that he saw Zhang Xiaohua offering him a ladder, he quickly took the opportunity to step down. He cupped his hands and said, "Since Brother Ren has said so, I won't pretend anymore. Brother Yuan, my body can't take it, so I'll take my leave first. I won't participate in the Vow City matter anymore. I wish you success in advance." Yuan Guohou smiled and said, "Vow City is just ahead. Why don't Brother Zhou come with me? Even if it's just to watch the show, why are you in such a hurry to go back?" Zhou Tai was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, "This little brother is injured and is worried about my safety on the way back. Brother Yuan's words are exactly what this little brother wants. This little brother's safety will be entrusted to Brother Yuan." Yuan Guohou said, Brother Zhou is too modest. Who doesn't know the valiance of the Flying Fish faction's disciples? Who dares to have evil thoughts? Besides, our two factions will be even stronger together. Brother Zhou, don't worry. Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed at the side. Wow, it was such a mess just now and now it's like this. This Jiang Hu is really unpredictable. Zhou Tai nodded and said, our two factions used to be friends. From now on we should be on good terms. After this matter is over, I'll definitely report to the chief and urge our two factions to form an alliance. Yuan Guiqi was overjoyed when he heard this and said, that's how it should be. I have the same intention too. After the two of them were done mixing, they walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and bowed again. Brother Ren's life-saving grace is really unforgettable. I should express my gratitude to Brother Zhou. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled her lips. Well, this should means that there is nothing to express. Alas, in fact, I don't have any request. Just give me one of the carriages of property that Zhou Tai lost. Isn't that what I meant when I judged you guys to be tied? However, the two of them had long been convinced by Zhang Xiaohua's noble character and unquestionable integrity. How could they think so much? He heard them say, it's just that, this little brother really can't bring out what I have with me. After saying that, each of them untied a bronze tablet from their waists and respectfully handed it over, saying, this is our sex leader's tablet. Benefactor, please accept it. In the future, if you have any errands, just hold this tablet and the sex disciples will obey your orders. Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly declined, saying, how can I accept this? But in her heart she said, what's the use of this tablet? It's better to give me some hard currency like gold and silver. Seeing this, the two of them hurriedly said, if Benefactor doesn't accept it, won't the people of Jianghu say that we are people who don't know how to repay kindness? In the future we can't stay in Jianghu anymore. Seeing that the two of them actually mentioned the height of their rice bowls, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to accept it. After carefully looking at the tablet carved with flying fish and waves, she casually put it away. In the eyes of the two of them, this casual action made them feel that Zhang Xiaohua's character was noble. They unconsciously thought more highly of her in their hearts. Yuan Guiqi said, we still have important matters to attend to in Imocho City. We won't disturb Benefactor here. Benefactor, if you have time in the future, please come to the Raging Waves sect for a gathering. Zhou Tai also said, little brother is also waiting for Benefactor's arrival at the Flying Fish sect. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to the two of them, well said, well said. When I have time I will definitely come and disturb the two of you. Hearing this, the two of them were very happy. After saying goodbye to Zhang Xiaohua, they led the crowd out of the peach garden and left. After waiting for the two groups of people to go far away, Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked back to the carriage. On the carriage, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange's faces were full of admiration. Just as they were about to speak, they heard Zhang Xiaohua muttering, if I had known that this guy wouldn't give me any money, I would have judged him as the loser. Maybe Yuan Guiqi would be happy and give me a carriage full of money. The two of them immediately fell on the carriage with a bang. They were speechless. This person. After a long while, Nie Qianyu said, Big Brother Ren, Hero Ren, you don't have to say a word. Just by watching from the side, you received 20 taels of gold. Such a good thing in the world is hard to come by. Zhang Xiaohua disagreed. She waved her hand and said, if you don't manage the household, you won't know the cost of daily necessities. Although 20 taels of gold is a lot, there will be a time when it will run out. The more the better. You. Nie Qianyu almost shouted, when did you manage the household? Even if you do manage the household, what you spend is our money. But in the end she didn't say it. She heard Zhang Xiaohua ask again, just now I heard Yuan Guiqi say that Zhou Tai took a panacea from Rejuvenation Valley. Is Rejuvenation Valley very famous? What is that miraculous elixir? Nie Qianyu heard this and said somewhat angrily, Hero Ren now knows to ask about Rejuvenation Valley? I thought Rejuvenation Valley was not as good as Hero Ren's discerning eyes. Hee, Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, since you didn't mention it, I thought Rejuvenation Valley was just the name of a small mountain villa. In order to take care of your self-esteem, of course, it would be better to ask less. But now it seems that is not the case. Seems to be a very famous place. Oh, maybe it is a very big force, so I am curious to ask. Nie Qianyu still asked in a bad mood, then what are the big gangs and forces that you know? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, Misty School, Righteous Alliance, Dahlin Temple? Oh, and Aroma Cult. Is Rejuvenation Valley the same as them? Nie Qinyu's eyes widened, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua was joking with her. She said angrily, if Hero Ren says so, my Rejuvenation Valley naturally cannot be compared to them. Our Rejuvenation Valley can only be said to be a small mountain villa. But if compared to them, all the gangs in Jianghu are small sections. I wonder, how big is Hero Ren's sect? Zhang Xiaohua saw that Nie Qinyu was angry, but she was not anxious. She said, little Yuer, don't be anxious and don't be angry. I do know the names of these gangs. One of them is called the Evil Tiger Gang. Evil Tiger Gang? Nie Qinyu frowned and said, I have never heard of it. But immediately she asked worriedly, Big Brother Ren, do you really only know these few? You are not lying to me? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, little Yuer, do you think Ren Xiaoyao is that kind of person? The three words Ren Xiaoyao were said very smoothly. Little Orange saw that Zhang Xiaohua said the name Ren Xiaoyao and thought that Zhang Xiaohua was angry. She quickly interrupted, Big Brother Ren, don't be angry. It's not that Miss doesn't believe Big Brother Ren. She just thinks that Big Brother Ren should know these things. Nie Qinyu looked at Little Orange approvingly and said, Little Orange is right. Big Brother Ren, I really thought you were joking. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not care too much, she continued to explain, among the sects mentioned by Big Brother Ren, except for the Misty School which has been destroyed, the other sects are all super big sects in Jianghu. Their strength is not comparable to ordinary sects in Jianghu. But other than these super big sects, there are many other sects in Jianghu. Stormy Waves Sect? Flying Fish Sect? Zhang Xiaohua asked. These are all small sects that are not very eye-catching. They are not worthy of Hero Ren's attention. Hearing this, Nie Qinyu smiled and said, there are also some mid-level powers in Jianghu such as Fallen Star Alliance, Heaven Dock, Moon Sea Sect, etc. They are all famous sects in Jianghu. Alright. Big Brother Ren, some of these sects are not simple sections. They are formed by a few small sections. As for which sects formed the alliance, I don't know. What I know is all from the disciples in the valley. There are many other sects that I don't know about. Then, what's up with your Rejuvenation Valley? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Nie Qinyu thought for a while and said, Rejuvenation Valley is a little different from other sections. Together with the Weapon Refining Sect, Weapon Forging Sect, Snowfall Mountains Viburnum Horse Farm, Soaring Dragon Mountains Subdue Tiger Farm, and Swallowtail Mountains Yingying Horse Farm, we are called the One Valley, 2 sects and 3 horse farms. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, 3 horse farms produce horses, 2 sects forge weapons, then your One Valley produces pills? No wonder it's called Rejuvenation Valley. It means miraculous hands. Nie Qinyu clapped her hands and said, Big Brother Ren is indeed smart. You've seen through it. Our Rejuvenation Valley produces medicine commonly seen in the pugilistic world. The pill that Zhou Tai took just now is the blood-replenishing pill made by us. It's specially made for external injuries and excessive bleeding. This Zhou Tai actually used it after using the reverse blood essence erosion technique. It's quite effective. Hearing up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua was already certain in his heart that O Yen must have come to Rejuvenation Valley when she went south a few years ago. Only a place like this that could produce spirit pills and miraculous medicines could find the reason why the medicinal herbs could not germinate. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked, Little Fish Nie, does your Rejuvenation Valley grow a lot of medicinal herbs? Nie Qinyu smiled and said, of course. Without medicinal herbs, how can we make pills? Another meaning of Rejuvenation Valley is that our valley is like spring all year round, which is extremely suitable for the growth of medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, then can I go take a look? Chapter 423. Before Nie Qinyu could say anything, Little Orange smiled and said, Young Master Ren is too polite. If you come to our valley, won't our master take out all the treasures in the valley? Don't worry, not to mention showing you some herbs. Even if he cut all the herbs to weave a straw hat for you, he'll do it. Nie Qinyu was a little shy and didn't dare to answer. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, Is Little Orange trying to use herbs to make me wear a hat? I won't do it. Then he changed the topic and asked, Little Fish Nie, you've always been conceited and smart. Do you know what these 2 hedonistic disciples of Jianghu are doing in Macho City? Nie Qinyu covered her mouth and laughed. Big brother Ren is overpraising me. When it comes to intelligence, how can I compare to Ren Xiaoxia, who is both intelligent and brave? There was a hint of pride and joy in her words, and her eyes were glittering. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to change the topic, but since Nie Qinyu said the same thing, she could only say, I saw that they were wearing bright clothes and even brought gifts. I guess they're going to visit some elders? Little Orange smiled and said, I think they're going to gamble. Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qinyu were both surprised and asked, How can you tell? Little Orange said, If you're going to visit your elders, you definitely won't use your gifts as a wager for some reason. Only if these gifts are a wager would they not be stingy. Losing here is a loss, and losing in Vow City is also a loss. Little Orange said it so firmly that it made sense. Zhang Xiaohua knew it was impossible, but she couldn't think of anything else. She could only say, who knows? Anyway, we'll know when we get to Mocho City. They can't use the money to buy things. Nie Qinyu's eyes lit up and said, What Big Brother Ren said makes sense. Every year there are auctions in Mocho City. Merchants from all over the world come here to trade. Maybe they're here to sell things? Auctions? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes also lit up. I've read about this name in books in my early years. I also know a little about the details, but I haven't experienced it myself. I wonder if I can participate this time? Little Orange smiled and said, The 3-character classic actually has the word auction in it. That's not easy. Nie Qinyu frowned and said, The time of the auction is not fixed. I don't know if it will be held at this time. However, looking at the two of them, it really seems like it. It's only a few days' journey to Carefree City. Why don't we go and take a look? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and asked, This is not the official road from Tanha City to Mocho City, is it? I wonder if the people chasing you have an ambush ahead? When Nie Qinyu heard this, she said proudly, Don't worry, Big Brother Ren. This place is already within the sphere of influence of my Rejuvenation Valley. If I'm not mistaken, that group of people won't be stupid enough to come here and cause trouble unless they want to anger the sects of the south. I see. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself. He wanted to ask why no one from Rejuvenation Valley had come to pick him up, but some window paper was better obscured. Therefore he smiled and said, That's good. In the next few days I can sleep in peace. Little Orange frowned and said, Young Master Ren, you only know how to sleep. Sleeping here and there, I don't see you gaining any weight. Nie Qinyu rebuked. Little Orange, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Xiaohua stretched and said, This young master's life is tiring. I'm just accompanying you to look at the peach blossoms, but I also have to save people. How can I gain any weight? Oh right, little fishy, do you want to continue looking at the peach blossoms? Nie Qinyu shook her head and said, The peach blossoms are beautiful, but they are too thick and not suitable to be looked at for a long time. If they are surrounded by thousands of flowers, each in a delicate posture, you can play with them for a long time. This time is really good. It's time to go. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he said, Okay, since there's no one to make a fuss, we won't be able to earn any more gold. Let's go quickly. The sky is full of red clouds. I'm dizzy from looking at it. When he finished speaking, he turned the horse around. The bell rang softly, and the horse slowly rode out of the peach blossom garden. After leaving the peach blossom garden, they went all the way south. After a few days, they saw that the number of people had increased. The smiles on Nie Qinyu and Little Orange's faces grew. However, in these few days, there were many young masters with large groups of family members. There were also some carriages hurriedly passing by their carriage. Judging from their arrogant looks, they must be rich. Every time someone passed by, Nie Qinyu would quietly explain to Zhang Xiaohua if she knew them. She would also explain to him some of the structure of the martial arts world in the south. As expected, these young talents were all young masters of sects or groups. Could it be that this year's auction has been brought forward? Nie Qinyu was a little surprised. In previous years, it was held in late spring for the convenience of merchants from afar. It's only February now. It's still early. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not care. He only observed left and right, waiting for the two groups of people who did not see eye to eye and fought with each other. Then he would be the judge and earn some gold at the same time. Unfortunately, after waiting for a few days, there was no second incident. Unknowingly, a towering city was already in sight. This was a city that looked very ancient. The huge green bricks were covered with moss. From high up in the dark, there were even some small trees that extended their branches. Nie Qinyu pointed at the city of Carefree City and said, Brother Ren, Carefree City has a long history. It has a longer history than Tanha City and Pingyang City. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, I didn't know about this. Oh yes, Brother Ren. Nie Qinyu was not surprised. She pointed at the 3 big words above the city gate and said with a smile, Look at the 3 words Carefree City. Zhang Xiaohua looked up. Sure enough, above the tall city gate, there were 3 big words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Carefree City. They were written in ancient characters, which had the charm of the word ethereal on the archway of the ethereal heights. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, Are these the 3 words Carefree City? Why haven't I seen them before? But it seems that the strokes are very delicate. It seems to be a girl's handwriting. Nie Qinyu clapped her hands and praised, Brother Ren is indeed a master. These 3 words are ancient characters that are very popular now. It's normal that you don't recognize them. However, you can actually tell that these words were written by a girl. Your 3-character classic is really good. Zhang Xiaohua touched his chin and said without the slightest modesty, It's just as if. Little Orange secretly curled his lips at the side. Nie Qinyu continued, It said that the words of Carefree City were written by an immortal called Carefree Girl. Immortal? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and immediately cut off Nie Qinyu's words. Yes, it's actually recorded in the Carefree City's annals that Carefree City was built by the immortal called Carefree Girl. Of course, the words above the city gate were written by her. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, The immortals I read in the books were all from ancient times. That was 10,000 years ago. Even if Carefree Girl really existed, how could Carefree City have existed for 10,000 years? Not at all. Nie Qinyu smiled faintly and said, How could there be a 10,000-year-old city? It's just a matter of generations of repairs. Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief and said, So that's how it is. But what about the immortal called Carefree Girl? Is there any record in your city annals? Of course. At this time Little Orange also answered. The story of Carefree Girl is widely spread in the south. Young Master Ren, you actually don't know about it. It seems that the 3-character classic is not well written. Zhang Xiaohua was curious and asked, Little Orange, can you tell me the story of Carefree Girl? Upon hearing this, Nie Qinyu said, Big Brother Ren, let's enter the city first. It's getting late and the west city gate is close to the Mocho Lake. I'll tell you more about it when we reach the Mocho Lake. Sure. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and kicked the black horse's butt. The black horse was already used to it and immediately pulled the carriage along with the crowd into Carefree City. The layout of Carefree City, the clothes of the pedestrians and the style of the shops were completely different from that of Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua enjoyed looking at it very much. Not long after, the carriage arrived in front of a dark green lake. Countless willows drooped around the lake and it was also abnormally green. Above the lake there was a jade-like dam that divided the water into 2. At the corner of the lake there was a tall tower. The setting sun was right behind the tower as if it was hanging on the top of the tower. The tower's reflection was reflected in the dark green lake and rippled with the waves. It was a unique feeling. Nie Qinyu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was fascinated and whispered, This is the most famous sight of Carefree Lake, the Frowning Eyebrows at sunset. This tower is the Frowning Eyebrows Tower. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Why does it have such a sad name? Nie Qinyu was fascinated and said, Yes, Big Brother Ren, you're very perceptive. You immediately understood something from the tower's name. I thought so too back then. Then Nie Qinyu looked at the green lake and said sadly, Because Sorrowless Girl was buried under this pagoda. Everyone who heard her story would frown and sigh. Therefore this pagoda was called Frown Pagoda after a long time. No one mentioned its original name anymore. Fairy was trapped under this tower? Zhang Xiaohua immediately released his divine sense. At this time his divine sense was much stronger than when he was on the deserted island. This mere lake was nothing to him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not speak, Nie Qinyu continued, It is said that after Carefree Girl built this city, she lived a carefree life. However, one day she met a man called Yi Feng by the Carefree Lake. They fell in love at first sight. However, God was jealous of beauty. Yi Feng was valued by an old monk called Xian Kong. He thought that Yi Feng was a Buddha with spiritual roots and insisted on making Yi Feng a monk. Carefree Girl was of course unwilling. In the end, Xian Kong said that Carefree Girl was born a demon. So he cast a spell and trapped Carefree Girl under this tower. While listening to Nie Qianyu's story, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the bottom of the tower with his divine sense. As his divine sense went down, Zhang Xiaohua's expression became more and more strange. In the end, he even showed a look of surprise. Chapter 424. Zhang Xiaohua originally thought that it was just a pool of lake water that could be seen clearly with a sweep of his divine sense. Unfortunately, reality played a big joke on him. He had indeed swept all the way to the bottom of the Carefree Lake without any abnormalities. However, this frown pagoda with a story was deeply embedded in the ground. Moreover, there was really a fluctuation of pneuma at the bottom of the pagoda. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could this story be true? Was Carefree Girl really trapped under the pagoda? Nie Qianyu was surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua. She asked, "Brother Ren, is there anything strange about it? Could it be that what I said was wrong? Do you have another version?" Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and smiled. "No, little fish Nie, I have never heard of this story. Now that I have heard of it, I feel very sad. Out of 10 things in this world, 7 out of 10 things don't go your way. Carefree Girl and Yi Feng are so free and unfettered, loving each other. Why did this old monk Xian Kong want to interfere? Why did he do such a filthy thing like breaking up a couple?" Nie Qianyu nodded repeatedly. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "If this old monk took Carefree Girl for himself, I can understand. A gentle and graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal mate, means that the old monk has fallen in love with her. This can only mean that Carefree Girl is very charming. However, to convert Yi Feng into a monk, I don't understand this kind of thing that benefits others but not oneself. I would rather be beaten to death than do such a thing." Nie Qianyu and Little Orange both hit their heads on the roof of the carriage. They had never dreamt of such a thing happening in their wildest dreams. Zhang Xiaohua was still unaware. He muttered to himself, "If it were me, I would snatch Carefree Girl back to the temple first and talk about other things later." Alas, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange were completely speechless. "Oh right, little fish Nie, what about the rest of the story? Carefree Girl was trapped under the pagoda and never came out again? Where are Yi Feng and the old monk?" Nie Qianyu stood up weakly and said in a low voice, "Of course she didn't come out. If she did, the Frown Pagoda wouldn't exist anymore. Yi Feng was converted to a monk by the old monk and his whereabouts are unknown. He was blind as a bat and regarded a virtuous wife and mother as a monster. I can't wait to hate him. Who cares about his fate?" Zhang Xiaohua said thoughtfully, "Sorrowless Girl is not a small fish. How can she breathe underwater?" "This," Nie Qianyu said angrily, "Sorrowless is a fairy. Of course she can breathe underwater." However, she immediately said in disappointment, "Big Brother Ren, you don't have to think too much about it. It's just a story. It's said to be a legend from thousands of years ago. It might not be true." Zhang Xiaohua touched her chin and said, "What if it's true? Do you want to meet Mistress Vao?" Really?" Nie Qianyu's eyes lit up. "Big Brother Ren, how do you know? However, if you can meet Mistress Vao, the pagoda will collapse. According to the legend, the old monk Xian Kong said that the pagoda would only collapse if the water from Lake Sorrowless overflowed. Only then would Mistress Vao be able to escape from the bottom of the pagoda. However, the pagoda is so tall that it's even taller than the city walls of Mocho City. If the water from the lake overflowed the top of the pagoda, wouldn't Mocho City be submerged as well? How is that possible? Even if it's possible, what will happen to the people in the city?" Nie Qianyu sighed with compassion. Zhang Xiaohua also nodded and said, "That's right. If the pagoda collapses, where else can we go to see such a beautiful scene?" Nie Qianyu glared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Why don't you have tender feelings for the fairer sex now? It's been 10,000 years. Even immortals have passed away." Zhang Xiaohua explained, "Moreover, Yi Feng has become a monk and his whereabouts are unknown. What can Mistress Vao do if she comes out? Find someone else to love her?" "You." This time even Little Orange shared the same hatred as Nie Qianyu. At the same time he spat, "Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and smiled. She bared her teeth and said, "Human teeth and nothing else." Nie Qianyu covered her forehead with her hand and said nothing. The setting sun was like a painting. The golden afterglow scattered on the Frown Pagoda. One side of the pagoda was bright and the other side was dark. The two sides were distinct and mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua was a little dazed. Only when there was light could one see the darkness. If there was only darkness and no light, who would know that it was darkness? Not long after, the Frown Pagoda lost its light and the entire pagoda gradually sank into darkness. Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and said, "Mistress's vow, shouldn't we go find shelter? Or go directly to Rejuvenation Valley?" Nie Qinyu's eyes were still looking at the towering pagoda. She muttered, "Is it cold under the pagoda?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's lonely. He's like snow. If she's alone under the pagoda, it'll only be winter. How can there be warmth?" Nie Qinyu nodded and said, "Big Brother Ren is right. Life is only meaningful when there's companionship." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Little fish Nia, what should we do now?" Nie Qinyu smiled and said, "Rejuvenation Valley is in the valley south of Vow City. The journey is not wide. Let's rest in the city for the night and continue tomorrow." Her tone was filled with joy and melancholy. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he did not reply. He turned his horse around and looked for an inn. Nie Qinyu often came to Vow City, but she had never stayed in an inn before. Therefore she could not give any suggestions. Zhang Xiaohua could only follow the path. However, after walking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua started to feel gloomy. He had forgotten that in the past few days, he had met several groups of well-dressed young masters who had come to Carefree City. Could it be that they had brought many family members and servants with them? If it was like this in his direction, then it was likely that it was the same in the other directions as well. Therefore, there were quite a lot of people from foreign lands who had come to Carefree City tonight. Although there were many inns in Carefree City, they had long been fully booked. Zhang Xiaohua actually did not manage to find a single room, let alone a small courtyard like he had in the past. After finding a few more rooms, the waiter impatiently told them that they were full. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and asked, "What should we do?" "Little fish Nia, don't tell me that your family doesn't have any relatives or businesses in Vow City." Nie Qinyu lowered her head and did not speak. After thinking for a moment, she bit her lips and said, "I remember that there is an unknown small temple in the west of Vow City. Why don't we stay there tonight? Big Brother Ren, what do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "I'm fine with it. If Little Fish says it's fine, then it's fine." Little Orange said slyly, "If both of you say it's fine, then it's really fine." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She drove the carriage to the west. When they arrived in front of a tea house, they saw a tea flag fluttering above the tea house with the words, "Biluakun" written on it. The tea house was bustling with people and business was good. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "You two wait in the car. I'll go to this tea house to buy some tea and snacks for you. The sky is already dark. I'm sure you two are hungry and thirsty." After she finished speaking, she jumped off the carriage and went into the tea house without waiting for their reply. After Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared into the crowd, Little Orange said with a smile, "Congratulations, Mississippi." Nie Qinyu's face was full of astonishment. She said, "Little Orange, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would there be a happy occasion out of nowhere?" Little Orange winked and said, "You know, Mississippi, how would I know? You little girl, why aren't you telling me?" "You really know, Mississippi. You didn't go to our Rejuvenation Valley's residence in Vow City but chose to sleep in a small temple. What are you thinking? How can I not know this?" Nie Qinyu's face was a little red and she didn't dare to say anything. Little Orange continued, "Looking at Big Brother Ren, he is also a considerate and careful person. He knew that Miss was thirsty and hungry and also liked the exquisite refreshments in the tea house, so he hurriedly went to the tea house to buy refreshments. Just now we passed by a few restaurants but he didn't go down." Nie Qinyu whispered like a mosquito, "Maybe Big Brother Ren was hungry and didn't eat? Forget it, Mississippi. Along the way, when have you ever seen Big Brother Ren eat first? When have you ever heard Big Brother Ren say that he was hungry? Every time weren't we the ones who suggested it first? He just accompanied us and ate a little bit in a refined manner." Speaking of this, Little Orange said with some doubts, "Big Brother Ren is also strange. I remember that there are disciples in our Rejuvenation Valley who have a foundation in martial arts. Everyone has a big appetite. His martial arts is so high, but why does he eat so little? Yes, look at how thin he is. He hasn't put on any weight at all. Hee miss, you're still trying to hide it. You're worried about whether he's fat or thin. However, it's good that Big Brother Ren is thin like this. He looks very energetic. But, Nye Qinyu pursed her lips and whispered, but along the way Big Brother Rin seems to be, to me. She couldn't finish her sentence no matter what. Miss, you don't have to worry. As the saying goes, when a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain between them. When a woman pursues a man, there's a piece of paper between them. Why don't you be bolder and say more of what's in your heart? I'm sure you'll succeed. Didn't you see that in the past we were the ones who suggested that we were hungry first? Today he went first. Isn't this showing that he has you in his heart? This? Nye Qinyu had always been extraordinarily intelligent. However, when it came to herself and was a child's concern, how could she still have any wisdom? She asked again, then how should I express it? Isn't this too embarrassing? What's there to be embarrassed about? Miss, you don't know how many times you've hinted along the way. Ah? Was that true? Little Orange, I don't know. Alas, you may not know it yourself, but I can understand it. It's just that I don't know if Ren Xiaoyao understood it, so he didn't answer you. However, it's normal to think about it. Men are all careless. It's okay. Miss, you are so smart, and Brother Ren also likes to talk to you very much. I don't think there will be too much of a problem. The saying that time breeds love is an unbreakable truth. It's an old saying. That's true. Big Brother Ren sent you off from 1,000 miles away. It's enough to show his noble character and unquestionable integrity. This person is also someone who can be entrusted with your life. This was indeed what Nye Qinyu thought, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the tea house with a smile on her face. When she saw Nye Qinyu, she cupped her hands and said, "Congratulations, little you. Congratulations, little you." When Nye Qinyu heard this, her face flushed red. Chapter 425. When Nye Qinyu heard Zhang Xiaohua's congratulations, she couldn't help blushing. She felt both regretful and sweet at the same time. She thought to herself, what's wrong with me? How could I talk to Little Orange about such embarrassing things in public? Look at this guy, he actually eavesdropped on a girl's private conversation. This is not right. But this is also good. I don't have to confess to him in person anymore. It's embarrassing when I think about it. But he eavesdropped on our conversation. Will he despise me from the bottom of his heart? Seeing that Nye Qinyu and Little Orange were very shy, and that Nye Qinyu didn't even dare to look at her, Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you see such a handsome young man?" Immediately she touched her face and said, "I don't have any changes either." Suddenly he came to a realization and said regretfully, do you guys already know about it? I wanted to ask you for some wedding money." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's behavior, Nye Qinyu's shyness had already faded a little. She dared to raise her eyebrows a little and asked, "What are you talking about? What wedding money? What do you mean we already know?" Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, "So you don't know? I thought this was a matter of your rejuvenation valley." "Oh, that's right. It's only been 2 months. You're still with me." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was getting more and more out of hand, Nye Qinyu angrily took out a small gold ingot from her bosom and handed it over. She said, "This is the wedding money. Tell me." Zhang Xiaohua picked up the gold ingot and said with a smile, "Congratulations, little fishy. Congratulations, little fishy. Your sister is going to have a martial arts competition to find a husband. You'll soon have a brother-in-law with outstanding martial arts." Hearing this, Nye Qinyu and Little Orange's expressions changed greatly. They said in disbelief, "Big Brother Rin, say it again. Which sister is going to have a martial arts competition to find a husband? How many sisters do you have?" Zhang Xiaohua was also surprised and said, "I only heard the idle people of Jianghu chatting in the tea house. They said that your Rejuvenation Valley is holding a martial arts competition to find a spouse these days, and tomorrow is the last day. The many young masters of the martial arts families that we saw today are all here to catch up with the last carriage tomorrow." "How is this possible?" Nye Qinyu exclaimed. "How is that not possible?" Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Little Orange explained, "My master has 3 daughters. Miss is the youngest. She has 2 older sisters. But eldest Miss and second Miss have been married for a long time. Eldest Miss even has a son. How could there be a martial arts competition for a husband?" Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin and retorted, "What's impossible about that? If anything happens to your brother-in-law, Bah! Nye Qinyu and Little Orange both spat. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. This time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't bare her teeth. She just said thoughtfully, if it's like what you said, the hand that took the golden pellet stretched out again and said, could it be little fish Nye? Shouldn't you give me a big red packet? When Nye Qinyu heard this, her face immediately turned white. She seemed to have thought of something but didn't know how to say it. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua immediately retracted her hand and said to herself, that's not right. You're only 12 years old. Why are you holding a martial arts competition to find a spouse? Plus. At this moment, Nye Qinyu also thought of something and immediately said with joy, Big Brother Ren is really smart. You've thought of it. Then she heaved a sigh of relief and patted her small chest saying, that's great. Big Brother Ren has thought it through. I don't need to explain. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the relieved Nye Qinyu and said with a smile, what do you want to explain to me? Nye Qinyu's small head hid in the shadow of the carriage. It was unknown whether she was thinking about how to say it or to avoid his question. At this moment Little Orange jumped out and said, Miss Young Master Ren, what are you talking about? Which Mrs. Family is in trouble? Why are you making such a big fuss? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Little Orange, who was still a little confused, and asked with a smile, Little you are we going to the small temple or Rejuvenation Valley? Let's go to the small temple. Tomorrow is the last day. We can go back tomorrow. Miss, are you not worried that something happened at home? Let's go back quickly. Nye Qinyu smiled bitterly and said, what happened at home? Let's go first. Don't delay here. Big Brother Ren will explain to you on the way. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua jumped back into the carriage, shook the reins and continued to move forward. When they were on the road, Zhang Xiaohua took out the snacks that she had just bought and handed them to Nye Qinyu. Nye Qinyu took them sweetly and ate them in small bites. Little Orange took 2 bites and ate a few bites. Then he asked breathlessly, Young Master Ren Xiaoxia, can you tell me now? After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua said unhurriedly, what else is there to say? Since Little Yuer's 2 elder sisters are already married, this joust for a spouse will definitely go to you, the Little Mississippi, but... Just as Little Orange was about to ask, he heard Zhang Xiaohua continue. Although Little Yuer is too young for a joust for a spouse at the age of 12. If Little Yuer doesn't reveal her true age normally, not many people will know her true age. This way your master's plan will succeed. Little Orange was also a smart person. After hearing this, how could he not know that this joust for a spouse had started 2 months ago when Nye Qinyu and Little Orange were attacked by bad people? His master must have wanted to give the bad people the false impression that Nye Qinyu had already returned to Rejuvenation Valley. But, Little Orange immediately thought of something else and asked, what if the joust for a spouse ends tomorrow and the one to marry the little miss is chosen? What should we do? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, since your little miss is still young, we can just delay it for a few more years. Moreover, I'm sure your master has already thought this through. A living daughter is better than an invisible one. But, Little Orange said another, but Nye Qinyu stopped him and said, Little Orange, this is all father's painstaking arrangement. I'm sure he has a meticulous plan. Won't we know when we return tomorrow? Little Orange then muttered a few words, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't hear him clearly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, anyway, no matter what, we will be able to see Little Yuer's nominal husband tomorrow. I don't know who has the ability to stand out from the crowd. After saying this, she looked at the dark buildings in the distance without any light at all. But at this moment, a faint ray of moonlight shone through the window of the carriage, making Nye Qinyu's face pale. There was a small and shabby temple in the west. It was not big and was a little far from Mocho Lake, which was a rare sight in Mocho City. There was a large temple next to Mocho Lake. It was full of incense, and even at night there were people offering incense to Buddha. For a woman of Nye Qinyu's status, it was absolutely possible for her to spend the night outside the temple. However, Nye Qinyu had chosen this remote temple. They drove the carriage to the temple and tied it to a tree in front of the temple. Zhang Xiaohua led Nye Qinyu and Little Orange into the temple with candles and other things in their hands. There was a small courtyard in the temple, but the carriage couldn't enter. There was a small temple inside, and the light shone on the statue of an old man. He held a ball of thread in his hand and was looking forward with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know why there was a statue of neither Bodhisattva nor Buddha in this temple. But when she saw the two lifelike balls of red thread in the old man's hand, how could she not know who this old man was? It wasn't a temple but a rare moon elder temple. Zhang Xiaohua sniffled and didn't say anything. She carefully put the red candle in her hand on the incense table in front of the moon elder and lit it. In an instant, a pale yellow light filled the entire small temple. Under the flickering candlelight, the benevolent old man behind the incense burner table looked very real. Nie Qianyu and Little Orange walked to the front and sat on the futon in front of the incense burner table. They put their palms together and murmured something. Zhang Xiaohua stood behind them with her arms crossed in front of her chest, watching silently. Suddenly, Nie Qianyu turned around and looked at her with hidden bitterness. Then she kowtowed 9 times to the moon elder. Nie Qianyu's eyes were full of meaning. Her dark pupils seemed to be able to see straight into Zhang Xiaohua's heart. In that instant, Zhang Xiaohua's heart constricted. Looking at Nie Qianyu kowtowing so sincerely, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. Don't tell me I have feelings for this little girl who just turned 12? Quickly Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. She was still underage. What was she thinking about? This little girl is also very precocious. How could I not see through her thoughts on the way here? It's just that what? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't say it. She didn't have a blood feud, so she couldn't get married if she didn't take revenge. She also didn't have any great cause to restore her country, so she couldn't talk about feelings now. This little Yuer was also very cute and intelligent. But what was she hesitating about? Was it a dream? The image that was deeply imprinted in her mind was also very cute, but she looked very strong. There was some confusion in her eyes, but she was also a girl who was tenacious. Dream, are you doing well in your hometown? Zhang Xiaohua was a little sad and absent-minded. Suddenly she heard Nie Qianyu say, Brother Ren, don't you want to make a wish in front of the Moon Elder? The Moon Elder Temple in Imocho City is the most efficacious. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, 9 out of 10 things in the world are difficult to be perfect. How can the Moon Elder care about having a lover in the world? If we are fated to meet, we will meet even if we are thousands of miles away. But if we are not fated, even if I kowtow to the Moon Elder, how can I meet her? Nie Qianyu's little face was pale. Zhang Xiaohua said again, since little Yuer said that the Moon Elder is efficacious, why is it so desolate? Why aren't there more offerings and worship? You're tuning in to the Biao's Wuxiao Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.